never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
I think I recognize that.
Yeah, he'll get the kink out of it here in a minute.
Got to get the camera action going. But we are live, Moose.
All right.
We are live.
We're going to do it, too.
We're just not in Technicolor yet. There we are.
All right.
Hey, let's get this thing started the right way.
Well, at midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go.
Sing along.
How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Well, that hot shot secrets in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. He's right over there. Take a Tory there, Texas, clean, clear the flank down. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. Yeah, boy, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on that overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on that overnight drive.
Now what about a reprise? Where's a reprise?
Yeah, well, I didn't know we had J.D. Sumner in the booth with us. You hear him? I was proud of it.
I'm trying. I tried.
Hit that low E0, buddy. I'm going to clear out and let the boss man in. He's sitting up there chomping at the bit.
Look at that. Are we going to get more later on, Moose? We're going to get some.
Again at 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock?
Yeah.
Some of that down-home country stuff from the Big Moose. All right, welcome in, welcome aboard. Here we are, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. 50th anniversary celebration, Mid-American Truck Show. All right, day number 1 in the books. It is high noon Eastern time. Ready to get things rolling here for the Friday edition. Big show, big show. We were talking yesterday, we thought the crowd was pretty good for a Thursday. For the many years I've been here, right now it seems like it's as busy as I've seen. I mean, you're kind of waiting in line behind people to move through the aisles already, and it's only the noon hour. Yeah, the boss man sitting down here. Let me adjust. We got the camera all out of whack.
I gotta tell you, Steve, I tried to walk across to get some water. It took me 20 minutes. That's how many people there are.
Okay.
I mean,
It's packed and stacked, and they're piling in, yeah. All right.
there's no going around anybody. It is packed full.
Get your headphones so you can hear what's going on. They got to be back there somewhere. Yeah. Hey, we're doing this on the fly. But, yeah, we're going to start things off right out of the box. Chris Gabriel, of course, the reason we're here, the guy that got this all up and running. I guess we can call this our secret bunker from Louisville, Kentucky. We've got a special guest that's going to be joining us. First time, we haven't even got to shake hands or get a hug or anything yet, but we had Sarah Lee, not the bakery girl, but Sarah Lee, who founded Waypoint Vets. And we're going to chat with Sarah here. We'll let you get all settled in there, get your headphones on so you can hear what's going on. But what do you think, Chris? Thanks for the nice dinner and night on the town last evening. That was fun. Got to hang out with the crew.
Dude, that was the most fun I've had all year. I mean, you guys are a lot of fun. Hearing all the stories and everything, it was a great time. We have to make that an annual tradition.
I hate to ask, what was that tab there? It's a phew.
I don't know. I hate to ask too.
You probably don't want to know, right? Yeah. There, you look good there. Sarah, get real close. Get real close up to the microphone.
I would love to.
Yeah, because I've got to get Josh to tell me how to get the gain up on our microphones over there, but we'll do that.
Oh, no problem. Is
Welcome
this good?
in, welcome in. You're fine. I think everybody can hear you out there. I can hear you in my headphones, so. It's good to see you in person.
Oh my gosh, yeah, this is surreal.
Had her on the program for a couple hours what was that, Thursday night, Friday morning, I think it was. And that was the second time we had her on the show. And
Yeah.
who wants to start? Chris, would you like to start? She kind of shared the story how she was in the military. Of course, for those who may not have been with us last week, have no idea that, Sarah, how many years in the military?
I joined at 17 in 2001, and I served for 8 years, got out in 2009 with one deployment to Iraq in 04 for 12 months, combat engineers.
And after getting out of the military, little time comes and goes, and you begin to feel like, what am I doing? And you actually had some, what you call it, guilt or whatever? You lost some friends that you served with?
Yes, yeah, I lost a really good friend overseas, and most of us do carry guilt in different ways for different reasons. It could be due to deployment, due to lack of deployment. I mean, every vet, we're like different books sitting on the same shelf. We have a lot of shared feelings and underlying issues and things we deal with we have a foundation we share, but it varies person to person for sure, but the guilt, definitely. And when you get out, you just really lose a sense of identity. And
Sarah, why don't you give us a quick recap? Because there's a lot of new listeners right now that probably haven't heard that story.
Absolutely, yeah.
Especially
Daytime. We're never on this time of
I was
day.
going to say, we're in the middle of the afternoon, so we have a whole
Hi,
new...
everybody. Great. The daytimers. All right. So I got out in 2009, and, I started a photography business. I was helping run a gym. I was just really trying everything I could. I filled my days every minute, every day. And it just, I think you just start getting kind of tired from trying so hard. The military is really the one thing that's ever made complete sense to me. and it's just such a void when you get out. Your identity feels fractured, you know, like who am I, what am I going to do? There's not a continuous sense of purpose anymore, and nothing really seems too clear anymore. So I was feeling every minute of every day, and I think over, you know, the span of 10 years or so, I just got tired, and I think when I slowed down, a lot of things caught up, and I hit a bit of a rock bottom of sorts in 2016. I made an attempt on my life and thankfully failed, and literally the next morning, I went and bought a bicycle, like the pedal kind, and I decided I was going to cycle across America from Yorktown, Virginia to San Francisco, California.
You were going to do the Forrest Gump kind of thing? Instead of running, you're going to ride the bike across the country. Just keep on riding and riding.
I never made that association, but that's a good one.
I've heard it too. My knees wouldn't allow for the run, but the pedaling was within reach. So, it was 4,010 miles, and I just submerged myself in this country, fell back in love with the country, the people, that restored my faith in humanity, and couldn't believe the kindness out there. And just every landscape. We have the most beautiful country. We have every landscape you can imagine right here on our soil, and every type of person. It's just beautiful. The diversity and the kindness throughout this country shocked me in the best ways. And then to have been mentally and physically challenged to that degree took me right back to my military roots. It required things of me that were lying dormant, that I felt weird using at times that they weren't necessary, you know, like the hypervigilance and things like that. It required every part of me again. And I felt completely normal throwing myself, roadside camping and having everything on my bicycle. It was self-supported, so there wasn't a vehicle following me or anything. And I just had to figure it all out myself, and it was the best ever. And so I got healing. I did not expect the level of healing I gained on that trip. And there was something about being physically and mentally challenged in a beautiful environment, a peaceful environment, where you could just process things, where things could come to the surface and they weren't overwhelming. You were able to digest and break things down and leave things behind. You know, it's a very simple lifestyle. You're going west, you eat a certain amount of oatmeal to get to the next town, you have to have this much water to make it to this many miles. Very simple lifestyle. Not much noise, so you really do have the opportunity to work through a lot of crap. Lots of alone time to think. And so that really inspired me to start my nonprofit, Waypoint Vets. And that is when I met Mr. Gabriel, which is sitting right next to me. I'm so excited.
So you kind of felt as though what you were going through, you wanted some other military veterans that were going through things that you experienced, depression and things like. You wanted, what can I do to help them feel better, get some healing kind of thing?
That's right, yeah. There's adventure therapy. I would feel safe to call it that. There's just something unique that happens. There's just a unique clarity that you gain out there. And I just thought I was a big weirdo for the longest time. I thought maybe I was the only one going through these things. But on my cycling journey, I met so many veterans. They just come out of the woodwork. Like for us being 4% of the entire population and that's it, we're freaking everywhere. I mean, every little tiny town I'd stop in, there would be a veteran. We'd like feel that each other were there and gravitate toward each other. It was just amazing. And the insight I got from other veterans on the road, particularly Vietnam veterans, was incredible. And I learned, it's not just me. I'm not the only one dealing with this. And the level, like I said, the level of healing I gained from that made it abundantly clear I needed to help provide opportunities for healing like this for other veterans. Maybe not across the whole country, but at least an opportunity for them to take time for themselves, which is one of the hardest things for us to do, and maybe just process some things. And being around other veterans while doing that it's really a magical combination, I feel like.
So how did you come in contact with Chris Gabriel? Are you just you're looking out, trying to find some assistance and maybe backing your organization? How did you meet Chris?
Well, they work with Martin and Company Advertising for all of their advertising needs, and we met there.
Her husband works for Martin.
He's their
Jeff.
vice president of digital media and marketing, and
so they were coming
he
through.
made the connection.
He's from Ohio, so they were coming through to Ohio up to Toledo, and they stopped by the plant to visit us, and we sat down and started talking about things. And Sarah was sharing what she was going through and what she was trying to accomplish. And at that point, it was just a dream. Well, then she explained that there's more vets that die from suicide than died in the war. It's like, wow, that's not good.
22 per day is the number I've heard.
It's one every 65 minutes. Yeah.
Wow.
So it was just shocking to me. It's like, took a little Post-it note out and said, fix it. And she did. She's fixing it. So she's doing a good job. She had an idea that, she could take them out on adventures and do canyoning, rappelling and things like that, really getting away from all the noise like we have right now and get out in nature and bond and share and just kind of work through and sort some things. It would be a really good idea. So I said, anything we can do to help, we'll do it. So that was the beginning of her dream, and she's carried it forward. That was 3 years ago?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so
it's so surreal to sit and talk about it and watch you talk about it. And from our very first conversation, I'm going to try to keep it together here, but, we talked about the stats and my vision, and he asked me some really tough questions, and it was really refreshing to dive into, my vision and to be broad, kind of broad scale about it and stuff, and have someone kind of see it with me and feel it with me. And his response to me mentioning our suicide rate and some of our issues in my own personal story was to write his personal cell phone number on a Post-it and with "fix it" with 3 exclamation points. And I have it stuck to my original 501c3, and it's not going anywhere. I'm very sentimental. Please don't tell anyone I have feelings. I'm supposed to be an Army sergeant, but I'm telling you, moments like that, realizing that people are out there that truly do care and are actively trying to inject good into this world. And I'm I cannot thank you enough for being somebody that wants to better this world. I mean, it is inspiring. Sorry. It is inspiring to know you.
Well, it's the least I can do. I've been blessed beyond anybody could ever imagine. And I'm so glad that you've done that. So we started off with the first year, 1 trip or 2 trips?
The first trip, it was at the very end of 2020. We became operational that October. We had our first canyoneering trip out west in October.
And it was a success. Everybody came back and said, hey, this is great. You told me all the great success stories.
You found a handful of veterans, people that don't know one another, but they all get together, introduce, and then you spend days together and really get to bond kind of thing.
And our goal was to make it no cost to them. So we want to have money so that, there's no excuse not to do it, first of all. And second of all, we don't want to put roadblocks in front of them. It's like, hey, we're healing here. We want to fix this. So after the first group, it was wonderful. So the next year I said, hey, this is starting to move forward. We need to have infrastructure behind this. So we need to do fundraising. We want to see it. We wanted to share this great thing that she's doing. It's like, how can we do more? So the next year we said, let's start fundraising in the background. And was that the year we started matching?
Yes, yeah. Last year we did a 1 month, 30-day fundraiser push, and they were going to fully match up to 20 or 30,000. We ended up raising 20,000, and they matched every penny.
And we were able to do how many trips last year?
Last year we did 4 national adventures. We took 70 veterans on various national adventures, including canyoneering, summiting Mount Rainier. We did a women veteran retreat in Destin, and this epic houseboat canyoneering trip at Lake Powell. And so this year we're doubling the adventures. We have over 200 veterans signed up, so we're on track to triple our impact this year. And he's even up to the support this year again yet. And
so we told Sarah that we would match up to $50,000 this year to fund all of these adventures. And we're trying to get more people involved because we want as many, as much infrastructure. And, it takes a lot of people to make things like that keep going year over year. We didn't want this to be like a flash in the pan. So this year we've been able to get, the first quarter, she's been able to raise $10,600. So we have a matching check.
Off to a good start.
Matching check for our...
Matching check?
We got the matching checks for the first quarter, and we'll keep doing that. Hopefully more people will pitch in, and we'll keep getting more and more.
Sorry, this all means everything to me. I mean, the veterans that we take out, the testimonials, they're beyond anything I thought they would be, and the bonding that happens out there. These are strangers. The veterans that sign up on our website, they don't know each other. They're putting themselves out on a limb to go somewhere they've never been, met people they've never met. It's a big deal to sign up, and to be able to cover all the costs for them, like you said, just takes that so much pressure. They're much more likely to sign up and put themselves all in without any resentment or stress or anything like that, or expectations. I think the lack of expectations is where everyone's so surprised out there of what they do gain from these trips. And I'm so proud of the sign-ups, the veterans that sign up. They go in so open-minded, and our trips are so in-depth. They're between 5 and 7 days. And our canyoneering trips, I mean, they get really intense. In some cases, we use each other's body weight to rappel down hundreds of feet. You know, we really do put our lives in each other's hands a lot.
I told her we used to go down to the Red River Gorge. That's what it was. When I was younger,
yes.
and we, you know, you climbed the mountains, and they had something called the hole in the wall up there, but you had to kind of rappel down to get in. Actually, it was an Indian cave from way back when, and they would sleep in there. And fascinating stuff, but I was scared to death. I can't believe they do this kind of stuff.
So, I know, yeah.
Well, I mean, one of the things that is impressive is there's so many details that goes into doing this. I mean, all the safety equipment that has to be purchased, the harnesses, the arranging transportation for the vets to get where they're going. I mean, if we're going from Nashville to, Utah, I mean, takes a lot of coordination. They're very frugal with their money. They're trying to make everything go as far as it can so that they can bring as many vets into the organization as we can. And one of the things that impressed me, it's grassroots. It's all being done on a small basis. There's all kinds of great charities out there, but the grassroots ones are the ones that I think need the most support. I'm sure that Red Cross and those kind of people have plenty of donors. They've got billion-dollar budgets. But here's Sarah, all by herself, starting this and making it go. So it's really
well, not all by myself.
You got helpers, but
thank you. Well, yourself and yeah, you're right. It is small, and you started in the same way and worked so hard for everything you have to be on the receiving end then of your generosity of what you've worked so hard for, and for you to feel that we're worthy of your resources and everything. I mean, I can't tell you how much it means. And we're all volunteers. Myself, my team. We have 12 people on our team now. And we're all volunteers. In fact, some of them, cover their own airfare and everything like that, and then the vets pay nothing. So we are very serious about volunteering our time, serving again, not taking a salary, and then just taking care of each other. I mean, that's a big part of our mission. Our message is honoring our fallen by living. That's something that came to me out on the road. Is it can be that simple. You know, I was not living a life worthy of my friend's sacrifice, staying home weeks, sometimes months at a time. Believe it or not, I'm very reclusive and I isolate pretty hard. And when I was on the road, I'm like, it could be that simple, just for veterans out there that are dealing with some guilt. We have friends that have died on our behalf, and the act of living and choosing life and to live fully on their behalf is just the ultimate way that we can honor their sacrifice. That and staying united as a community and building each other up. And, that's what we can do.
Yeah.
Oh my God, no, you all day.
She's great, isn't she?
Well, and that's the other thing. People are nothing without each other. I had this vision and dream, and to find people that share a passion and have the heart in them to empathize and to want to make and see a change and have that are generous. I mean, honestly, the kindness in this country is amazing. We're not as divided as we think we are. It's so easy to lose sight of that. I'm telling you, just spending 6 months on the road, submerged, going 2 miles an hour, town to town, I met every kind of person from east to west coast, and the kindness blew my mind. There is so much good going on out there. I just think the bad stuff is just louder, and we confuse it for numbers and strength. It's just not the case. Pay attention to when something bad happens and the good people that pour out of the woodwork as a response. Like, people are standing by waiting to be useful, and they're everywhere. So, and it's inspiring to me. People like Chris and
you're inspiring me. Listen, this is
God.
a great country. I mean, first of all, doesn't that say something about our country? It's a great country. Not just the wonderful people that you met, but that somebody like Sarah is willing to stand up and make a difference. Not just talk about it, not complain about it. Like, what can I do to make a difference? And that's what she's doing. I mean, that's what makes America America. We do things. We see a problem, we fix it. And that's what she did. She's fixing it. Just like the Post-it note said.
God, I look at it all the time. And I mean, just knowing people that care out there is so empowering, and it's so beautiful. So yeah, this year we're doubling our adventures. We're adding some larger adventures to accommodate more veterans on them, and we are on track to triple our impact. And I don't plan to slow down. We're just very, very carefully each year building on what we have and sticking with what works and repeating what works and building on top of that.
Walk us through one of these adventures. What does that look like? We all get together at a certain point, and then we get on a bus. How's that go?
Sure, yeah. Well, I can use I'll use our Lake Powell trip as an example. Basically, we fly, we try to keep it around 10 veterans. There's something about that number. It kind of enables them to have those conversations and that level of bonding, and it's much more. Yes, yeah, yes, absolutely. And but so we fly them all for this one. We fly them all to Phoenix, and then we rent some rental vans and drive up to Page, Utah. And up there we'll meet my lead guides, and also we had a donor who's going to do it again this year. His personal houseboat. It's a 30-foot by 100-foot. 3-story luxury houseboat that he donated the use of and captained for us and spent a week.
How cool is that?
Oh my gosh, he's a brain surgeon too, and I won't name him. He's very he's just very humble, and we got to know him, and he's all in for this year and the next year, and so they took us out via speedboats and this houseboat out to Lake Powell, and then we spent 4 nights, 5 days using. He had jet skis out there, speedboats, kayaks. We did canyoneering. The main thing was canyoneering, and the lake was Lake Powell is the lowest it's ever been since its creation. So we were actually navigating on terrain that had never been touched by another human, which was kind of cool. And we'd have to get through these potholes and giant. It was a very challenging canyoneering experience.
So what do? We get in there. We set up camp, and then the next morning we start climbing. How's the day go?
Well, for Lake Powell, we can either sleep on the houseboat or have a tent. So it went about half and half. It's definitely we have others that are a lot more rough, where we are just completely isolated for 5 days. Our Utah canyoneering trip, we're camping the entire time. There's no signal, no resources. We have to prep for 6 days of everything. And we have to go in with everything we need, which I kind of like the challenge of having to think of everything. Like, we can't forget things. And once we're out there, we get dropped off, and we have our day packs and our food and stuff and trekking poles and best of luck. And so, and we on our ropes and everything, and we just have to get to our campsite and back. And
who's the oldest vet that's gone on one of these adventures?
We have had as young as 26, and our oldest veteran that has attended was our Utah canyoneering. The roughest one we have was a 74-year-old Vietnam veteran.
Wow!
So, and he was in front of the pack the whole time too. So I was pretty impressed. That was just.
So you've got the whole range.
We really have, and
how do their stories compare? I mean, do they instantly hit it off, or is there a disconnect, generational disconnect?
The cool thing is the veterans, there's like a foundation that we all share right off the bat. It's almost like we get to start in a whole different place than maybe friendships back home or something like that. So they do. Probably my favorite part is once everybody lands and I pick everybody up in the van and we're waiting outside the van to head to the thing, and just to watch them all it's instant laughter, it's instant hugs. It's like they'd known each other forever. It's instant, and it's every single group. And I think there's something to that. Just having conversations with strangers in general, you get to be exactly who you are right now. They don't have an expired version of you in their mind. You get to be the present version of yourself, the one you've grown to be and worked hard to be, or, and it's just completely different conversations on top of being a veteran. So, and the generational gap adds so much to the experience, because we learn so much from each other out there. Every participant.
So it's a good comparison. Like, here's what we had to do versus you guys 50 years ago.
Yes.
Not you guys stink and we're way better. It's the opposite. It's a lot of camaraderie.
Very much so, yeah. I mean, there's always going to be the branch rivalry, and we all love it, but there's no service shaming. You're not checking each other's rucksack. I just can't stand it. And you know what? That whole thing is adding drastically to our suicide rate, is the service shaming, the alienation, and what'd you do in the military and all that. It's like, we're bigger than that. We all did our part, and my Vietnam vets taught me that I'm allowed to be proud of the part that I played. I feel in my heart I could have, would have, should have done more. I don't think it would have maybe ever been enough. I know vets that have been on 8 deployments and still feel like they didn't do enough.
Right.
So,
and that's part of the healing process, getting validation from other people that are older and wiser, and they've been doing it. Mm-hmm. So now it starts to sink in better, because you've heard it from somebody else.
Yes, or at least hearing it from someone you respect telling you that you have permission to feel good about the part you played. No matter how big or small you think it might have been, people are nothing without each other. I mean, that really is just so true. Everyone had their part. Every single branch, every MOS played a part in the success of our military history. And we haven't had an attack on our soil, a terrorist attack on our soil since '01. And I mean, we have a strong military, and
I couldn't agree more.
We love each other. I mean, we would die for each other. We're trained to die for each other.
What's the next steps? Where do you see this going in the future?
Well, this year, like I said, we have 8 trips planned, and then after that, I'd like to add more local-based trips too, for some major cities, and just keep kind of expanding upon our current adventures to accommodate the need. The need for this really surprised me. The need is great, and getting out in nature is much more widely accepted now, and nature is so healing. It's been something that worked for me since I was a kid, and now more than ever, it takes you to a very special place where you really can combat a lot of things that are going on that you might not have realized were going on or have dealt with for a very long time.
So for those who may be inspired by your story there, that the idea is we're looking for other folks to jump in and help and donate, and of course every donation is going to be matched.
That's right.
By Chris Gabrielchik. How do they get a hold of you or make a donation?
Through our website, there's a secure page to donate. It's the Support Us page. And
waypointvets.com?
Waypointvets.org is the site, and it's the Support Us, and you can use your credit card or PayPal. And there's also an option to make a donation in memory or in honor of somebody. And we will add their names to our dog tags. We carry dog tags on every single adventure. Anyone who's made a donation in honor or memory of someone, or who has just asked us to add a name. And we also make in memoriam tags for each participant with the names of their fallen. And we carry them with us. We honor their memory on every single one of these trips.
Where did the name Waypoint come from?
Well, it's kind of like where you go to recharge, resupply, refuel, so that you can continue and complete your mission successfully.
They call that the waypoint?
It's definitely a military term. It might be used elsewhere too, but that's how I wanted these adventures to feel. Like you go and you can really like reset and recharge in a very unique and lasting ways, so that you can continue on and complete this journey of life. I mean, it's a journey. You know, it's not about finding yourself. It's about creating yourself.
So this is like the waypoint in your life timeline, not physically a waypoint where they have the water and the food.
That too, because when we get back from the canyons, we're crawling to that type of waypoint too. The blueies, we call them, these huge water containers. But yeah, it's kind of like a bunch of meanings, and even the logo itself, it's the top half of a compass, symbolizing that forward is the direction to focus on. And then we have 3 rings symbolizing the ripple effect of just what we hope to create by facilitating these opportunities and just adding good to the world and hope to the world. And it's not bunnies and unicorns. Like I was saying on Steve's show last time, you have to decide. People choose to be kind. People that have been through a lot, to choose kindness is very strong, a strong act. If you've been through a lot, and to choose to be kind despite all of that.
Chris, do you think it would be fair to say that for a girl, that beautiful young woman,
that's the sweetest,
who got to the point that somewhere in her life actually wanted to take her own life, but was unsuccessful, would you say God had a plan for her?
Absolutely. Just watching everything that's happened from that point, you can tell that her guardian angel picked her up, and God was moving her in the right direction, and each step of the way moving it. It'll be really exciting to see where we're at in 10 years from now. You know, watching our own business go from working in my garage to, 2 facilities and as large as we are now. And I'm thinking the same thing about Sarah. As more people come in to help, people with senior ideas and helping her build the infrastructure, I think this is just the beginning of the vision. It's going to be exciting. It's exciting just to think about now. 10 years. I haven't ever felt about the future like this before. And I think that's the hope. And again, that's probably one of the things that's missing in the world today. There just seems to be so much division and so much, mean-spiritedness. I mean, to bring hope and happiness and say, okay, here's a problem, we're going to fix it. It's like, definitely that's the hand of God moving through Sarah and getting things in the direction it needs to go.
That's awesome. Yeah, and after these trips too, we don't just, like in the military, they give you a box of medals and say good luck. I think mine's in my parents' basement or something. But we have a continuation of care. We have an alumni program, Facebook group private to them where they can keep in touch and keep the good going. And we've had a lot of our alumni visit each other and go on vacations out abroad, in Belize and things. And people are going to major cities, and they'll post on the Facebook, any alumni in such and such a city, and they're like, yep, come on over. It's just the coolest thing to have a network nationally, because we really wanted to encourage travel because I hadn't been out west till my cycling trip. When I saw, it's just the most beautiful country. I want people to travel. I just think that the personal growth and perspective you get from traveling is unbeatable. So that's a big part of it. It's just encouraging vets to get out of their comfort zone. They know someone in the city now. They feel more comfortable. It's just a cool network that we're trying to build and sustain.
Here in a few weeks, take us down to, what is it, a Nashville area. You got a big fundraiser coming up with entertainment, a bike ride. Tell the folks how they can get involved and participate if they want.
What is it? Give us the overview.
Yeah, I'm so excited. We had our big launch party last year where we had a charity motorcycle ride that ended at our fundraiser, and it was just so much fun. And so we're like, okay, this needs to be an annual thing because it was so meaningful. And so we're doing it again this year. Basically, we have a motorcycle ride in the morning. It's Saturday, April 30th. And we have our motorcycle ride in the morning. It starts kickstands up at 10:30 in Gallatin, Tennessee at the Elks Lodge, it's called. And it's about an hour ride. It's a sheriff escort. The Combat Veterans Motorcycle Association is hosting the ride and also escorting it. It's a beautiful route that they planned. And it ends at Yazoo Brewing. It's a huge indoor-outdoor facility. It's beautiful, right on the river, where we'll have our fundraiser event. And we will do some military honors. The national anthem. My friend, Army veteran Corey Rose, he'll be singing the national anthem. We'll do presentation of colors, and then we'll do a Rolling Thunder. We'll be doing a table ceremony, and typically they do a POW-MIA table ceremony, but they've added KIA and 22 a day to this particular ceremony, just for us, which is just super kind and thoughtful. And then we'll do a gun salute over the river, followed by the playing of taps. And then I have some alumni coming into town as far as from Washington State to say a few words at it, and I'll go up and try not to be long-winded, and then we're just going to hang out. We'll have
a good time, right?
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
It's at Yazoo Brewing. It's craft beer, food trucks, live music.
Just the passion and the excitement. This is what we need.
Well, you guys pump me up. I'm at home all day just staring. And I come here and I'm like, let's talk about everything. But yeah, when you're around the right people, the energy is completely different. I get so charged by being around the right people. It's really cool. So thanks for being awesome.
So it kind of worked out. Just it happened to have her on the show last week. I guess Leslie Allen in Nashville worked that out. She got a hold of me and said, "Can we have Sarah Lee on?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely, anytime." And then when she was on the show, we took a few calls. Horse Feathers asked her if she was going to be at the truck show next week. And she said, "What truck show?" He said, "Well, yeah, we're going to be in Louisville." And I said, "Yeah, Chris Gabrielchik's going to be there, and we'll be there. We're going to be broadcasting live, and it'd be cool to meet you." And here she is.
Yeah, I couldn't not come. I was excited. I smiled the whole way down. It was 2 hours, 45 minutes of smile. My face hurts. It hurt coming into this, so now I'm I love that he asked me to come, and I just kind of felt I wouldn't miss it, and just to know you all were here, it was just so obvious. I want and need to be there, and so I'm so happy that this worked out.
Oh, I'm so glad you're here.
I have something for you.
Okay.
It's literally a small token from us. It's a certificate from Waypoint Vets. It says, recognizes Mr. Chris Gabrielchik, Hotshot Secrets, LSI, and your amazing team. Your kind contributions toward our organization have helped make our mission of uniting and empowering veterans possible. Thank you for your selfless service, your support, and your contributions to this world. We're so grateful. And I bought an embosser and everything. So.
Look at that. Thank you very much.
Oh my God.
Hugs on the radio. How about that? That's great. Great way to get things started. Well, so we just kind of threw our radio format out the window there. You realize we didn't take a commercial break. We didn't take a news break, but we're here. And
that's the one good thing about having our own digital feed. We can make it work the way we want.
Do what we want, right? Well, next
America.
up, great to see you. You're going to be here today, and I know Chris is going to be leaving out here in probably a few hours or whatever, short order, I think. But Toby Young. If you've never met, Toby Young?
I have not.
He's the man in charge of this whole operation.
Oh, wow. Wonderful.
Paul K. Young founded the Mid-America Truck Show 50 years ago this year. His son, Tim Young, took over for a number of years. Toby's the third generation of running the Mid-America Truck Show, and he's going to be with us next.
Excellent.
That's amazing.
Live from Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-America Truck Show, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
The Department of Justice charged 4 Russian government employees Thursday for their part in 2 historical hacking campaigns targeting the global energy sector in 135 countries between 2012 and 2018. The cyber attacks came from Russia's Federal Security Service against the energy sector conglomerates. So says Deputy Attorney General Lisa O. Monaco in a statement. She continues, Russia state-sponsored hackers pose a serious and persistent threat to critical infrastructure, both in the United States and around the world. President Biden, after meeting with NATO allies Thursday, said if Russia were to use chemical weapons in Ukraine, it would trigger a response from NATO.
We would respond. We would respond if he uses it. The nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use.
The European Space Agency has confirmed that it's indefinitely suspending its ExoMars rover mission with Russia's space program. USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I really love this product. I really do. I do a lot of kayaking and hiking and skydiving and stuff like that. I'm very active, but I did notice that, hey, time was catching up. And, I wasn't at the stamina where I used to. But ever since I've taken this stuff, I feel great. I've been hiking a lot and even longer than I was usually hiking before I started taking Balance of Nature. I feel like I can go on all day long. It's a great feeling. It's just stuff like out of the Jetsons, you know what I mean? Here's the pill, boom, there you go. You got all the nutrients you need.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature right now. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com for more information or to place your order. Shipping is always free. And don't forget to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret.
Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Well, normally it would be live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, but we're live in Louisville, Kentucky, the 50th anniversary celebration of the Mid-America Truck Show. All right. Toby Young. Hey, it's another year, and it's been 3 years since we've had a chance to actually see each other face to face and get up real close to the microphone, because these things are, you got to get real close and say welcome aboard, everybody. Day number 1 is already in the books. Here, day number 2, and it looks like a good crowd coming in here today, doesn't it not?
It does. It looks great. Welcome, everyone, to the Mid-America Trucking Show, and we're just excited to be back to events. It's been too long since I've seen you, and we're just so happy that our 50th anniversary is happening, and the crowds look great, the exhibitors are excited, and it's going well for us. I'm
thinking back, COVID was just beginning to unfold, and things were beginning to get canceled, and we were getting closer and closer, and we were literally 3 or 4 weeks away from truck show time, and you had to pull the plug. How devastating was that?
March 12th, 2020, a day that will live in infamy for me. It was a tough decision. I think the right decision. But it was an impossible decision. And we're just trying to move on from that, not focus on what happened, but just where we're at now and where we're going, and just excited to be back.
Well, I've been telling everybody that I wanted to get Toby to kind of tell the story. I mean, I know you're a busy man. I thank you for taking the time out to even come over and join us briefly. But 50 years ago, pretty much this year, your grandfather started this whole thing. Kind of give him a background of what was going on 50 years ago.
Sure. So that's what it's all about this year, right, is to celebrate that 50th year anniversary. My grandfather, Paul K. Young, did start the show back in 1972 was the first year. He and some friends that were in the trucking industry wanted to have a show that was similar to some of the other shows that were taking place at the time. Louisville seemed like a good location, and the Kentucky Exposition Center seemed like a good spot. Rolled the dice, 83 exhibitors the first year.
83, okay.
83.
Small show, huh?
Small show by any measure. No one had any idea at that point that it would be what it's become today.
Yeah.
So we're excited to celebrate that anniversary, and just excited to be back and celebrate his legacy, the legacy of my family, and just so happy that we're reconnecting with our trucking family, and just once again back to events and exhibits and fun times.
So I'm trying to see here, let's see, 50 years ago, well, a lot has changed. We're now at 1 million square feet of exhibition space, more than 1,000 vendors, and across the board, and trucking and so much more. There's a lot more here than just trucking related stuff, but you name it, you'll find it here at the Mid-America Truck Show. Added things this year, let's start last evening. It was pretty cool. I really enjoyed that little fundraiser for the St. Christopher Fund. Inductions to the Mid-America Truck Show Wall of Fame. Yeah, my father, the trucking bozo. Yeah, I told everybody, I said, yes, Steve Sommers is nominated, but listen. There's others that are much more up on the chain, the food chain. I said, hey, my dad was nominated. Bill Mack was a nominee. Dave, and I thought, I knew Bill passed away of COVID in 2020. Sad to lose him, but all 3 of them were inducted into the Wall of Fame. Is that going to be an annual, semi-annual, every 4 years, or how are you going to do the Wall of Fame thing?
Sure, we're still figuring it out, but the goal is to make it an annual event. And so the opening night event that you went to last night with the axe throwing, the craft beer tasting, the bourbon tasting, we had a huge benefit for St. Christopher's Truckers Relief Fund. Just all those various activities. We want to do it every year. And
that's
so
cool.
The hope is that we have that, and then we continue our Trucker Strong efforts, the Matt's Wall of Fame efforts. Certainly we would have loved to have inducted you in last night, but
I did not expect it. I did not at all anticipate. Now there's a Monkey Gouger got in there. How about that? The Carolina Monkey Gouger.
Yeah, so definitely there's a lot of folks that are very deserving, and we suspect they will be in, but we didn't want to do everything all at once. I think for some of those pioneers, the people that we all have looked up to, have known, that have had such an impact on trucking, we wanted to get them in year 1, and then the hope is that we continue this, because obviously there's lots of folks that are deserving, and we want to recognize them.
How many nominees for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame get in on their first year of opportunity? It doesn't happen all that often, Now Dolly Parton may get in this year, but that's another story. Other things happening here. So that was the opening night celebration. You've got the big concert coming your way tonight, Clay Walker in Freedom Hall. Free tickets available. What booth is that?
Sure, we got Clay Walker with Tony Justice opening. In the you can get tickets today and even through the all the way up until the concert in the DAT Freight and Analytics booth. It's in the West Wing, right down the middle row. Just head that way, get your tickets, and we hope to see you tonight.
Okay, and then you're going to transform somehow this Freedom Hall from a country music concert tonight. In less than 24 hours, they're going to be having truck and tractor pulls in that same venue. How are they going to do that in such a short time?
I'm cautiously anticipating and watching from the sideline to see how they can do it. But I've been told that it can be done. They're going to tear everything out of Freedom Hall from the concert setup just as that event ends, and then they're going to start bringing in dirt at 1 a.m. And
so you're going to have any idea how many dump truck loads dirt they're going to have to bring in here?
I have no clue. It's a big number. I think it was like 700 some odd cubic yards that they got to bring in, and they got these guys lined up and ready to go, and they say they can pull it off. So I'm just I'm hoping that when I'm not hanging out here to watch, but I'm hoping when I come in the morning that it's ready to go, and it's not just pulling in the dirt. They've got to get it properly addressed from a water standpoint, moisture standpoint, so that it's a good running dirt, I've been told. And so we're just hopeful that by the time I roll in around 7 a.m. that it's good to go.
If we've got some folks listening that are on their way in today or going to be coming down, Saturday is always a big day, kind of like the family day. Anything you'd want to throw out there that say things you don't want to miss kind of thing? Or
Sure. So a big focus for us this year is really pushing our educational content. So we have lots of education by our exhibitors, thought leaders, just lots of industry folks smarter than I am that are just coming to the show trying to educate our attendees, let them know how they can become more profitable, efficient, and grow their businesses. Lots of education taking place, even on into Saturday. So there's something for everyone. All the fun events, the PKY Truck Beauty Championships named after my grandfather. We typically have around 80 or 90 trucks. This year, we're at over 180 trucks.
Wow.
So we've almost
big
doubled in size.
I haven't had a chance to get out there because, I'm kind of locked here all day doing a live thing. But I guess the winners, the ceremony for the trophy prize winners that's tomorrow morning, Saturday morning, I believe.
Saturday morning, 10 a.m. in the meeting rooms, and so you'll be able to see all of them. And then we've got a special treat for you. I think we're going to try to showcase some of those winners in the truck pool. And so if you're into that type of stuff, definitely come to the show. You can still get tickets for the truck and tractor pool. You can get them on site here at the ticket office. And you can still get them online at Ticketmaster.com.
And I believe that's generic $25 a ticket, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, so there's a lot of different ticket levels, but I think 25 is where it starts out.
Everything I saw on the website looked like they were all 25. I don't know, I didn't click on everything. But
I think a lot of the down front seats, the $35 and $50 tickets have been taken.
They were all sold out. Everything real close up was gone 2 weeks ago, from what I saw.
They got plenty of $25 tickets, and it's a great arena for this type of event. So there's not going to be a bad seat in the house. Come out if you're interested.
For the number of years I've been coming down, I've never seen this. 30 years ago, supposedly, they were doing tractor pulls at the truck show.
So we did, going back to, again, my grandfather's days. Even before my dad started working for this company, they did have truck and tractor pulls. It was, just much bigger for the show, and then they quit doing it and haven't done it since. So, yeah, it's been 30 years since we had a tractor pull, truck pull at Matt's.
That's great. All right. Well, I really appreciate you coming over to spend a few moments with us. Best wishes on much success here in Louisville. How's Dad doing?
He's great. He's working the West Wing show office for me. We got it's a family affair, so we bring them all out. A lot of them have other jobs, but they come to help me out and try to help me put together this massive undertaking. And so it's particularly poignant for me.
Trying to remember, was it the last show? Was it 2019? The last show we had. Did he step out in front of a truck on the first day or something? What the hell did he do?
Oh, when he got hurt. So I think that might have been 18. But, yeah, he, on his way in, had tripped and fell and he ended up, breaking 2 ribs.
Oh, man.
Went to the hospital, and then he came back on, the second day or third day. It's, he knows what it takes and knows that we need him, and so we appreciated him suffering through it.
That's great. All right. Well, it's great to be here, and we'll take a time out here, get some other guests come. I'm not sure who we've got coming up next. Well, we got a full house. Looking forward to a great Friday and Saturday. Come on down and join us. 50th anniversary celebration of the Mid-America Truck Show live from Louisville, Kentucky. Back after this.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, where we leave off there, back at it here, live in Louisville, Kentucky. Welcome in, welcome aboard. OvernightDriveRadio.com, I believe. Is the app working today? Yes! Got it all up and running. TNCRadio.live. Catch us on Facebook, YouTube. Had a guest, had somebody come by this past afternoon, Thursday afternoon, day number one. And this, of course, I was busy interviewing folks, and they handed me a little card and keep on trucking on the card. And Steve, thank you so much for all you do. You and your wife. Enjoy a meal on us. Sincerely, Mike and Suzanne Fritz of Fritz Trucking Company, or Fritz Trucking Incorporated. And thank you so much. $50 gift card for, which I think was it Longhorn Steakhouse? I can't recall, but yes, we will enjoy that. And I just wanted to say thank you. I want to jump over, and we've had someone that dialed us up like right out of the box. I want to get to that call. Who's on the line? Who we got here? Welcome in.
Hi, Steve. This is Pinky.
Oh, good Lord.
I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
I'm sorry you couldn't.
Hey,
Go ahead, Pinky.
That guy that's singing the song, he can sing to me anytime.
Oh, like a bedside lullaby?
Did you see? Yeah. Did you see the size of that key ring?
Yeah, he had about 100 keys on it, I think, didn't he?
They say with guys with that many keys can open a bunch of doors. Can you imagine all the doors he could open for me?
Wow, yeah. Where are you trying to get? What's the destination, Pinky?
Well, wherever I can go.
Oh.
I don't even know why he needs keys. He can just kick down the door, I think. Don't you?
Yeah, it's good to meet the big moose. Yes, he's the size. He's about what I expected.
Hey, Steve, I'm pretty happy today. You know why?
It's Friday.
No. I just heard that Court Supreme Justice that they're going to install doesn't even know what a woman is, so I've got it made.
Oh, boy. So you got a chance, you mean?
I got a chance. Well, say bye, Pinky.
All right, Pinky, you got to go. Who's that? Is that the Knuckle Buster? What are you going to say, Knuckle Buster?
Hello, Steve. This is good old Buster Brown.
Oh, Buster Brown. I said Buster, and I thought it was Knuckle Buster. I apologize. Buster Brown.
Nah, you didn't. You didn't think I was going to be off today, but luckily I've been after them to tell me I could be off today, and they wouldn't tell me last night. I would have been there this morning. Then my wife would have been really upset because I have honeydew things to do. But
right.
Young man, I'll be there tomorrow morning.
All right. Well, look forward to seeing you here then. All right. Come on by the booth. 16067. We're in the North Wing. Yeah, go ahead.
Steve, I tell you the education part and the young lady about Gallatin, Tennessee. I'm looking forward to that.
That's great. Yeah. Waypoint vet Sarah Lee. Yes.
Thank you, Chris, for coming out and supporting and doing what you do for us. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Buster. Thank you for listening in. All right, next up as we roll into hour number 2, it'll be the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. Had a big fundraiser last evening here at the opening celebration. We will introduce, I believe, the Director of Philanthropy, is that the term? Coming up next, live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. Good to have you on board. Back after a news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
The Department of Justice charged 4 Russian government employees Thursday for their part in 2 historical hacking campaigns targeting the global energy sector in 135 countries between 2012 and 2018. The cyber attacks came from Russia's Federal Security Service against the energy sector conglomerates. So says Deputy Attorney General Lisa O. Monaco in a statement. She continues, Russia's state-sponsored hackers pose a serious and persistent threat to critical infrastructure both in the United States and around the world. President Biden, after meeting with NATO allies Thursday, said if Russia were to use chemical weapons in Ukraine, it would trigger a response from NATO.
We would respond. We would respond if he uses it. The nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use.
The European Space Agency has confirmed that it's indefinitely suspending its ExoMars rover mission with Russia's space program. USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And, of course, half-price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow mattress topper, a MyPillow for the rest of your body. Go to mypillow.com/radio specials. That's mypillow.com/radio specials. Use my promo code USA, or you can call 1-800-951-8175. That's 1-800-951-8175. mypillow.com/radio specials, promo code USA.
One lawmaker says free money is the answer to high gas prices.
Democratic Congressman from Connecticut, John Larson, is proposing a bill that would provide stimulus payments to Americans to offset soaring energy costs. Larson's bill would provide $100 a month per person for tax filers and dependents. It would be issued the same way as the 2020 and 2021 stimulus checks. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
President Trump's people filed a lawsuit Thursday against Hillary Clinton and several Democrats, alleging they tried to rig the 2016 election by tying his campaign to Russia. The lawsuit covers a long list of grievances in a 108-page lawsuit filed in federal court in Florida. A special counsel investigation has documented Hillary Clinton's campaign did create Russiagate. NASCAR racing is in Austin, Texas this weekend. Thanks for listening, and a TGIF to you, my friend. USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donalds was on Newsmax overnight. He's claiming Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson is not answering the questions during her confirmation hearings that must be addressed so that lawmakers will know what they need to know about how she'll serve if she's confirmed.
And if you have somebody who sits on the Supreme Court who literally cannot tell you that a woman is somebody who has an X chromosome, how are they going to rule when it comes to these matters going in front of the highest court in the land? These are serious questions. I understand the frustrations from the Republicans. And for the Democrats, this is the same party that went into yearbooks for Judge Kavanaugh, that questioned Judge Barron's religion relentlessly. They have no problem attacking Republican nominees. We don't need to remember Clarence Thomas's confirmation, or Robert Bork, or Miguel Estrada. They have done this time and time again, but now they want to play with kid gloves. They're disingenuous to me. I don't care what their opinions are. We need to get to the bottom, get to the truth on Judge Brown Jackson's judicial philosophy. It matters for the future of America.
Russian President Vladimir Putin is trying to save his flailing ruble economy. His threat to have unfriendly countries pay for Russian natural gas exports only in rubles from now on got the cold shoulder from the European nations Thursday. Several European leaders also said during the first day of their European Union summit, making such demands would fundamentally change contracts and render them null and void. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
All right, with that, welcome back, welcome aboard. Here we go, hour number 2 on a Friday morning, live from Louisville, Kentucky. And this time we are actually live. Used to be we'd be recording during the day and playback during the overnight hours. Well, welcome into our next guests. What do we got over here? Julie's going to go first. We got Julie and Shannon. Julie Dillon, right? Julie is from, I know you're a Tennessee girl, if memory serves, right?
Absolutely.
All right.
Can't you tell?
Get up real close to the microphone if you can. Yeah, that's.
Okay.
Welcome in, Julie. How the heck are you?
I am doing fantastic. It is a little crazy over here, isn't it?
It is. And Julie, you're actually, St. Christopher Fund, you used to have a smaller booth, like right next to us up in the lobby. You've got a little bigger, you're in our old location. How's the lobby looking this year?
Oh, the lobby is looking well. It's not quite as busy as over here where you are, but we're enjoying it. We have a little more room for our health and wellness area now, so that's been exciting to be able to be a part of.
So, St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund, you want to tell us a bit about it first, or you want to tell us, you're the health and wellness side, and I think Shannon, she's more about, she can tell us more about the organization and whatnot. You've got another interview to do, so that's a good thing, lots of publicity. But tell us what you've got with the health and wellness side of the St. Christopher's Trucker Relief Fund.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to do that. So at St. Christopher Fund, we have two primary missions, and one of them is the assistance side, which Shannon's going to share more with you about in a few minutes. And I am the health and wellness manager for St. Christopher Fund. And what that means is we have several preventative health programs that we offer drivers, which are completely free of charge due to some great sponsors that have come on board with us. And what we do with those programs, we have some things that are like, we have our tobacco cessation program, which has the catchy little name, Rigs Without Cigs. And we've helped over 100 drivers quit smoking already with that. And now we're actually doing things with vaping and dipping and chewing. And we've had some fantastic results. And we've been working with some different companies and things to help with that too. Like I said, that's completely free for drivers. And then we also have something called Driving Down Diabetes. This is for people that are at risk for getting diabetes. And what people don't realize is that about 1 out of 3 people are actually at risk for diabetes. They're in that, what they call the pre-diabetic range, and they don't realize it. And so we're trying to help them
in the
with
trucking
that.
business, I mean, that's the lifestyle thing. That's all, everything they do, the sedentary and the eating on the road, those probably are all contributing factors to the diabetes.
They are, and it does make it a little more challenging, but we have seen such good results with that it can be overcome. It is more difficult, but it can be overcome. We've seen one gentleman that he entered our program last year, the diabetes prevention program last year, and he has dropped around 50 pounds already. Now, that's not the primary goal. We want to get healthy, but dropping the weight actually has a way of being able to say, hey, this is some measurable result that you can get from that. And if we can see someone that goes from having difficulty getting out of their truck and walking across to go into the fuel stop, now being able to have no difficulties at all with that, and getting in there and being able to say, hey, I feel good, I'm not aching as like I was, I'm not having the difficulties I was, that is huge. And if you can drop those blood sugar numbers and lose some weight on the side too, way to go.
So are you trying to are you coaching them on how to eat better, or what are you trying to lead them?
It is an overall health program. And what we do with that is we begin by going over the basics. What does it look like drinking more water? We talk about food. We talk about stress. We talk about sleep. We talk about our thought life and how important that is. We talk, you name it, everything that has to do with health we talk about, and it's a weekly thing, and we do coaching, yes.
Okay, is it a one-on-one thing, or is it like in a group format?
It's a group, and we meet every week, but it's not like, it's considered, but you can say it's 1 week, and 1 week, an hour a week for a year, that can change your life. We had one of the drivers quote that's been in the program, and she said, you know what, I'm giving it 1 hour a week for a year, and my life has been changed.
Is it a virtual gathering kind of thing?
We do it via Zoom.
Zoom, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of like we're on Facebook and YouTube right now. People could all join in together. And
Yeah.
So how do they interested? How do they get involved? How do they learn more?
Go to truckersfund.org. Truckersfund.org, and you can register online, and we're hoping that after MATS we can have a new program and offer a whole new group of people for it.
That's great. All right.
Yeah.
Well, what else you got? Anything you need to share before we get over to the other side?
If someone is not interested in committing to something long-term like that, we do have a video-driven program that's 12 weeks long, and it is an overall total body health program called Driven to Be Healthy, and you can also find out more information online for that as well at truckersfund.org.
Very good. That's great.
Yeah, I'm excited.
All right. So what do you think? Pretty busy back here. I'm thinking yesterday was unusually busy for a Thursday, I thought. And here a bit ago, it almost felt like it was a Saturday afternoon, but the number of folks some of these aisles are congested.
It took us a minute to get over here because there were so many people.
Right.
And
all these slow walkers. Come on, people, pick it up, move, right?
That's right. Get out of the way. No, we love.
Thank you, Julie.
We love seeing everyone. We're so happy to be back face to face with everybody and being able. It's almost like a family reunion. I've said, after not seeing everybody for 2 years.
Especially, the fact that it's been literally 3 years technically, because last time we were here was like 2019.
It has 3 years for this show. It feels like a lifetime. And I'm a talker, and I like to see everybody face to face, and I'm a hugger, and I like to see smiles, and so I'm thrilled to be back out here face to face with everybody and reconnecting.
So for those who may not be familiar, I know Julie had to kind of jump right into her thing. People that, what is the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund?
Yeah, so, we've been around. We helped our first driver in 2008, and so, you would think that everybody would know about us, but they don't.
Right.
It's just, it takes time to grow. And
I've been on the
get
radio
your
for 20-something years. You'd think everybody had heard of me. Who's
Everybody
this guy?
knows you. Everybody knows you. That's why we're here. Thank you for the invite to be here to share with your audience. But so St. Christopher Fund is a 501c3 nonprofit, and we help over-the-road and regional truck drivers when they have to come off the road because of an injury or an illness. And so if you're not working, obviously, you're not making any money, and it's hard to pay those necessity household expenses. And so we can step in and pay the major expenses. We pay 4 things, and we talk about what we do because we talk about we help in injury or illness. So people tend to think we help with medical bills. We actually don't. One, because that's a lot of money. Medical bills are never just, $500, $1,000. They're hundreds of thousands of dollars a lot of the times. And there's, we operate 100% on donations, so that would be very difficult to pay for all of that. So we pay necessity household expenses. We're trying to make sure drivers don't lose everything because of that injury or illness. So we're going to pay for their rent or mortgage, utility bills, vehicle payments, and insurance. And we pay those bill holders directly. So the drivers, when they're approved for assistance, they send their bills to us, and we send the money directly to those bill holders. One, that helps us be accountable to everybody that donates to us where the money goes. It also takes stress off the driver because they don't usually call us until it's a stressful, chaotic situation anyway, and they're already behind. And, you get in that position and you think, okay, what bill do I pay first? And a lot of times it is those medical bills that are hounding you, and so you feel pressure. Well, we don't want you to pay that first. We don't want you to lose your home because of the medical bills. We don't want you to lose your livelihood, So we're going to make sure we pay for those most expensive and most important expenses that you have, and then any money you have left over, whatever, hopefully you can pay for some of the luxury expenses.
Okay.
We just want to be a safety net and be sure drivers have a home and be sure they have a livelihood to go back to when they recover from that injury or illness.
So it could be heart attack on the road, stroke, or whatever. It could be an accident on the road. Does it have to be a work-related thing for the driver?
Absolutely not. No. We have some work-related injuries. Most of them actually are not work-related. We see a lot of cardiac issues. So a lot of our programs that Julie talked about, they come out of the applications that we see why drivers are applying for assistance with us. We see a lot of diabetes, even though that may not be why they applied with us. It's an underlying condition, and it exasperates some of the other things that drivers are dealing with. So that's where our programs come from. But yes, it could be a heart attack. It could be you were at home on the weekend and you're playing softball with your buddies and broke your ankle and you can't drive right now. So we can step in and help for a couple of months. It's short-term assistance. But we have hundreds of resources, so if you need additional assistance beyond what we can offer, we're going to give you additional resources that you can get some extra help on top of that.
So take me back in time. I know you've been around, the years are clicking by, but this was originally, did Dave Nemo come up with this idea, or did someone come to Dave? He helped him get it going? How did this come to existence?
Yeah, so actually it was Dave Nemo and Michael Burns, of course, with Radio Nemo, and Dr. John McGilligan. They together, the three of them, of course, they've all been on the radio for a very long time, and Dr. John's been working with drivers and fleets for a long time, and they kept hearing drivers call in asking for medical advice and feedback, but they were hearing, I lost my home, I lost my truck because of these injuries and illnesses, and together they decided we needed to do something. Something needed to be done. So they formed St. Christopher Fund, and we're not, we have St. Christopher Fund as our name. We're not religiously affiliated at all, but they are Catholic, and so St. Christopher Fund is the patron saint of travel, and everybody in this industry has known that for a very, very long time. So that's where our name came from. There's no religious affiliation. You don't have to have, anything like that. But that's where our name came from, and they said we wanted to create something that would give drivers a safety net. There was nothing for drivers really at that time, and so this was their brainchild, and it has grown, from helping one driver a year, to where we are now, where we help hundreds.
That's going to be kind of my next question. I know that so many different groups and organizations, Travel Centers of America had done the bracelets and the keychains and fundraisers. You're now to the point where you probably help with millions of dollars for assisting drivers.
We do. So we've helped over 3,600 drivers with over $3.8 million. So we've made quite a bit of a jump. Those first few years are a little slow with the donations and building the organization. And the last couple of years, last probably 4 years, we've just seen a lot of support. Our support has historically come from drivers helping drivers. That's where all of our donations and money comes from. But we've had a lot of corporate sponsors that have joined us over the last several years, and we are thankful for that, like a TA, like NASTIC, like OIDA, and the list goes on. And gosh, anybody that wants to see our sponsors, jump over to the website. They're on there, and our board members are on there, and they're all volunteer. So we have these people that are influential in the industry volunteering their time to be a part of what we do. And it's just grown and really built, I think, a reputation for trust and honesty and integrity. And people trust us to facilitate the funds that they donate back out to the drivers that are supposed to have it.
There's so many different charitable organizations out there, and there's always people that say, I'm a little skeptical. I mean, how much of my money, if I'm going to give them $100, is 20 of that going to actually go to help drivers, and 80% overhead, those kind of things?
We get that a lot. We get asked that a lot. So 75% is our minimum. 75% or more of our donations are available directly to drivers. So we have very low overhead. We have one office. It is in Knoxville, Tennessee. We have 2 full-time employees, and the other 4 are part-time employees. So we do a lot with a very little staff. We're out there working hard and doing everything we can to be, prudent with the money that is donated to us. And we have a lot of people, like, for example, we have a lot of people that say, where can I get St. Christopher swag? We don't really have St. Christopher swag because that takes away from money that we would give to a driver.
Right.
So we have some shirts available if you want to purchase one, and that money is a donation, that goes back to drivers. But we don't really spend our money on that, even though we would love to. And so, but thankfully to the sponsors, we'll have a few pieces, at shows like this that have been paid for by sponsors that we have that allow us to give some things out that have some St. Christopher swags on it.
So how cool was it last evening? Because that's that was the first time they've ever done that opening night kind of celebration. Toby made it sound like, because we interviewed Toby a few minutes ago, he made it sound like they may try to do something like that, on maybe an annual basis, which would be kind of cool. Yeah. How did the St. Christopher Fund get to be like the beneficiary of that? Any idea?
Yeah, well, it was interesting because, we've been coming to this show for a long time. We've known Toby for a long time, and he's been very gracious to us. And they decided they wanted to do something special for the 50th. And he reached out and said, hey, was thinking about a silent auction, which we've done auctions at other shows. We did an auction at GATS for several years, and it was very successful. And we had mentioned, what would be the possibility of doing something like that at Matt's, but we really didn't think we were going to do it this year. It was just an initial conversation, So he called and he said, let's do it this year, and let's help facilitate that through reaching out to the exhibitors and seeing what we can get donated. And so we were thrilled to be a part of it. We've never had an opportunity like that here, and it was a very busy but awesome evening, and we had great support from it. There was great attendance. Looking at the numbers today, we were, it was late when we got out of here last night, so we bleary-eyed tried to give an idea of what was raised because we knew people would be asking today, and we're just under $6,000 that was raised from the event. And one of our driver council members, Bruce Richard, he is a driver for Heartland Express, and his company is going to match what was raised.
How about that?
So, yeah that's a fantastic thing. So almost 6,000 turns into almost 12,000.
So other campaigns going on. Is anything happening with TA? Or is that a regular annual thing where they do the bracelets, or just they've done that a few times?
They did the bracelets for 10 years, and they do it every August. The last couple of years, because of COVID and trying to not have so much passing through hands back and forth. The last couple of years, they've done a Change Roundup program, and I think they're going to continue with the Change Roundup program. We get asked every year, are the bands coming back? Are the bands coming back? The drivers love it. We miss it too. You know, fingers crossed one day that it might, but I think right now they're going to continue this year with another Change Roundup program, and that will kick off in August. So be on the lookout for that.
Okay. Would you like to round up your cost? Your bill's $3.99. Would you like to round that up?
Round that up to a penny. But I'll tell you, you know, you think about all the truck drivers out there, even if everybody rounded up a penny, that's a lot. So,
yes.
you know, but yes, you can. They'll ask you if you want to round up your change. And if they don't ask you at the counter, ask them about it, you know, because they get busy in there. You know, those frontline workers, it's busy in there. And sometimes, you know, we might forget to ask somebody if they want to round up. But yes, they've been, and they have a wheel here at their booth. You know, TA has been such a great supporter for us. We actually started out at the shows in their booth, and we would have a space in their booth, and then we grew to where we got our own space out in the North Lobby here, and been a great space for us. And, you know, like you said, we were beside you for several years, and, you know, when Toby reached out and said, you know, would you like a little bigger booth this year? We're like, wait a minute. Where's Steve?
What Steve got fired.
Oh, gosh.
Steve got canned. So, yeah, but Chris Gabrielchik and Hot Shot Secret, within a matter of days, I had a conversation with Chris, and he said, you know, let's get this thing, and we'll do it.
Yeah, Hot Shot Secrets, they're a great little group. They donated product last night for the silent auction, and we had several people going back to bid on those items, so we're thankful for his donation for that too. We're appreciative of his support.
Well, I think I've ended up, but we never used to have hats and T-shirts and stickers and all that, you know, and Facebook and YouTube, and things happen for a reason.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right. Sometimes it takes a little time to figure out what that reason is, but, you know, looking back on it, it all turns out for the best.
So anything else? What have we missed?
Oh, gosh.
How's Dave Nemo? He's here, isn't he?
He is here. I have not actually seen him yet, believe it or not.
Congratulations on his induction on the Wall of Fame there.
Yes, he was inducted. And so was Dr. John, our, you know, one of our other founders. He was inducted as well. And so that, if you haven't seen the wall and you're out here at Matt's, go out to the North Lobby, South Lobby, actually, and check it out. It's a pretty cool commemoration of, you know, the years of trucking. There's some great people on that wall. There could be another whole wall of plenty more people as well. But there's some great inductees, so yes.
I asked Toby about that as well. Are we going to make it an annual or a semi-annual or every 5 years? And he said, we're kind of talking about that. We're not exactly sure. And so, but the three legends in radio, the Truckin' Bozo, Bill Mack, and Dave Nemo all getting in, that was pretty cool.
Well, how can you not, right? How can you not? I'd love to see it be an annual thing. I would love to see that that particular piece of the program grow a little bit, where, you know, those people that are still with us are brought to the front and kind of recognized, you know, and I'd love to see that piece of the program grow a little bit.
Yeah, that was pretty cool, though. That was all part of the fundraiser thing last night. To put it all together, that worked out pretty neat.
It was very cool. It was very busy. We had amazing products donated. Such great support with the donations last night, and just appreciate everybody taking time. You know, there's other places people could be on a Thursday night after the show, and we appreciate everybody hanging with us last night. It was a great event.
So we got a lot of people that are out there probably listening, maybe even on their way here, or they'll be catching it tonight, be coming in Saturday. Where are you guys at? I know you're at, but tell everybody where you're at and what you got going on this year at the show.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're in the North Lobby. If you've been here before, it's the same spot we're at, but a little bit bigger booth. It's booth number 40648 out in the North Lobby. And we have some health and wellness stuff going on. Julie's, you know, talking to drivers about the program. She's doing some assessments out there. She's doing blood pressure checks, and we've had several people stop by for that.
I walked by, and Dr. McGilly gets out there, isn't he? He was there yesterday.
He was here yesterday. He went home last night. So if you didn't get to see him, you'll have to wait till next year. And then we have our Spin the Wheel. It's donate $1 and spin the wheel, and we've got all kinds of great prizes from NASTIC and Road Pro and Connect Seal My 20. And so we've got great product donations out there. So great prizes for your $1 donation. And just sharing information and reconnecting with drivers that we've helped and that are looking for, somewhere to give back. We've heard great stories. Had a driver last night say, I didn't know about you. I had esophageal cancer. He said, I didn't know about you at the time, but now that I do, and I want to make a donation because I want to give back to the next driver that might need it.
How about that? Have you ever experienced drivers that are hesitant about, because I don't want to ask for help. I don't want to ask for help. People that, they said, that's what your kind of group is there for. It's set up. People donate and expect drivers that are in need to don't hesitate to ask for help, right?
It's hard. You want to be on the giving side. Everybody wants to donate and support. It's hard to be on the receiving side. It just is. And a lot of times that's why by the time they reach us, they're sometimes in dire straits, right, because it takes a while to, just humble yourself and ask for help. But that's why we're here. So absolutely, utilize us. Utilize us. We want this money to go to the drivers, not sit in a bank account,
Yeah, you didn't ask to have a heart attack, but if things do happen, and if that's when those occurrences just happenstance hit you, which you never expected, there's somebody there that maybe could help you get through it, right?
Yeah. So it's all anonymous. Nobody has to know. We don't share any information with anybody. It's completely confidential. If you want to share your testimony and share that we helped you, great, but that is absolutely not required, and everything we do is confidential.
If I wanted to make a donation to the St. Christopher Fund, how do I do that if I'm out there in listener land?
Yeah, so go to the website. It's the easiest way to do it, truckersfund.org. Click that big red donate button up in the corner, and that'll take you right in there. You can use PayPal, you can use a credit card, you can use a debit card, however you want to do it. You can make a one-time donation, or you can set up a monthly recurring donation, whatever you want to do.
Okay, truckersfund.org?
That's correct.
ORG, organization. All right. So great to meet you. I've seen you before, but yeah, good to see you again.
Good to see you. Thanks
it's been
for
3
having
years.
us.
Do I look any older? Do I look any younger?
I feel like I'm a lot older. I've learned I'm out of shape from being at a show. My back and hips were killing me last night, so I got to get back into shape now that shows are back around. So.
Oh my! Well, great to have you here. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of the show here.
Thank
Good
you.
Friday,
Appreciate
and
the
hopefully,
time.
and we'll be back. Coming to you live from the 50th anniversary celebration of the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. Come on down and join us. Yeah, our booth, by the way, we're in the North Wing. 16067, I think, is our number. You'll find us, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
The Department of Justice charged 4 Russian government employees Thursday for their part in 2 historical hacking campaigns targeting the global energy sector in 135 countries between 2012 and 2018. The cyber attacks came from Russia's Federal Security Service against the energy sector conglomerates. So says Deputy Attorney General Lisa O. Monaco in a statement. She continues, Russia state-sponsored hackers pose a serious and persistent threat to critical infrastructure, both in the United States and around the world. President Biden, after meeting with NATO allies Thursday, said if Russia were to use chemical weapons in Ukraine, it would trigger a response from NATO.
We would respond. We would respond if he uses it. The nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use.
The European Space Agency has confirmed that it's indefinitely suspending its ExoMars rover mission with Russia's space program. USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And of course, half price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow mattress topper, a MyPillow for the rest of your body. Go to mypillow.com/radio specials. That's mypillow.com/radio specials. Use my promo code USA, or you can call 1-800-951-8175. That's 1-800-951-8175. mypillow.com/radio specials, promo code USA.
One lawmaker says free money is the answer to high gas prices.
Democratic Congressman from Connecticut, John Larson, is proposing a bill that would provide stimulus payments to Americans to offset soaring energy costs. Larson's bill would provide $100 a month per person for tax filers and dependents. It would be issued the same way as the 2020 and 2021 stimulus checks. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
President Trump's people filed a lawsuit Thursday against Hillary Clinton and several Democrats, alleging they tried to rig the 2016 election by tying his campaign to Russia. The lawsuit covers a long list of grievances in a 108-page lawsuit filed in federal court in Florida. A special counsel investigation has documented Hillary Clinton's campaign did create Russiagate. NASCAR racing is in Austin, Texas this weekend. Thanks for listening, and a TGIF to you, my friend. USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donalds was on Newsmax overnight. He's claiming Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson is not answering the questions during her confirmation hearings that must be addressed so that lawmakers will know what they need to know about how she'll serve if she's confirmed.
And if you have somebody who sits on the Supreme Court who literally cannot tell you that a woman is somebody who has an X chromosome, how are they going to rule when it comes to these matters going in front of the highest court in the land? These are serious questions. I understand the frustrations from the Republicans. And for the Democrats, this is the same party that went into yearbooks for Judge Kavanaugh, that questioned Judge Barrett's religion relentlessly. They have no problem attacking Republican nominees. We don't need to remember Clarence Thomas's confirmation, or Robert Bork, or Miguel Estrada. They have done this time and time again, but now they want to play with kid gloves. They're disingenuous to me. I don't care what their opinions are. We need to get to the bottom, get to the truth on Judge Brown Jackson's judicial philosophy. It matters for the future of America.
Russian President Vladimir Putin is trying to save his flailing ruble economy. His threat to have unfriendly countries pay for Russian natural gas exports only in rubles from now on got the cold shoulder from the European nations Thursday. Several European leaders also said during the first day of their European Union summit, making such demands would fundamentally change contracts and render them null and void. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right. Where did we leave off there? I mean, we jumped right into things so quickly this afternoon. Didn't even get to say hello to some of our friends that are checking in on YouTube and Facebook. Good to have you with us. See, going all the way back to the noon hour, Captain Grom was right there out of the box. Hello to Gary. Good afternoon. Fly rod on board from Montgomery, Alabama. Heavy D checking in. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Hope you're all having a fun time in Louisville. Hey, we're surviving. Hey, we did have a fun time last night. Went to this place called The Back Door. It's kind of it's out in the middle of nowhere. It's some dark alley, but it's a pretty cool place. Good. They say the best wings in Louisville. We had a good time there. Everybody got pretty much shish kebab faced, and somehow we made it back to the hotel in one piece, but we had a good time. That was fun. Gary's on board. Hello. Thank you very much. Country Bumpkin checking in. A big howdy to Steve and all the cartoon characters. High pressure pumping. Good morning. Bama checking in. Hey, Bama was here earlier. I got to meet Bama before the show today. Now let's see. Checking in from the back lot where all the show trucks are being displayed. It was nice meeting you earlier. And I got to meet Monkey Gouger, Hillbilly Tex, and the Big Moose. Everybody stay safe out there. There you go. Bama, it was nice to put a face with he doesn't call the program. He just checks in via Facebook and YouTube on a pretty regular basis. Copy the mail, Chevy guy. Hello to Kevin on board. Jesse, good afternoon. Steve, Moose, and all the rest of the Overnight Drive characters. We'll get to some of the other listening friends coming up here. Let's see. Let me grab Steve real quick, and then we'll get to Captain Kirk. Captain Kirk going to be joining us right after this. Hello, Steve. What's happening?
Hey, long time, Steve. How you been, buddy?
Oh, boy. Yeah, it's been a long time because you're driving days now. How's that day shift thing going?
Oh, God, Steve, I can't wait to get back to night, man. The traffic around here is just brutal.
There are.
Anyway, go ahead.
I was going to say there are some benefits of driving at night. You get less traffic, yes.
Yeah, and I don't know what's going on with the highway department out here in Tennessee. They don't seem to want to work at night. You know, everything's during the day, and they're shut down 40 to one lane and 24, major construction. Just causes a lot of problems. You know, you have to use your 2-hour adverse driving extension at least once a week.
Right.
So, but Steve, what a breath of fresh air, man, watching your show yesterday and today. You know, it kind of makes you take your mind off all the insanity that's been going on in our country for the last 5 months. And, you know, it was great to finally put a face with a voice. I saw Pappy yesterday. Good to see him. And Big Moose and Tex and Gouger. So congratulations to Gouger, by the way, on that Wall of Fame, man. That's pretty awesome.
How about that?
And also to you, you and your father, Steve. That's pretty darn good. He definitely deserved that. So congrats to you. But yeah, it's been you know, like I said, the last day and a half, just tuning into YouTube and being able to listen to you live and you know, listening to your interviews. That interview you just had with those two ladies from
St.
the truckerfund.org.
Yep.
What a great organization. I will definitely, when I get home tonight, I will be going on that website and making a donation. And I'm going to look into that 1 hour a week deal that they got going on. Cause I got an issue with pouches, you know, and it's really hard to kick that crap. And I'm going to see if I can get some help for that.
That's what they're there for. That's what it's all about. I'm sure they'll be happy to hear from you.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Steve, how many boxes of Nicorette have you gone through in the last day and a half?
I did not bring a Nicorette. I did not bring a patch, and I have not had a smoke. I'm only at 1 hour and 40 minutes now, but yeah, I made it all the way to 5 o'clock yesterday.
Yeah, I could say. I know you were talking about it, and sorry I brought it up again, but I was wondering, man, how is Steve surviving, you know?
Jonesing for a smoke. At some point, I think Kyle and Big Moose are going to come over and do a 10-minute segment. Moose is going to back. I think 3 o'clock. Moose is going to come over and do some live music for us. So I'll get a chance to go out and get a smoke.
That works. I got.
Oh, that'll be awesome. Can't wait to hear that. I saw him on his opening bell this morning, and that was pretty darn good, you know. So. But anyway, Steve, like I said, it's good to get away from all this insanity going on. It's, you know, breath of fresh air watching you, and it looks like we've back to some sense of normalcy, you know, where you kind of forget about what's going on.
Yeah, at least for a couple days. I'm sure I'll get back to the secret bunker and all the same crap will be going on, right?
Yeah. Well, when I was on hold, you know, that USA News came on, and, you know, I'm like, oh, my God. You know, are you kidding me? You know, they're going to give out free money, Steve, to compensate for the gas prices. That's the kind of craziness that's going on again. But, Steve, it was really good talking to you, man, and hopefully I'll be back on nights here pretty soon and check in a little more often, but it was really good talking to you and good seeing all the guys.
All right, we'll look forward to it. Thanks for checking in this morning, Steve. All right, Captain Kirk there, you gotta get real close to these microphones. These bad boys don't have a lot of pickup. What's happening?
Hey, we're having a lot of fun here at the truck show today, Steve. So trying to go around, get some interviews for TNCradio.live and the rest of the crew there, and working on getting some sponsors for both of us. And, basically, doing what it is you do at the truck show when you're in media, work.
Well, you're like a rolling radio show. You got a wheel, you got a red wagon with how many microphones you carry around with you?
Do you really want to know?
Well, you have backups too?
I've got a total of 10 microphones with me.
That's crazy.
But the thing is like for my live on-air setup, we can do between 3 and 4 people at once, depending on what we're doing. Then I have, because tomorrow we're going to be over at the ATA, the American Truck Historical Society booth, doing a little bit of live radio. And then we're going to be recording stories of drivers and other vendors and people who come by. But we've got that set up so I can interview a total of 5 people plus me at once. So six microphones going at one time. Yeah, it's quite the setup. So, I mean, it works pretty good, though.
So what I got you doing, you're kind of, you're the roaming reporter for TNCradio.live while you're here. You're recording things for playback later and whatnot and lining up interviews, I guess.
We're doing some of that. We're also doing, particularly on our morning and evening show, like this morning, I covered some late-breaking news from OOIDA from Louis Pugh, their VP, and got a hold of some guys from RoadSync, talked about them. Then we went over to the Shell booth, did an interview there about super rigs and some other stuff that's going on with Shell, and just kind of moving around. And some of it's on air, because like last night, they're like, hey, we can grab and throw on air last night. I saw this guy walking around. Steve Sommers, that's who it was.
Right? Yeah, I got to talk to. That was during Tom's. What is that? Doesn't Shelley normally do that afternoon slot there?
Well, no, there's actually 2 afternoon shows. So
okay.
We got Shelley's show, which normally would be from 3 to 4 Central, which is called the Truckers Network Radio Show. Then we have what we call the Evening Grind, and Tom and Shelley take turns. So Tom will host it one week as the main host, and Shelley takes turns one week doing it. Because as you know, doing 4 or 5 hours of radio a day is tough. Well, Tom does 2 hours in the morning, produces for Shelley, does 2 hours of an evening, and on some nights he does as much as another 2 to 3 hours of live radio producing and whatever else, co-hosting and things like that. So there are days when he does up to 7 hours of live radio.
Wow.
So, it's quite the production that we've got there. So, it's nice where we all try to trade off a little bit, getting everything there. But we got a bunch of great programming. We're actually really proud to have you on in that midnight to 5 slot, which is a lot of fun. And a lot of drivers missed hearing you. So it's a great way to have you back on and with TNC Radio and things like that. And we got a lot of great primetime programming now. I think you may remember this name, Marcia Campbell.
Absolutely, yes.
So she, America's...
What do they call her? Nashville sweetheart?
No, America's trucking sweetheart.
America's, okay, there you go.
Get it right or she'll come
So,
after you.
she worked with Nemo for years, and then, of course, she had her own overnight thing there. She was kind of like a competitor of mine, at one point in time.
She was. Well, she was and she wasn't, because she did kind of more of that full-time show where it was a mixture of country music with a little bit of talking. So that was meant more really for the drivers that wanted more of the music format than a talk format. But now she kind of she's done the show that I think a lot of ways she's always kind of wanted to do of an evening. She's on Thursday nights from 6 to 7 Central and leading into Keep On Talking, which is my show. But we've got a bunch of great shows on our evening lineup and just a lot of fun things that's there. If you had asked me 2 years ago, 3 years ago, if I would ever be doing live radio like this, I would have looked at you and called you a liar. I never thought I'd be doing what I'm doing now. But, as you know, it's some work, but you can have a lot of fun. You get to meet a lot of cool people, hear a lot of great stories. So it definitely, what we're doing over here at TNC Radio is, I think it's important because there's a lot of drivers who don't get who are tired of having to pay for trucking radio or pay for this or pay for that. And now pretty much, 24 hours a day, you can get a little bit of music here and there, but you're getting sports, information, various transportation topics, all different, news, traffic, weather.
Sure.
Pretty much anything a driver will want. We've got something like that on our schedule. So, you can go to tncradio.live, check out our schedule and the list of shows. We've got the archive of a lot of the podcasts on there, and I always like spelling it out because for some reason when I say TNC Radio, everybody thinks I put the letter M in there like Mary. It's not. It's Tango Nancy Charlie Radio.live because if you don't spell it, there's that one person out there.
I always throw in the Truckers TNC, Truckers News Channel, TNC.
That works too. TNC, Truckers News Channel. That's actually a great way to put it. I never thought. I've thought of different things that we could stand it for because it was going to be originally something else at one point. But I like that Truckers News Channel. That works. You're listening to TNC Radio.
There you
go. The Truckers News Channel. And my best professional radio voice.
Somebody doing a little musical tryout there. Boy, that's big.
That is. I'm like going, what? Because I was thinking, did you just turn the mics up or what?
That was a little jam session there.
A little one?
That's what you get when you're live. All right. Well, anything else? You enjoying the show so far? Everything going good?
I really am. I mean, the thing is, and you've seen me at different shows doing different things. I'm always running around stressed and everything else. Okay, yeah, I'm running around. Yeah, I've had a little bit of stress. But seeing so many faces, so many people that that you haven't seen in a while, like like Monkey Gouger, I can't think of his name right now.
Big Moose.
Oh, Big Moose and
Hillbilly Tex.
Hillbilly Tex and
Dusty Chrome.
Yes, that's the one I was trying to.
Dusty Chrome.
Dusty Chrome. Because I kept going. It's like that was the one I was trying to think of. I saw him walking by, and it's like, I know him, and what's his name? I couldn't think of it. But seeing so many familiar faces. I got a question for you, Steve.
Yes.
I actually wasn't able to get over to the South Hall last night to hear who some of the Trucking Hall of Fame people were. So, who all made it?
I don't have the whole list, but
What's the
all right.
highlights?
Obviously, Paul K. Young, founder of the. That's a no-brainer,
I would
right?
Hope so. I would hope so.
On the radio side, the Truckin' Bozo.
Excellent.
Bill Mack. And Dave Nemo.
Okay.
All right, there's the three legends in truck radio. What else would you expect?
I mean, you have to expect
the Carolina Monkey Gouger got into the Wall of Fame. Ingrid Brown, Half Pint.
Can I get a recount on the Gouger?
Oh, boy, who else? I think it was Dr. McElliott of the St. Christopher Fund. And trying to remember. I wonder if they've got that on their email today.
I haven't gotten an email from it yet, and I was in the press room earlier today. There wasn't a list up in there. I may have to run by the show office and see what I can find for us.
Yeah, not the top of my head. Ellen Boy, Women in Trucking. That's in it. Just trying to remember. But there's.
I think Todd Spencer, maybe James Johnson, I heard. Jim Johnston.
Jim Johnston, yes. And Jim and Todd.
Yes.
Well,
I mean, if you put Todd in there, you better put Jim in.
Right. Yeah,
So.
Jim. I figured Jim Johnston because he used to one of the original founders of OOIDA.
Exactly.
But Todd's been there almost how many? A long time. I know. So.
I'm pretty sure he was there when Noah first got his captain's license.
There you go. All right. Well, let me take a quick time out here, and we'll come back with more. Good to see you, Tom. Enjoy the rest of the show, and I'm sure you'll be by. We'll be here until 5 this afternoon, and back from 10 till 3 there for our Saturday edition.
Well, I'll be doing some stuff over, like I said, the American Truck Historical Society booth tomorrow. So come on by. I'll be starting about 9:30. So you got a minute to come by and say hello real quick.
Very good.
I'll see you there.
And we'll return after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Now we're not in the secret bunker. We're live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. Back after this.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting into Service Hall. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now. And we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM. or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life, and that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right. Let me see here. Back to some of our listening friends checking in. Hang in there. Knucklebuster, you still on the line? Okay, we got you coming up here in just a sec. Next on the guest list will be our friends at Wreaths Across America. Anybody familiar with that? Let me jump over to Knucklebuster. Thanks for hanging in there, brother. What's going on this afternoon?
Just playing truck driver and you playing rodeo, right?
Well, I thought you played truck driver at night. This is the middle of the afternoon. What are you doing this time of day?
I do the split sleeper bird thing, 7 and 3, or 3 and 7, whichever way works out be a stretch. But we get plenty of rest. I got 30 more minutes. I got to take that 7-hour break, so you got lucky. There's only one Knucklebuster. I don't know why your producer there wants to call everybody Buster or something there.
It was Buster Brown.
Buster Brown. All right. Well, I just curious. You think they would take $1.2 million of monopoly money for that chair you're sitting in?
It's probably a little more than that.
Oh, yeah, I know that's right. Well, I want to give a big semper fi to that young lady that was on with Chris there. I didn't catch her name, but I think what she's doing is a good thing.
Absolutely.
Yep. Well, I'll congratulate you and Mucky Gouger both for at least getting nominated, and Mucky Gouger for making that wall of fame there. I almost said wall of shame. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding, Steve there. Well, there's, I'm the best thing that ever sat behind the steering wheel of a big truck, and Big Moose, Big Ed, Horse Feathers, and Mucky Gouger. They're the same way. They're real live truck drivers. And if you don't believe me, just ask one of them. They'll tell you. They're the best thing that ever sat behind the steering wheel there.
About it.
We're all legends in our own mind, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Well, if they put you, Willie Nelson, on the road again there, like I believe it was Kyle talking about that, right? Taking you on the highway with him.
Right.
Yeah, Chris will have to buy you one of them big tour buses like them Rock and Roll Hall of Fame stars do, and buy you a driver, and that way you can sleep going down the road. So that'd be pretty good. You can even sing Willie Nelson on the road again while you're doing it all there, right? I guess C down there in Florida, he can be doing that cannonball run with his rice burner now. They found a cannonball from the 1700s on a beach down there in Florida. So, I don't know, somebody probably going to pay an outrageous amount of money for that. And I read that the Senate passed it 99 to nothing to keep daylight savings time all the time. So now all they got to do is get the house.
And it's pretty much dead in the house.
Now
they don't even want to take it up. They said there's too much else going on.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, now you got to get the house to pass it and
Hello. I think we lost him. Knucklebuster, hey, it's great to hear from you, brother. Thank you for checking in. Let me see. We'll shift gears here. And is it Don? Don, scoot right up close to the. You're going to have to sit on the edge of the. I think Moose pushed those back because he's about this big of a guy, and we need to move him back up. They're not on rollers.
I'm fine, thank you.
Don, all right, yeah, wreaths across America. Okay, we've been talking about you guys for years, and the whole idea that, well, we're at a truck show. What's Wreaths Across America doing at a truck show?
You would wonder, wouldn't you?
Yes, but I know the answer. But you can tell everybody the trucking industry is such an integral part of what you guys do, right?
Unbelievably integral. I think you get it, and I think some people get it, but not everybody. It's absolutely imperative that we keep our name in front of the fine men and women that run our roads. So, Steve, last year we moved 567 tractor-trailer loads. And the number that I actually had to pay for is just beautiful. I think maybe I paid for 9 of those. I've done the best I can in what I know about the industry and figured out the estimated in-kind donation of that is north of $5.5 million. And it would be impossible for us to do that if we had to pay that freight, even at severe discounts. We couldn't keep our price point where it is today and honor as many veterans as we do.
For those who may not be familiar with Wreaths Across America, it's an organization that, is it Merrill Wooster or
Worcester?
Worcester?
Yep. Yeah, it doesn't matter how you say it.
I think I said it wrong millions of times, but
okay.
Either way, Merrill had this idea of wanting to honor military veterans at Arlington is where it started.
That's right. Started as a little bit of a fluke. He had been to Arlington as a small boy. Interesting story there where he was selling paper routes, and he sold so many that he got a gift from the Bangor Daily News, and a bunch of young men went down to Washington, D.C., and on that trip, they visited Arlington National Cemetery. It stuck with him, and he was making wreaths for the likes of L.L. Bean or Land's End or something. And, you don't cut a tree down to make a wreath. You just tip the branches. So we call that those tips. So he had too many tips by the time the orders stopped coming in. Didn't want to throw it all away. Went ahead and made up the wreaths, and it came out to be about 5,000. There was a friend of his with a blue bird or blue bunny, I'm not sure, trucking there in down East Maine. They collaborated together, worked with Senator Snow, and got permission to take 5,000 wreaths to Arlington. What they did is they had what the people with Arlington had them do is put those wreaths in the oldest section that gets the least visitors. So they did that, and when Morrill stepped back, he saw what he had done. He was very proud of it and committed to doing it again next year. And for 14 years, they quietly brought 5,000 wreaths down. Became quite a family event. He's got a pretty extended family, and they made a family event out of going down there and doing this. They had some followers, but it wasn't until a particular photograph was taken with some white snow on the ground by an Air Force photographer, I believe it was, that was making his way through the cemetery. That picture went viral, and as we say, the rest is history. Started out with that very first year with 33,000 wreaths at Arlington. And today we're at 3,157 locations around the country. We've taken our mission overseas in the past, and 2.4 million wreaths were sponsored by Americans and laid by Americans, and we honored that many veterans.
I mean, I remember going back the years when there was this lofty goal of being able to have a wreath on every headstone in Arlington Cemetery, and some said, is that even possible?
Right.
And now it's that plus.
So we lay, I think the number is 247, it grows, unfortunately, but about 247,000 at Arlington, and we've covered every headstone and every columbarium since 2014.
And what were the numbers? I mean, it's an astounding number of people that show up to help place the wreaths. And if my math was correct, the number of people that showed up, you probably only get to lay 4 or 5 apiece.
Well, you start off with 2. You wait in line. It's the most beautiful thing. Seeing people queue up behind, we put 64 tractor trailers in there, and to see people queue up 4 abreast, or 4 side by side, as far as the eye can see behind every truck. At 9 a.m. we open the doors to the trucks, and people will get 2 wreaths. They'll go off. Maybe they've got a goal of going to a certain location or not, and then they'll come back, and if they're lucky, they get another 2 wreaths. It's just such a gift that these people give by doing this, whether it's sponsoring a wreath or laying a wreath. And we always make sure that we encourage everyone, when you lay a wreath, you say the name. You say the name of that person you're honoring out loud.
So it's a big place there, Arlington. I mean, are all the wreaths distributed from the same location? But people have to walk a half mile,
So we deliberately don't fully load those trailers. Those trailers are about 2/3 loaded on purpose so that we can stagger the trucks throughout the cemetery. And at any one point, when you would just drop yourself in the center and wherever you want in Arlington, you might be able to see 2 or 3 trucks from any vantage point. And that's on purpose, very well planned out by our location folks that take care of that. And you said staggering numbers. I believe in 2014 or 15, they stopped counting at the gate at 80,000. And you don't just drive up to Arlington. You got to take a metro. You've got to take a bus. You got to walk. It's not easy, and still that many people. The numbers have come down a little bit because. Part of them we're trying to control it a little bit. We and the staff at Arlington National Cemetery, but it's just amazing outpouring of patrioticness, if there is such a word.
So if people are interested, I mean, how long does it take to put together all those wreaths? And I mean, how many acres of trees does it take to even? I can't fathom. That's a lot of pine, right?
Laurel and the family have been investing in land. They own. Probably 30,000 acres. I believe 17,000 of that is in production. It's not a farm. It's these trees grow naturally. We do deliberately take out the other species, and maybe from the air it would look like a farm. But I think the number is something like 13 acres a year. Maybe some of those numbers are foggy, but it takes an awful lot. We start tipping right after Halloween, and we will have 400 or 500 people either working in the woods, transporting the product to the factory, making the wreaths, storing the wreaths, and helping us ship them out.
Pretty impressive. So if someone wanted to get involved, I mean, you run on donations, correct?
Absolutely. Every wreath is donated, $15 a pop, one at a time. We take donations from our sponsorship groups. Some of those sponsorship groups have special programs where they might get $5 back. It's a great way to put some money back into your community. Year to date, I believe we've given $14 million back to local communities that do fundraising with our wreaths. And the trucking industry, we do pay for some freight, so we're always looking for maybe logistics help that way. Anybody wants to pick up a load or help us with a load, we're more than happy to have them. We've got open loads all the time. And, I tell people I'm not, especially at shows like this, I'm not here for donations. I'm not looking to pick their pocket. I'm here to make them aware, and hopefully they might just take their family and lay wreaths on National Wreaths Across America Day, which is December 17th.
December 17th for 22?
For 22, that's correct.
Okay. Yep. Does it change from year to year? Try to do it on like a Friday before Christmas?
No, it's a Saturday, and it's I think they shoot for the third Saturday, and it doesn't always line up just right. But I think the goal is the third Saturday of December.
Well, I appreciate you coming over and sharing the story. I mean, it's pretty fascinating how it's grown from, just an idea, and it has the broad support. I mean, millions of Americans that donate their time and and again, the trucking community. I mean, it's quite a thing to take and say, all right, we're going to take this truck off the road for the week, and we're going to go up there and load in Maine.
I've done my best. I've been in the trucking business my whole life. I still own a trucking company. But, by the time you dispatch a truck to go to get a load that maybe you're not used to, might not be as profitable as what you're used to get to us, then you give us that freight, the freight you would have lost, the money you would have lost, and then getting yourself repositioned into your normal lanes is probably in excess of $10,000.
Wow.
And we just couldn't do it without the trucking industry. I know fuel's an issue this year. That we're all talking about that. We do have a couple of folks that help us out with donations that are specifically pointed towards fuel. And if anybody's on the edge of doing this and fuel's the issue, please reach out to me because I can help with some fuel assistance.
Very good. It's wreathsacrossamerica.org, is that correct?
Correct.
Wreaths Across America. Don, thank you so much. What's the last name again?
Queenie.
Don Queenie.
Yep. Very good, thank you.
Great to see you. Great to meet you. Have a great show. And thank you for what you guys do. And we'll return after this. Coming to you live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. Celebrating 50 years. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
The Department of Justice charged 4 Russian government employees Thursday for their part in 2 historical hacking campaigns targeting the global energy sector in 135 countries between 2012 and 2018. The cyber attacks came from Russia's Federal Security Service against the energy sector conglomerates. So says Deputy Attorney General Lisa O. Monaco in a statement. She continues, Russia state-sponsored hackers pose a serious and persistent threat to critical infrastructure, both in the United States and around the world. President Biden, after meeting with NATO allies Thursday, said if Russia were to use chemical weapons in Ukraine, it would trigger a response from NATO.
We would respond. We would respond if he uses it. The nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use.
The European Space Agency has confirmed that it's indefinitely suspending its ExoMars rover mission with Russia's space program. USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And of course, half price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow mattress topper, a MyPillow for the rest of your body. Go to mypillow.com/radio specials. That's mypillow.com/radio specials. Use my promo code USA, or you can call 1-800-951-8175. That's 1-800-951-8175. mypillow.com/radio specials, promo code USA.
One lawmaker says free money is the answer to high gas prices.
Democratic Congressman from Connecticut, John Larson, is proposing a bill that would provide stimulus payments to Americans to offset soaring energy costs. Larson's bill would provide $100 a month per person for tax filers and dependents. It would be issued the same way as the 2020 and 2021 stimulus checks. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
President Trump's people filed a lawsuit Thursday against Hillary Clinton and several Democrats, alleging they tried to rig the 2016 election by tying his campaign to Russia. The lawsuit covers a long list of grievances in a 108-page lawsuit filed in federal court in Florida. A special counsel investigation has documented Hillary Clinton's campaign did create Russiagate. NASCAR racing is in Austin, Texas this weekend. Thanks for listening, and a TGIF to you, my friend. USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donalds was on Newsmax overnight. He's claiming Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson is not answering the questions during her confirmation hearings that must be addressed so that lawmakers will know what they need to know about how she'll serve if she's confirmed.
And if you have somebody who sits on the Supreme Court who literally cannot tell you that a woman is somebody who has an X chromosome, how are they going to rule when it comes to these matters going in front of the highest court in the land? These are serious questions. I understand the frustrations from the Republicans. And for the Democrats, this is the same party that went into yearbooks for Judge Kavanaugh, that questioned Judge Barron's religion relentlessly. They have no problem attacking Republican nominees. We don't need to remember Clarence Thomas's confirmation, or Robert Bork, or Miguel Estrada. They have done this time and time again, but now they want to play with kid gloves. They're disingenuous to me. I don't care what their opinions are. We need to get to the bottom, get to the truth on Judge Brown Jackson's judicial philosophy. It matters for the future of America.
Russian President Vladimir Putin is trying to save his flailing ruble economy. His threat to have unfriendly countries pay for Russian natural gas exports only in rubles from now on got the cold shoulder from the European nations Thursday. Several European leaders also said during the first day of their European Union summit, making such demands would fundamentally change contracts and render them null and void. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
Hot Farms got off to a hot start. A co-champion takes command of the Supers, and an experienced lawyer stands in for his client and wins the challenge. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The third annual Wakarusa Ag Deutzfahr NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals, presented by Grog Martin Auctioneers and Realty, brought forth pullers from Indiana, Iowa, Kentucky, Michigan, New York, Ohio, and Wisconsin for a smorgasbord of 5 championship divisions over 2 nights. As usual, the track was bitey, the gorgeous machines a feast for the eyes, the competition spicy, and the winning runs savored by both the grateful competitors and the appreciative fans. Also, the soft pretzels were amazing. But where was I? Oh yes, the fans were kept entertained with this delicious foretaste of the summer to come on the NTPA Championship Pulling Circuit. That regular season is actually heading into its second week of point-earning contests in the southeastern corner of the United States. Friday and Saturday, March 25th and 26th, the South Carolina Multiplex in Neces, South Carolina, will host the Orangeburg Truck and Tractor Pull with 3 NTPA national classes on the roster: Super Farm tractors, 2-wheel drive trucks, and modified minis, as well as several Mid-Florida Tractor Pullers Association state classes. Details may be found at ntpapull.com. Back home in Indiana, it was Kevin Smith of Rochester and Mike Robbins of Greensburg winning their hot farm classes from the test hooks. Smith was victorious with his buckshot-reloaded John Deere on Friday, while Robbins' Fire in the Hole International held the lead all class long on Saturday. In light pro stock, the Harvesters dominated as Al Cook of Wilton, Wisconsin, rumbled to a W with Black Thunder in Session 1, while Travis Tilton's Always Something won everything in Session 2. Eric Huckey and John Humpy IV were the winners of the Stainless Diesel Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 truck classes. Huckey's slightly overworked Dodge got the job done on Friday, while Humpy's Cause and Trouble Chevrolet gave the rest a headache on Saturday. In Grand National Light Superstock, the alcohol burners were in a blue mood as Rex Kuhn, along with Jason Hootman, the 2021 division champions, swept the event aboard the Ford 6000 Commander. Kuhn edged GN runner-up and past champ Adam Spiegelberg's Detonator Black in the first session, then put 6 feet on Spiegelberg in the second session.
In the sand he goes. Felt really good. It felt fast, and when they feel fast, it's a pretty good run.
And Mark Lawyer of Newcastle, Indiana, took both Pro Stock hooks to claim the $5,000 first prize in the Yoder Popcorn Mack Trailer Pro Stock Challenge Weekend Championship.
One more time down the road again. Yes.
He did so with a John Deere 5020 he owned for many years, but sold in the offseason to Jason Ruin of Farley, Iowa.
These guys have been doing a lot of work on it. I'm just holding the stick. You don't have to worry about stuffing it back in the truck. You don't have to worry about driving it home. You don't even have to worry about it tomorrow morning, do you? No, but I'd help them if they needed.
Announcer Denver Getchy with the call, and Doc Riley with the interview on ntpa.tv. Congratulations to all the Shipshewana winners and participants. You can still watch the replay at ntpa.tv, and don't forget the NTPA pulls into Neces, South Carolina for live regional and state action this Friday. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, cue the microphone, back at it here, live. Louisville, Kentucky, Mid-America Truck Show. All right, we're about the halfway mark for the show, right? A little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday. Be here till 6 o'clock tonight. The show will be open till 6. We'll be broadcasting till 5 this afternoon. We'll start things up. I don't know what time we're going to have to get out of bed in the morning to be on the air live at 10. Good golly. Guess I'm not going to be allowed to drink that much tonight. Hey, good to have you on board. Our number 844-844-3388. Next, we're going to invite who we got stepping into the studio. Mackenzie Phipps, I believe is the name. Mackenzie, hi there. Welcome into the Overnight Drive. How the heck are you?
I am doing great. Thank you for having me.
All right, Mackenzie, that's kind of a new name to me. And you got to get close to the micro. You'll notice that in your...
All right.
Yeah, there you go. That's so much better.
Yes.
These microphones suck. This one here gets you really loud and clear. But yeah, so tell me a little about why you're here. First of all, you're a country music artist. How old are you?
I just turned 20.
Okay. All right, 20 years old.
Yes.
Been singing for how long?
I have been singing since I was 4 years old.
4?
Yes.
Started kind of young.
Yes.
Was it like in church kind of thing
Yes,
or what?
I did actually. Yeah. That was the very first place I started performing and singing at, was at church.
So are you a writer or?
Yes, I write music. I am a singer-songwriter, a musician, performer, the whole 9 yards.
And where do you what have you grown into now? You do like nightclubs and...
Yes, I do various venues around the East Coast. I travel all throughout Tennessee, West Virginia, Virginia. We're now in Kentucky. I do Ohio, go down to Indiana some.
And like, are you an opening act or are you a solo act or?
I do duo shows as well as band shows.
Okay. Well, what brings you to the Mid-America Truck Show?
Well, I was actually asked to come and be one of the singers on the lineup for the 50th anniversary of Matt's. And when I found out that I was actually going to be performing at Matt's, I got with my co-writer, Mr. Shane Begley, and I told him that we should write a song and dedicate it to all the wonderful truckers in the world, because I always tell people that without truckers, the world would not go round whatsoever. They are the foundation of this world. And I told him that we should commemorate them with a song. So my songwriter, Shane Begley, he actually wrote a song, and we actually debuted it yesterday here at the 50th anniversary of Matt's, and it is called 18 Wheels. It is a beautiful song, and I cannot wait to be in the studio in the next couple of weeks to actually record that song and have it released here in the next month or two. So be on the lookout for that, but I am very excited with how it turned out, and I hope that I've gotten a lot of feedback from a lot of people around here who attended the event yesterday and today, and they said that they loved the song. So just if that song can get around the nation and just get to all of the truckers and just let them know that I am so proud of all they've done, and I'm very supportive of them, and I appreciate all of the work that they've done, that will definitely make the song come to life.
Is it a ballad or is it an up-tempo song?
It's pretty much a ballad. It's a really, really nice song. I can't wait to share it with people.
Okay, so you debuted it where last night?
Yesterday, actually, out in the Matt Stadium.
Okay, all right. So when does the rest of us get to hear it?
It should be released in the next month or two, so all you have to do is just look up Mackenzie Phipps on any kind of social media, or you can look up MackenziePhippsMusic.com and just stay up to date with all of my information, and you'll be able to find it in the next couple of months.
You're originally from where, Mackenzie?
Virginia.
Virginia.
Yes, a small town called Bluefield, Virginia.
And where do you hope to be in 10 years from now? Are you looking, is this going to be your career? Is this where you're looking to go in the music biz?
Yes, this has been my career since I was 14 years old. So as any normal singer, songwriter, performer would say, I mean, I hope in 10 years I made it. I hope I make it to the Grand Ole Opry and just go around the world, and I hope that my music touches people's lives in a different way, and that is really all I want in this world.
You need to check and see if, like, Bill Mack has one of those songs in the archives, like they gave to Leanne Rimes, because all of a sudden, this young blonde, all of a sudden, boom, Bill Mack had this old song. Was that originally for Patsy Cline,
Yes,
did they
it
say?
was. I actually just learned that yesterday because I performed the song Blue this afternoon when I was playing. And they had told me that he had specifically written that for Patsy Cline, and then she had passed away, and it had been setting for about 3 decades.
Right.
And then she had picked it up, and that's what got her going.
How about that?
That is the one artist that I get equated to the most, actually, is Miss Leanne Rimes, and I would take that comparison any day.
That's a good one. You mean,
Yes.
you mean like when you're singing, your voice reminds people of
Yes.
Leanne Rimes?
Especially when I do Blue. I've gotten that since I was 14 years old and started performing. People have always said that I sound like Miss Leanne Rimes.
That's a good thing then. You got CDs available or anything? You got here at the show? You got a booth? Something?
No, I had some stuff available when I was performing, but it all got taken. Everybody took all of it. So I'm content with that.
That's a good thing. Well, I mean, trying to get the word out about Mackenzie Phipps. Where can they? Is it spell your name for them, or what your website
my
is?
My name is Mackenzie, which is MAKENZIE, Phipps, PHIPPS. And like I said, if you just look up that name on Facebook or any kind of social media, you'll be able to find me. And my website is MackenziePhippsMusic.com.
Very good. All right. So what are you going to be doing the next couple of days? You hanging here at the show for the rest of the show today, tomorrow, or what's?
Yes, I'll actually be hanging around here for a little bit, and I'll actually be going to see Mr. Clay Walker perform this evening. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
And then I actually have to pack up and head back to Virginia tomorrow because I have a show tomorrow evening.
Are you going to get backstage with Clay Walker?
Ooh, maybe. I hope so. That'd be a dream.
Yeah, that'd be okay. I was playing country music when he first came on the scene, so I remember some of his early songs. What's It to You? I mean,
yes.
those kind of. I kind of got away from country music because I do talk radio now, so I don't get to play music anymore. So I don't really know much of his new stuff, but he really does have a great country voice. You know, the true country voice.
I'm looking forward to seeing him.
And Tony Justice, have you met Tony Justice before?
No, I have not gotten the chance to.
Now, he's an actual truck driving working man, and he's a great performer. He's opened for some pretty big names over the years. So
I'll have to look him up.
look him up. He's got a booth here, by the way, too. You'll find him. I think he's here in the North Wing, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh.
Somewhere down there, I think. But yeah.
I'll have to find him.
Yep. Well, great to meet you, and good luck, and we'll look forward to hearing your tune, and maybe we can share it over the airwaves,
Yes,
right? Is that the idea? Let all the truckers hear?
Yes. Get it to as many truckers around the nation.
Mackenzie Phipps. All right, we'll return into a quick timeout. Live from Louisville, Kentucky, celebrating 50 years of the Mid-America Truck Show. This is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out, rising energy costs. That's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll be rolling toward, news break coming up, bottom of the hour here, about 5 minutes away. Meanwhile, see if I can click over on, find our stream chat, who all was checking in earlier. Trying to play catch up here as we wait for our next guest to arrive. And I'm not even sure who we got coming up next. Let's see, Linwood checking in. Hey there, Steve from San Antonio, Texas. It's awesome putting faces with some of the names of all those cartoon characters. Thanks for all you do for the truckers and the non-truckers alike. Thanks to Chris and Hot Shot Secret for bringing you back. think we said hi to Jesse earlier. See, some of these folks were tuned in right out of the box at the noon hour. Said Big Moose was rocking it. Moose, we got Moose coming up, I believe, in about 30 minutes from now. I think he's supposed to do some more tunes for us, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe give me a smoke break. Let's see. Hello, Victor checking in. Paul says, good job. Dave from Anderson checking in. Off tonight, watching you on the big screen. All right. Q-Ball says, Steve, check your email. Okay, I'll see if... Yesterday, I could not get the email to open. It was opened earlier, and I'll see if I can grab that up again. Heavy D says, thank you. Thank you, Sarah, for your service. That's Sarah, of course. And that was, kind of a inspiring story. And, I think Sarah Lee she's genuine. I mean, she's almost brought to tears for what's going on, and Chris helping her out there. Kentucky Ken on board, listening in. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Afternoon, Steve, and everybody at the Mid-America Truck Show. Looks to be a good crowd. Today, less than 2 weeks back behind the wheel. I'll be trucking once again. A shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Southwest City, Missouri. Okay, Colton did check in earlier today, about 12:15. Hello to Lucky Penny. There you go, Linda. Lucky Penny. Morning, Steve. Great time. Makes me miss trucking and Ranger Jack. But I'm really enjoy seeing all the gang there. Yeah, I wish you could be here with us there, Lucky Penny. Hello, Big Ed, are you with me? He said, yeah. Big Ed says, I'm with you. Let's see, who else checked in there? Several. There's our buddy Rick in Columbus. Rick Friend, as he's known. Valerie checks in. Veterans are tough. They're strangers who meet for boot camp. They constantly meet new people when they transfer. That makes them the best people to talk to. I'll talk to veterans while I'm out shopping. Matter of fact, very interesting. Hello to Tar Heel in North Carolina there. Good to have you on board. And Joe. Hello, Joe. Hello, Steve. Stopped by earlier. Lisa said you partied too hard to show up. I did not. I was here before they were. Thank you much, Joe. All right, you want to dial us up? We've got 844-844-3388. Before we get our news break, there's Philip. What's going on this time of day?
Just hanging out, bud. Getting ready to take a shower here in a little bit. Just got home from work. How you doing?
Having a good time at the show. About the halfway mark for this second day of the show. Everything seems to be going smooth.
Hey, did you guys give away that seat?
We have not given away a seat yet. I think they're going to pull the names 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay, cool. Hey, and you got Gouger there with you today?
He's on the premises, but Big Moose is standing over here because I think he's going to sing some tunes for us here in a little bit. But Gouger's here.
Hey, you know how much Gouger's book is by chance?
I think it's $15. I'd have to double check, but I think that's it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I seen he was signing copies for the show. Maybe I should get with him and see if I can get one off of him, huh?
I'm sure he'd be happy to send you one.
Cool. Is the show going pretty good for you?
Yeah, it is, actually. Yes, it's been very, very interesting. Lots of good guests. It's kind of a little bit of lull. People come in waves, if you know what I mean. It's like you look at 1 minute, you can't even see because the crowd's so thick, and then things kind of clear out, but that's the way it works.
Hey, were you telling me yesterday that none of the major guys came as far as Peterbilt and the major OEMs?
Well, yeah, that's what they call the OEMs. That is correct, and nobody seems to have an answer. And I didn't really want to put Toby Young on the spot by asking him. He probably would know better because he's the one that puts the show together. But yeah, I just didn't feel like it would be right to ask him because I mean it could be something that we don't know and he don't want to talk about, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's understandable. Business is business. I understand that. So, but I just wanted to check in with Bud. I hope you guys are having a good time, and then I'll get on YouTube and see if I can see Moose when he plays. What time is he supposed to play?
I'm supposed to be coming up here in just a few minutes, about top of the hour, I believe.
Alrighty, well, you guys have a good show. I don't know if I'll be able to talk to you tomorrow or not, Bud, but y'all have a good one. Thank you. I'll give you a call during the week.
All right, good to hear from you, Philip. It's daytime hours. And there you go. All right, we'll get our news break here, get a quick timeout, and come back with more. You want to jump on in here while we got some time? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from Louisville, Kentucky, coming your way from the Mid-America Truck Show 50th Anniversary Celebration.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
The Department of Justice charged 4 Russian government employees Thursday for their part in 2 historical hacking campaigns targeting the global energy sector in 135 countries between 2012 and 2018. The cyber attacks came from Russia's Federal Security Service against the energy sector conglomerates. So says Deputy Attorney General Lisa O. Monaco in a statement. She continues, Russia state-sponsored hackers pose a serious and persistent threat to critical infrastructure, both in the United States and around the world. President Biden, after meeting with NATO allies Thursday, said if Russia were to use chemical weapons in Ukraine, it would trigger a response from NATO.
We would respond. We would respond if he uses it. The nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use.
The European Space Agency has confirmed that it's indefinitely suspending its ExoMars rover mission with Russia's space program. USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And of course, half price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow mattress topper, a MyPillow for the rest of your body. Go to mypillow.com/radio specials. That's mypillow.com/radio specials. Use my promo code USA, or you can call 1-800-951-8175. That's 1-800-951-8175. mypillow.com/radio specials, promo code USA.
One lawmaker says free money is the answer to high gas prices.
Democratic Congressman from Connecticut, John Larson, is proposing a bill that would provide stimulus payments to Americans to offset soaring energy costs. Larson's bill would provide $100 a month per person for tax filers and dependents. It would be issued the same way as the 2020 and 2021 stimulus checks. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
President Trump's people filed a lawsuit Thursday against Hillary Clinton and several Democrats, alleging they tried to rig the 2016 election by tying his campaign to Russia. The lawsuit covers a long list of grievances in a 108-page lawsuit filed in federal court in Florida. A special counsel investigation has documented Hillary Clinton's campaign did create Russiagate. NASCAR racing is in Austin, Texas this weekend. Thanks for listening, and a TGIF to you, my friend. USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donalds was on Newsmax overnight. He's claiming Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson is not answering the questions during her confirmation hearings that must be addressed so that lawmakers will know what they need to know about how she'll serve if she's confirmed.
And if you have somebody who sits on the Supreme Court who literally cannot tell you that a woman is somebody who has an X chromosome, how are they going to rule when it comes to these matters going in front of the highest court in the land? These are serious questions. I understand the frustrations from the Republicans. And for the Democrats, this is the same party that went into yearbooks for Judge Kavanaugh, that questioned Judge Barrett's religion relentlessly. They have no problem attacking Republican nominees. We don't need to remember Clarence Thomas's confirmation, or Robert Bork, or Miguel Estrada. They have done this time and time again, but now they want to play with kid gloves. They're disingenuous to me. I don't care what their opinions are. We need to get to the bottom, get to the truth on Judge Brown Jackson's judicial philosophy. It matters for the future of America.
Russian President Vladimir Putin is trying to save his flailing ruble economy. His threat to have unfriendly countries pay for Russian natural gas exports only in rubles from now on got the cold shoulder from the European nations Thursday. Several European leaders also said during the first day of their European Union summit, making such demands would fundamentally change contracts and render them null and void. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, give the thumbs up there. Hey, welcome back. Good to have you hanging out with us. Louisville, Kentucky. Whether Facebook, YouTube, listening OvernightDriveRadio.com, TNCRadio.live. Good to have you with us as well. Thank you guys for actually Tom Kelly carrying our coverage live through the afternoon from the Mid-America Truck Show. Next up, got a message from this guy about a week ago, and I said, okay, I've got that in my email, and I've got to get a hold of Scott. I never got a hold of him, but lo and behold, he just shows up at the booth there. It's been a while since we've chatted, even longer since we've had a chance to see each other. I mean, 3 years since we've all got together here in Louisville, Kentucky. Scott Greenearth?
Scott Greenearth.
See, I get it wrong every damn time.
Okay,
Greenearth.
Yeah, just don't call me late for that. That's all. That's all that matters.
Scott, you drove truck. I mean, the years when we first met you coming down here, you were driving truck for a living.
Yeah.
At some point, you transitioned over to a position at the owner-operator Independent Drivers Association for a couple of years.
Director of Regulatory Affairs there. I had all kinds of fun with FMCSA. Loads of fun with them.
And you moved from there to...
where I'm at now.
Where you're at now. Okay. I didn't know if there was something else in between.
No.
Now, what are you? You're talking about truck parking is an issue. Now, White has been talking about that as well. They've been trying to get, they've passed this massive, infrastructure bill that's supposed to address the infrastructure needs, and all they were asking is, how about $1 billion?
Yes.
For truck parking out of what was it, a $500 billion bill or something?
Because if you don't dedicate that money, it's now competing with everything out there. And there's a lot of legit needs. I mean, Steve, you look at the bridges, oh my gosh, look at the bridge right by you that we all know about, how horrible it is. You look at any bridge in this country, especially in the Midwest, with the salt on the roads and everything, they're rusty as heck underneath there. And they need to be addressed. Now, all that's competing with truck parking. And that's just not really a good thing. So it's good to see that finally I'm seeing from the Secretary of Transportation now, he is actively encouraging people to say money from these pots can be spent on truck parking. He has been saying that very clearly, I think on a weekly basis. So I am optimistic about that. Between that and our own DOT back home in Ohio as one example, where they are well aware of it and they want to make sure they add, and this is the word all of you want to hear out there, capacity. Not just simply telling you where their space is available at or where they're filled every night. but new capacity, especially across the Interstate 70, is where they've been interested in doing that.
Has that been the route they've been taking in recent years? I mean, you putting up these electronic billboards, it'll tell you, all right, there's 7 truck parking spaces left here, but that doesn't add any more capacity.
That's true. It certainly is helpful because, Steve, you tell me, because I owned my own truck and trailer for those last 8 years I was out there on the road. And during that time, I was thinking about every move as, how much money does this bring me? I know my cost per mile. And if you tell me, Scott, you're going to have to get off the interstate onto an exit, and especially if it's one of those tiny little truck stops out there that I just hate, that brand, and you go in there, you're going to be lost for half an hour just trying to hopefully find a spot. So there is value even if the sign says there's no spots available, because you avoid getting off the road and looking for something that really doesn't exist. Mm-hmm. It's like you're looking for a unicorn in the forest that's not there, okay? And so we, of course, would much rather have those signs say, hey, we've added new capacity, and by the way, there's still 20 spots available for you at 9 o'clock at night when you're tired and you really need it.
So you've been on both sides. You've been out there driving truck for a living. I mean, when they say the drivers on average spend 30 minutes to an hour on any given evening, was that true for you when you drove?
Well, it was especially true early on. So when I first started, that's the thing. You got to remember, I think it's partly you get too many of the old cranky guys that are like, rah, they're spending money on this stuff. I don't need it. Well, okay, please remember what you were like when you started out, and you did not know everything out there yet. You didn't have all those exit numbers memorized. Yeah, I can say exit 99 in Anna, Ohio, and I know what's there. It pops in my head. That's the CV shop that I got my work done at. There's the Apple Creek restaurant there. Things like that. That's me. And a lot of my friends, because they've been driving forever. But thankfully, I'm glad to say my friends also are people who are willing to think about the new guy that are out there. Mm-hmm. They are the ones that need that. They need to be able to know where they can find the resources that they need. And they're people that really benefit from things like that, especially so. But then again, you never know. When the weather's turning really lousy, really fast, there's an accident up ahead, all of a sudden you might be pretty thrilled to see a sign that says, guess what? There's an option for you right here. And here it is.
That's kind of the reason we're talking about truck parking with Scott, is because your new position is with a company, the TSPS. Tell the folks what that's all about.
Sure, Truck Specialized Parking Services. So we do the infrastructure and put in place the hardware that accurately counts the trucks at those locations. Now, we did not do every state in the country that's done that, including our own state of Ohio. Unfortunately, I say that because they've had some problems with the system in Ohio. Unfortunately, you go with the lowest bidder, sometimes that can happen. Mm-hmm. I never would have chosen the lowest bidder to work on my truck. I never would have. I want to go with the most qualified people. So anyhow, we do that, and we've done it some of the other states in the Midwest that put in systems in. We've actually gone in and fixed one of the systems that was done in a state where they had a problem, and we got it to make sure it was accurate, because we're not going to go for anything less than that. So we do those, as well as we are working on bringing on board private sector capacity. And by that I mean secure truck parking facilities, that are off the interstate. So, we've got a facility, matter of fact, just south of you down there where 71-75 splits off or comes together, however you want to look at it, south of Cincinnati, in that area where they're going to put in a large truck parking facility. It'll be gated, so you don't have a Jason Rivenberg kind of situation. Let's put it real bluntly. We do not want that to happen. We always want to be safe, secure first. Then after that, okay, can there be a simple shower facility, not a full-blown? Because you don't need a TA Petro at every single exit on the interstate. We don't like that. That'd be really nice.
So there's a TA Petro about, 10 miles north of that or something?
Exactly,
yes.
But
I mean,
it's
that
always
lot's full.
Always
so
full.
You can be in proximity to...
Oh, dude, I know about it all the time, Steve. That was the truck stop I used most often because it was right in the middle of my runs when I was coming out of Detroit or Northwest Ohio, going down to Nashville. And I went through there all the time. That place is always full. And you know it. Unless you've reserved a spot, you're not going to get one there. So that's what we're working on as well, too. Those two sides of it. When we can, adding capacity, and admittedly those are small projects, little by little, but then also working on making sure that technology is out there to help benefit the driver to make smart decisions.
So who's backing you? I mean, how do you get funding to do what you're doing? Are you like a...
I got like $1.20 in my pocket right now. That's all it takes. I think I'm working with to put it really simply, some very good folks that they started this company back in, it got started in 2012. And we did the first project they did when I was still back at OIDA, and that's actually how I got to meet them, because they came out to talk about truck parking and their vision for what they wanted to see, a nationwide network of being able to know ahead, plan ahead, so that you can say, hey, I'm picking up a load in Detroit, I'm going down to Nashville. I know where I need to stop for the night because it took them a while to load that steel coil up there in Detroit at U.S. Steel, which I always did. And now I can say, hey, I can maximize my available hours to that point and stop there and then have a full day available the next day and keep that truck moving, keep it generating revenue. So these folks that did that, I'm working for them and with them. We're really all a team, but they're the folks that put it really simply that write the paycheck. And I'm the person that's making sure that what we do is connected to what truckers need. And so that when we go talking to people at state DOTs or at MPOs, which are the metropolitan planning organizations that do a lot of planning and direct the spending of the money at the local and regional levels, that I make sure that our voice as truckers is heard there. And I can say that I'm never going to ever say I am a trucker today because this is not being a trucker full-time, but like this past fall, I actually did hop back in the truck. A friend of mine said, hey, I got some buddies with a farm. Guy's got COVID, another guy's got COVID, another person's got a heart issue. They're desperate for some guys, and they're nice people, and that's not the problem. They just have people down. Hopped in there and hauled, I don't know how many, gazillions of tons of grain and corn up in at the Ohio-Michigan state line, basically. So that felt good to get back in the truck. I'll admit it. I fully liked it. It felt good to be throwing those gears.
So you do kind of miss it a little
Oh, I
bit.
definitely. No doubt. I do. I love traveling. I carry my bike with me. I got out there and saw the country. I got to see places, meet new people. I love that about it. I made the most of the job. It was a job. It was an adventure. Yes, actually, I was just down in Florida for like almost 2 months, unfortunately, with my parents that got ill. And I met a good friend from high school who we used to go play Frisbee golf all the time. And 3 times we went down to the course down there and played. Yeah, had a great time. We did not lose a single one, I'm proud to say. You can tell how good my skills are, right, Steve?
It's a good day when you don't lose a disc.
Exactly. That's a high level of success. We did not lose a disc.
Oh, boy.
I might have used a really bright pink one, maybe. Maybe because I didn't want to lose it.
So I have been seeing some varying headlines, that there are more states, a few here and there that are really beginning to recognize the issue of the truck parking and the lack thereof. And you were telling me about Ohio just issued, a statement, or what are they saying?
So go back to about a year ago, roughly, I found out that Ohio was working on a freight plan. And so we're talking every mode of freight, barges along the Ohio River, planes taking off from the old Rickenbacker Airport, down there, the freight planes there, trains, automobiles, and of course, what we all care about here, trucks. And so they were looking at that plan on the big scale, like years out, what needs to be done, what needs to be addressed, what are the needs. And so I'm glad to say that I was able to get together friends of mine who are still active truckers every day out there hauling the load, got them to give feedback to the people that were developing this plan, and I'm extremely glad to say that was reflected in it. And so when you look at this plan that they just put out in its draft form, and as you said, they want feedback on this from truckers, that it addresses truck parking very clearly. You can tell they really listen, and they realize how huge the impact is when you don't provide adequate truck parking, when you have people parking illegally in quote-unquote unauthorized parking locations, whether that's a ramp of the shoulder of a ramp.
Right.
You see that all the time.
You see them. It kind of boggles my mind how drivers are willing to put it on the exit end where you're going to be hitting 60 mile an hour versus the other end.
The get-on ramp is a much better choice when you've got a lousy choice.
And what do they say? That, I don't know if there's going to be anything on the other side, so I'm just going to park it here. Is that their mentality?
It's always, that's what it's all about, Steve. In my International 9200i that I had for 8 years and operated, I could not get it from the factory or aftermarket a crystal ball installed on that truck. Okay? Have you ever seen one?
No, I haven't seen one.
You need a crystal ball sponsor for your program, all right?
Yeah.
Steve Sommers crystal balls for your truck. It'll let you know whatever's coming down the road. What's the good load to haul, whatever. What's the weather going to be like tomorrow? But anyhow, without that, it is. It's a guessing game. And then once you've got enough experience out there, like I referred to earlier, then you've got the intuition in you. Then you can say, all right, I know that exit there is going to be packed full, but if I go down to the next one, there's going to be spots.
Okay.
So, but back to your point, Steve, that's what they're talking about, is saying we want to make sure that we plan accordingly for truck parking so that we don't get people parking where it's dangerous to them or other roadway users or even locals. I had a guy who worked for Arkansas DOT come up to me and say, Scott, man, I totally get truckers are important. I love what they do out there every day, and I'm glad to plan roads for them. But man, why is this one person doing this? And what he had happened is, by the way, he's extremely not as tall as me. He's definitely shorter in stature, and so that didn't help. But a guy would always park his truck that would block the view of the intersection. So, I mean, that's dangerous, because now this guy could have been pulling out, trying to look around the corner, and he can't. So they realize in this study, they've got things down to that level. So get to the bottom line, Steve, is this form of this report for what the priorities should be for the Ohio Department of Transportation for years to come. So they are looking forward to getting feedback from truckers. So I'd be glad to shoot you a copy of that link, and you can share it on social media and just direct people to it and say, hey, and go ahead and look in there. And here you go, folks. Here's a trick. When you look at this, it's going to be a big document. No surprise, all right? A lot of thought went into it. It's planes, trains, automobiles, barges. Control F is your friend. Hit Control and F, then enter in a word you want to search for, in this case, truck parking, and it'll bring you to every time truck parking is mentioned in a document. You can use that in any kind of document, anytime you want, whatever you want to search for. And that'll take you right to the sections where they talk about truck parking, and then you can go ahead and give your feedback and say, yeah, this looks good, or I totally disagree. I don't want you to spend my money that way.
I had no idea about Control F. That's a new one to me.
I was the director of regulatory affairs, reviewing documents that were 100 pages long sometimes. I mean, you need to go to the sections that are important to read first, and then go back, okay, the rest of it, find the rest of it, and make sure you do everything right. But yes, Control F.
So as far as TSPS goes, I mean, the truck parking services, I mean, is that the kind of thing people can contact? Would they want to contact you about anything?
Really simply, Steve, we've got something really big coming up. Partnerships we're working on that would open up truck parking in areas that you currently don't have access to. And I got to leave it really general like that, because we've got non-disclosure agreements with the people we're working with. And so I'd be glad to get back to tell you about that. But again, what we're doing day to day is, like I mentioned, working on getting the accurate information out there and just making sure that nobody has to call anybody and complain. Make sure it's accurate information on those signs or on the websites, so you can look up that information ahead of time. And here you go. I can put this very generically. And we want that information to be available seamlessly nationwide. Because as you can imagine, here we are in Kentucky. If you go through the tri-state area, it is called the tri-state for a region. You go through 3 different state DOT jurisdictions. You don't want to have to go to the Kentucky Transportation Cabinet website, then the Indiana Department of Transportation, and then the Ohio DOT. You want to be able to just know, hey, where can I find truck parking info accurately? So that's the kind of thing we're working toward here with this.
And most of those apps and whatnot, don't they rely on like user input for someone?
There are 2 categories. You're right, Steve. Socially sourced information. Yeah, well, just to keep them in the broad categories and not worry about mentioning specific names. So you've got crowdsourcing. There you go. That's what I'm looking for. Where it is, somebody's leaning over. Hopefully, they're at least leaning forward in their seat of the truck and going, there's 5 spots left. All right. They're not getting their butt out of the seat for you. Sorry. They really don't care that much. All right. Then the other part is, the part we deal with is using sensors either installed in the pavement or overhead on utility poles during the site that get a view of it, and they tell you exactly how many vehicles are in there down to the exact number. And so that's the part we deal with, because yes, the crowdsourcing. So
obviously, what you're dealing with is going to be more accurate, because if someone doesn't share, and there's no way it's up to date.
You're not going to get out of your truck when it's 33 degrees and halfway sleeting, snowing, and count the trucks for the next people out there. And I can't blame anybody for that. So we wanted to make sure it's accurate. And if it isn't accurate, we've got a problem. And that's what we've been called in to fix those systems where they didn't get it right. And we've developed new types of technology that are, I'll put it really simply, they don't get installed in the pavement and get driven over by 80,000 pound plus vehicles. And they don't get fooled by rain and snowflakes falling in from the sky, which some of the other older technology does. So ours can see through any kind of weather, snow, sleet, hail, smoke, fog, anything like that, and count very accurately.
Pretty cool.
Yes.
All right. Well, it's good to see you, man, once again, after all these years. And
things have happened. Yes.
How many years you been coming down here, Scott? I'm sure you got to think back.
Boy. I want to say easily 15. Easily 15. But I honestly don't know exactly what the first one would have been. But it was definitely when I was still driving for a private fleet, because I remember
And you
I was
weren't killed.
bugging them. Yes.
That's what everybody remembers.
Yes.
You know, the
Maybe tomorrow I'll have the
meeting
kilt
that
on.
7 foot tall guy with a with a
Yes.
kilt. You know,
Yeah.
it's like, who's going to make fun of that?
Nobody
He'll
has.
pick up a tree and kill you.
Exactly. Yes. Well, I'll do it politely, though. I'm a nice guy, though. I'll do it politely at least.
It's funny. All right, great. Thank you much, Scott. I'm going to get a quick 2-minute timeout. We're rolling to our news update, top of the hour, just around the corner. But back with more live from Louisville, Kentucky, the Mid-America Truck Show on the Overnight Drive.
Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. A couple minutes, we'll hit news update, top of the hour. And what do we got? Coming up, we'll come back with... Oh, there you go! Big Moose to the rescue. You're just knocking crap all over the place. Go ahead, just tear the joint up, Moose. What the hell? Let's see. Had Valerie checking in earlier via Facebook. Valerie said my niece was 15 when she started a veterans Christmas dinner, and we've had over 400 veterans as guests, I guess, over the years, right? How about that? Yeah, there's Daniel. All right, Daniel, good to have you on board. Great to see you back from the Mid-America Truck Show. I always enjoyed those shows. It's actually our first time here in 3 years, but yeah, good to be back in Louisville. You scroll on down a bit. There's Jacob on board this afternoon. Norman, our friend from Kansas, says Moose is a star. Oh, man. He said, let me get my wallet out. How much you want me to pay? I'd pay you to say that. Just something like 007 checking in from US 34 East in Missouri this afternoon. Let's see. Daddy and Papa of 3. Has Justin from Just Truckin' been by? It's not ringing a bell. Just Truckin'. We've met a lot of people, and a lot of them are coming by, and I don't even get to meet them because I'm talking to others here on the air. So there's Sean. I got another truck show coming up in Houston, Texas. Okay. John Ferguson, howdy y'all. On my home time in Dayton, Ohio, I'm going to schedule better around next year's event. I'd love to make it in. God bless and say no to snow. I think they're actually talking about possibility of a bit more snow coming up this weekend. Yes, we're not done with the winter stuff yet. And if I get a chance to get some of the travelers, where they're also talking about another potential tornado outbreak there in the south. I was looking at AccuWeather a bit ago, looking at the map that's depicting a large portion of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, all of Arkansas, southern Iowa, and on up into even Kansas, much of Oklahoma. They're looking at a time frame Tuesday into Wednesday of next week. We're coming right off the heels of last week's big-time tornado outbreak. All right, we'll return after our news update, top of the hour. It would be the midnight hour on the West Coast, but it's high noon West Coast time on a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
The Department of Justice charged 4 Russian government employees Thursday for their part in 2 historical hacking campaigns targeting the global energy sector in 135 countries between 2012 and 2018. The cyber attacks came from Russia's Federal Security Service against the energy sector conglomerates. So says Deputy Attorney General Lisa O. Monaco in a statement. She continues, Russia state-sponsored hackers pose a serious and persistent threat to critical infrastructure, both in the United States and around the world. President Biden, after meeting with NATO allies Thursday, said if Russia were to use chemical weapons in Ukraine, it would trigger a response from NATO.
We would respond. We would respond if he uses it. The nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use.
The European Space Agency has confirmed that it's indefinitely suspending its ExoMars rover mission with Russia's space program. USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And, of course, half-price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow mattress topper, a MyPillow for the rest of your body. Go to mypillow.com/radio specials. That's mypillow.com/radio specials. Use my promo code USA, or you can call 1-800-951-8175. That's 1-800-951-8175. mypillow.com/radio specials, promo code USA.
One lawmaker says free money is the answer to high gas prices.
Democratic Congressman from Connecticut, John Larson, is proposing a bill that would provide stimulus payments to Americans to offset soaring energy costs. Larson's bill would provide $100 a month per person for tax filers and dependents. It would be issued the same way as the 2020 and 2021 stimulus checks. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
President Trump's people filed a lawsuit Thursday against Hillary Clinton and several Democrats, alleging they tried to rig the 2016 election by tying his campaign to Russia. The lawsuit covers a long list of grievances in a 108-page lawsuit filed in federal court in Florida. A special counsel investigation has documented Hillary Clinton's campaign did create Russiagate. NASCAR racing is in Austin, Texas this weekend. Thanks for listening, and a TGIF to you, my friend. USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donalds was on Newsmax overnight. He's claiming Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson is not answering the questions during her confirmation hearings that must be addressed so that lawmakers will know what they need to know about how she'll serve if she's confirmed.
And if you have somebody who sits on the Supreme Court who literally cannot tell you that a woman is somebody who has an X chromosome, how are they going to rule when it comes to these matters going in front of the highest court in the land? These are serious questions. I understand the frustrations from the Republicans. And for the Democrats, this is the same party that went into yearbooks for Judge Kavanaugh, that questioned Judge Barron's religion relentlessly. They have no problem attacking Republican nominees. We don't need to remember Clarence Thomas's confirmation, or Robert Bork, or Miguel Estrada. They have done this time and time again, but now they want to play with kid gloves. They're disingenuous to me. I don't care what their opinions are. We need to get to the bottom, get to the truth on Judge Brown Jackson's judicial philosophy. It matters for the future of America.
Russian President Vladimir Putin is trying to save his flailing ruble economy. His threat to have unfriendly countries pay for Russian natural gas exports only in rubles from now on got the cold shoulder from the European nations Thursday. Several European leaders also said during the first day of their European Union summit, making such demands would fundamentally change contracts and render them null and void. Lance Pride, USA Radio News.
Thank you, Lance Pride. Hey, look what time it is. Look what time it is. We wrap things up news-wise, 3:07 Eastern Time. It is the midnight hour. Oh, I'm sorry. We're doing the daytime thing. It's high noon. High noon. Big Moose. That means he must really be pissed.
Yeah, I am. It's noontime already.
It's noontime already.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us. Now we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Are you with me, Big Ed? Break 19 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Take a tour of their decks and clean clear the flag down their road. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
It don't get a whole lot better than a live performance, does it?
Well, it's definitely different. And what a lot of people on this radio don't understand, 5 feet out of this box, they can't understand nothing I'm saying, and I can't understand nothing they're saying, but they're all looking at us like they're hearing every word.
What do you mean they couldn't hear? You sounded great in the headphones.
Oh, yeah, man, the headphones are killer. I wish we had a pair of them or two out there where we could hear what's going on, but we've been standing out there for the last 2 hours just ad-libbing. We've been trying to lip read, and for a while there, it sounded like you guys was reciting in Agata Davida or something. My lip reading skills ain't
Had no idea what we're talking about, right?
No idea, man. I'm going to clear out and let you guys get back to it. I had a wonderful time. Appreciate the invite. Appreciate Chris and Kyle and all these guys, and we'll look forward to doing it again sometime.
I mean, I thought you were going to do some tunes, but I guess you went out there with Monkey Gouger yesterday, and you got me all these interviews lined up.
Yeah,
so
that's what they said.
I got people to talk to.
Yeah, we booked ourselves right out of a job, but you know what? That's a good thing, because we out here trying to promote for the man, and I think we've done pretty good. So we got a lot of interesting people coming in here, and it should be make for some pretty good programming.
Go. All right, Moose,
fellas.
thank you much.
Thanks again.
And that song is now stuck in everybody. That's an earworm, right? An earworm?
That's right.
It really makes that Detroit come alive. All right, let's see here. I believe, there's that background music. I think we've got let's see. Next guest coming up, is it Spielman? Who we got next? Is Spielman supposed to be first, or? So we're going to get the American Truck Historical Society on next. Come on in, brother. Come on in. You know, we're live. Yeah. Thanks again to Monkey Gouger and Big Moose and Hillbilly Tex. I mean, Moose said that those guys walked his derriere off yesterday all around this venue, kind of like, lining up interviews with different folks. And I believe this is one of those that they were able to line up for us. And let's see here. American Truck Historical Society, that's on the badge. I see Mark, is it Schroyer? Mark Schroyer?
That's correct.
Got to get real close to the microphone. These things are, you got to be almost eating the darn thing for them to hear you. But, all right, tell me a little bit, who got you lined up? Was that the Carolina Monkey Gouger, or who was it?
I just stopped by here and talked to somebody here, and they asked me if I'd be on.
Said you want to chat with Steve, talk to some of the listeners out there, talk about truck radio, and
yeah, and talk about our society, and the old trucks, the antique trucks, that we live for, and it's a lot of fun, and the amount of people you meet there, and we're all about preserving the history of the trucking industry, the pioneers of the industry, the drivers, and the trucking companies, from over the years, and all the history behind the trucking industry, is what we're all about.
So there was a time years ago I used to get was it a monthly magazine or like a little high glossy thing about it had beautiful trucks on it. And what, you still doing that publication or not?
We are. We put out 6 magazines a year, every other.
So bi-monthly, okay, yeah.
Bi-monthly, and then every year we have a convention, and at that convention we photograph each picture, and we put out a magazine. We call it our Showtime, which has every magazine or every picture of every truck that comes through the gate there, that's at our convention. And typically at our conventions, we get 1,000 to 1,400 trucks there, so it takes a really big area. This year here we'll be at Illinois State Fairground in Springfield, Illinois, June 9th, 10th, and 11th, so if you're in the area, come out. We'd love to have you, and see what we're all about there, and look at the really cool old trucks.
The old stuff, and some of this is a top-notch recondition. Some of them are in like what the shape would actually be, right? It's an old truck. It may be a little bit rusty, and they show them. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Some people, they don't like the new, shiny, real fancy look, so they'll show their truck just as it is, and that's what they like, and that's what we like, to have people, whatever they want to do with it, whatever they want to bring. If they want to spend, $100,000 or $200,000 restoring it, or if they just bring it, it's everyday clothes, that's what we're all about, just being able to show what everybody has, so it's a lot of fun.
So if you're saying a 3-day event, so I mean, obviously you got a lot of vehicles. Is it more like is it carnival-like atmosphere? You have food trucks and vending and stuff like that? What all happens at the convention?
Absolutely. At the convention, there's many things goes on at our convention. We have seminars every day that you can go participate in. Typically, we'll have somebody like a spokesperson for Cummins, they'll put on a presentation, or maybe somebody from Bendix Brakes, put on a brake seminar, or somebody from a paint company put on a paint seminar. A few years ago, we had Lyle Cummins there. Lyle was the grandson of Clessy Cummins, who, or was it his son? He was actually one of the people that invented the Jake brake. We had him as a speaker when we was out on the West Coast out there, because that's where he lives, out on the West Coast. And, just so many different type of things like that. And there'll be food vendors there, you can grab a bite to eat, and then we have trucks all day long that you can go see. And then we'll have a banquet on Friday night, so people will come to our banquet. And usually we have quite a few people that will get achievement awards, like 50-year achievement awards, or 50 or 75-year company awards, 100-year company awards. We've been given several 100-year company awards away the last few years. There's been a lot of companies in business for over 100 years, so that's what we're all about, you know. And it's just really interesting, you know. As I came on the board, it's been about 20 years ago. My father was on the board there, and I kind of went along with him for a while, and then ended up coming on the board, and I've worked my way up through the ranks, you know, and I said as a current president right now, you know, and my term will be up after our convention this year, and then a fellow out of Texas will come on board, you know, as the president next, Marty Glom, you know. So it's quite a rewarding experience just to see how everything works and follow it as it goes along. And we try to keep our conventions scheduled out, you know, several years, you know, because this year we'll be in Springfield, Illinois. Next year we'll be out in Reno, Nevada. And then after that we'll go to York, Pennsylvania. And the year after that we'll go to Madison, Wisconsin. So it takes a lot to schedule all this stuff and put it all together, to coordinate everything, you know, to get our vendors and everybody into place for it, you know. So it's quite an undertaking to put on.
So what makes it what's the category of making it a historical truck? 20 years old, 30 years old, 50 years old? Well,
every state's different, you know. So some states are 20 years old. In Ohio, it's 25 years old. A lot of states are 25, but we don't turn anybody away. Anybody wants to bring a truck and show it, you know, we let them bring it and show it, you know. And I've always said that we can kind of tell that the age of people, you know, the trucks that they can relate to when they first started driving is usually what they like to collect their, you know. So the really old wood cab trucks, you know, we still have several of them come to the convention, but not as near as many as we used to, just because all them people that can relate to all that, you know, has passed on, you know. But there's still a lot of people that still collect them and save them. In fact, we got some in our collection, you know, and it's just pretty neat to see them, really.
So if folks want to learn more about the American Truck Historical Society, got a website, or, you know, if you become a member, do you get the subscription to your magazine by being a member?
Yeah, if membership's $52 a year, and if you go to www.aths.com, you can find our website and go on there and go through it and then subscribe to it, you know. And it's a very worthwhile organization. You don't have to own an old truck. You just have to have the interest in old trucks or the history of trucks. We got guys that collect literature, you know, from truck sales, or we have some guys that collect little die-cast toy trucks, or we have guys collect a little bit of everything, you know, related to trucking. You know, it's not just you got to own a truck or anything like that. You know, you don't have to own anything, you know, just have the interest in it, you know, and just read the articles in our magazine every other month is just amazing to read some of that, you know, what some of the people had to go through back in the day, you know, driving cross country or whatever.
So back in Louisville for the first time in like 3 years. Where you guys at? You North Wing, West Wing, South Wing? Big place, huh?
Actually, they contact us. They have for several years now, and we'll bring trucks in and fill in spots that you know, that they don't have sold, you know. So we've got trucks up in the South Wing. We got trucks in the North Wing, kind of scattered about. And you know, right now I think this year we had 36 people signed up to bring trucks. So we got several old trucks scattered around the show here, you know. So you're going to see them someplace around, you know, and it's pretty neat. You know, we got one guy that's got a Louisville Ford that was built right here in Louisville, at the plant here in Louisville, you know, which is to me, it's kind of neat just to see the local truck here. So
that's cool. All right. Well, I thank you for stopping by to chat with us. Tell us a little more about the American Truck Historical Society and aths.org, is it?
Yes.
O-R-G?
Yes.
aths.org.
Yep.
All right. Well, enjoy the rest of the Mid-America Truck Show.
Okay, and thank you very much.
All right. We'll be back in just a moment. I think we got Tom Spielman coming up next On Spot. We'll learn what it is right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Okay, just like that, playing Shuffle the Seats, the Magic Shuffle. We go from the American Truck Historical Society to... Hey, there's a guy I recognize and saying, I knew I recognized you from somewhere when you came by this past day. And said, yeah, I recognize the name, but I can't remember. What company were you with? Was that back when Squirrel was our sales guy, or how far back do you go?
In 16, maybe 17, when we did the lubrifiner filter.
Lubrifiner, yep, yeah, I remember that well. Yeah. Was that the bypass thing, or
we were doing it back then? Well, yeah, you're right. That's how lubrifiner got its claim to fame with the big bypass oil filter. However, back then we were advertising the cabin air filter that we were trying to promote.
Okay, yeah, that's been a few years ago.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
What you got a new gig, and it's trucking related still.
Absolutely, always trucking. Hey, Steve, I tried to get out many, many times, but as I tell all my friends and peers, it's just like being in the mafia. Once you're in, you can't get out. And I've tried to get out.
So what are we doing? On Spot? Is that the name of the company? On Spot.
Automatic tire chain system. It's a really cool product. It's a tire chain system that's automatic, that is activated from inside the cab. No more getting out and slinging chains, getting them untangled, trying to get them around the tire correctly, get them adjusted correctly. It's just a system that slings the chain under the tire and gives you traction from the get-go. You don't have to do anything special. It's air activated from your cab. You use your onboard air. It's air activated. It's air on. It's spring off. There's no other mechanics to it. The tire drives it, so there's no other, not a motor running it. It's a really cool system. A lot of guys here have seen it. A lot of guys have them, but they weren't really sure how to get them, where to buy them, and how to use them. So hopefully you and I can talk about that a little bit today, and where to get them, how to use them.
So I guess let's start with you say it's driven by like the axle, the rotation of the tire, or what?
The rotation of the tire.
Okay.
So what happens is there's a wheel that is bolted to the suspension. The system is bolted to the suspension of the tractor, and when you engage it, an arm swings down, and the wheel of the on-spot tire chain contacts the tire and slings the chain with centrifugal force.
So kind of like taking a mop handle and twisting it back and forth. It's going to sling out.
Very, very similar. But you got it. You got the concept.
So it's going to swing the chains on a rotating device.
On a disc.
Okay.
Right, on a disc. And it slings under the tire, and then now it makes its own road, right? It's like making its own road. So it's really cool. The chains are directional. They're a twisted chain. It's a square chain. It's directional. So the chain, when it's slinging out, it's going to always want to rotate out. It's not going to ball up or try to come back. It's always going to sling out. It's really cool. If you stop by our booth, you can see it in action.
Really?
We have a model that's a working model. You can turn the switch off and on. You can see it in action. So
you got some snow back in the booth?
Please, no more snow.
Oh my!
Even though I sell snow products, you know what? winter, I'm done with winter.
Yeah, it looks like that is actually some snow is in the forecast. You know, we're not done with winter yet. Not here in Ohio, I don't think. Maybe a few flurries they're talking about, but they are looking at some snow out west. They're not done yet.
No.
So, all right. So, where to get them? I mean, is this like do you have retail outlets or is it an online
Correct.
thing? Or
We do not sell online. We do not sell direct. We sell through our distributor dealer network. So you call the 800 number, and we'll get you in contact with one of our dealer distributors. It's a very simple system. They'll give you a quote and a price. It's some very specific details we need to know because our system is vehicle suspension specific. It's not a will fit kit. It is tailored just to that vehicle. So again, it's an easy system and it's easy to install, but there's some very specific measurements we need to make it work for your vehicle.
Okay.
And we have dealers all across the country. The other question that comes up a lot is, are they legal? Are they legal in the United States? Well, we have chain laws all over. Every state, every locale has chain
I mean, they
laws.
got those local checkpoints. I mean, you maximum chains required. What's that stand for?
Maximum chains. So there's a minimum and a maximum. And as I said this many times, and you know this, we're talking to all of our peers and friends out here. What's the optimal word here? Officer's discretion.
Okay.
Officer's discretion. So 9 times out of 10, the officer sees you with automatic chains. He sees the sticker on the side of the tractor, and it says automatic chains on board. He's gonna let you go because he knows that you know what you're doing. You know, so that's one thing. Now, again, going back to the legality of it, they are legal in all 50 states of the United States. Most of the states have a time of the year they're not allowed to have them, or you're allowed to have them, and most of the states all have verbiage that says safety and emergency. So, does this constitute safety? Absolutely, right? And an emergency, could you get over Donner, get through Donner,
right.
Go over 80-90, go through 70 to Denver. You got to have them, right? It's an emergency. It's safety. So that's the caveat that we always go to, is that it's a safety emergency piece that you got to have. And if they weren't legal, why are they on school buses? Why are they on ambulances? Why are they on fire trucks? So they're all over. It's just this mindset that they'd say right away that someone said, "Oh, they're not legal." Oh, yes, they are. You just got to read the fine print.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So what am I looking at being set back? I'm guessing this is just geared toward the owner-operator kind of thing, or you try to fleets?
Anyone, fleets, owner-operator, you name it, we'll go there. We'll help get you in contact with the right distributor dealer. So you're talking the financial consequence here. So what I'm going to say today is that retail cost for one axle, that was one set per wheel, so you'd have 2 on on a tractor. You're looking at $3,000 retail. That's without labor. That's probably a little on the high side, but I'd much rather estimate a little on the high than be down low. So, but that's what you're looking at.
It's all more about the convenience? Because I know I talk to drivers and say, "Man, I had to sling chains, and I hate slinging chains."
Better believe it's all about the convenience. And the other part too is, again, when you use manual chains, and I'm not being negative or derogatory, there is a finesse to putting manual chains on. There is a way to do it, and they've got to be tight. They have got to be tight. And most, I don't want to say again, be derogatory, but most times people drive with them on too long. Leave them on way too long, and you don't need to be driving them out on dry pavement. With the on-spot system, you're only going to use it when you need it.
So you're going to literally flip a switch, and the chains are going to deploy, then you flip a switch and they're going to retract kind of thing?
Correct.
Interesting.
Yep. And we have, California DOT did a test on the longevity, how long they will run continuous, 2,500 miles.
Really?
Right. So
that's pretty impressive.
That is impressive. Now, you'll never put 2,500 miles on a set of chains. I don't think you'd ever do that. But that was continuous running into 2,500 miles. So.
Is it true that, I mean, for those, especially those that drive out west a lot in the winter months, all right, you're going over a pass, right? You're in the snow, then you're coming down, you're out of the snow again, right? So you're supposed to stop and take the damn chains off.
Correct.
Then the next thing you know, you may have to go over the next pass, and you got to
put them, stop, put
you
them
got to
back
do
on.
it again.
Right, right.
So you're saying some guys actually may try to leave them on because they know there's another, and
Right.
they're not supposed to do that.
Not supposed to do that. Not supposed to do that. Well, two reasons. The government don't want you doing it.
Right.
And the other reason is when they fly the part, because they're gonna wear out faster on a dry pavement than they are on the snow and the ice, right? And you're gonna go drive faster. So there's a lot of reasons to take them off.
So let's see. You're sitting on a Bostrom seat, and Bostrom and National Seating, these guys, they kind of operate the same way you do. They used to come down here and set up a booth, big booth every year. And Mike Brunetti, he's the guy that worked out. We're giving these seats away from this booth here tomorrow afternoon. But he said we couldn't sell the seats at the show. We could show them to people.
Right.
We have to sell through our network.
Correct.
So he's just down here this year working with the various
Right.
dealer network to showcase the product. So you're kind of in that same category.
In that same category, we rely a lot on shows and for end user pull through. Obviously, in the fire department world and the emergency world, it's almost a given that it's going to be on there because they see it so much and they use them so much. But in our trucking world, the guys don't see it. And I'm really, something I found coming on board with OnSpot is that there's not a lot of notoriety out there. A lot of folks haven't seen them, don't know how they're used. They saw them hanging down underneath a fire truck or a school bus, but they've never seen them in
action, right,
in our world, and it's gaining some popularity, especially out west. But around here, north of the Mason-Dixon line, it's still not. It's still like a novelty, and people think that it's not a novelty. It really does work. It really works.
So you're here at the Mid-America Truck Show. We've got till 6 o'clock tonight. Then be here tomorrow from 9 a.m. till 4 p.m. I believe the show closes tomorrow.
Correct.
Where can folks find you and maybe get a demonstration, see how these things work?
Main entrance, aisle 30,000. You can't miss us. Come in right in the south wing door. Can't miss
Main
us.
entrance, aisle 30,000.
It
Okay, and then
30,000.
what am I thinking? Oh yeah, so if they come by, you show them how it all works and whatnot. What you lead them? You say what part of the country you live in, or that thing. You tell them, all right, get a hold of John's service
Correct.
or whatever,
Correct.
that kind of thing.
Right. We'll find a dealer for them, dealer distributor for them, and we'll get them hooked up.
All right, pretty cool.
Yeah.
All
I'll
right.
find a booth to see it.
Yeah. Well, I'm stuck here until 5 o'clock. But
You're like me,
yeah.
get out. I got out
Yeah.
for 15 minutes.
Yeah, a little escape, right. All right, what about website, whatnot for people? I'm sure you got a website,
Yeah, we
probably got some
website.
videos that would demonstrate how they work.
www.onspot.com. We're on YouTube. You can see us on YouTube. You can see the videos on the website. Call the 800 number, and we can get you hooked up right now.
So you said it's OnSpot,
ONSPOT.
OnSpot.com.
Right. A little bit of history about this. I'm sure people want to know how it got here, where it came from. Believe it or not, Steve, this system was patented in 1917.
Really?
Really. It was a concept back then. It came from Europe, and obviously back then they didn't have the technology to vulcanize rubber and to metal and all that kind of stuff. But it was a concept back then. Came over here in the late 70s. A couple guys saw it, brought it over here. They probably saw it at a truck show in Europe. Brought it over here, kind of caught on. And as it gained more popularity, they decided to start making the parts and pieces here. And it's made right here in North Vernon, Indiana, good old USA, about an hour and 15 minutes up the street on I-65 in North Vernon, Indiana. Manufacturing, distribution's right there. 90% of our product is U.S. sourced. We bend, cut, drill all of the bracketry and all those components, and the rest of the components are sourced here in the U.S.
And that's important to a lot of people in this day and age.
You better believe it.
Yeah, since it's sourced from the U.S., you're probably not having nearly the difficulty with getting raw materials and whatnot as you do if you were relying on other countries.
We
right?
had that issue about 6 months ago with the chain. It chains itself. And our plant manager said, you know what? Rather than having to wait and had to buy a whole container a chain, and we don't know where it is on the water. We know it's shipped, it's just sitting out there in the water on the boat, and it's, when it's going to get here. Yeah, it's going to cost us a little more to go U.S., but guess what? I don't have to inventory as much. So it's a trade-off. Yeah, we're paying for a little bit more for it, but now we don't have to inventory as much. So
good deal.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it's good to see you again, man. It's been
hey, congratulations on a little bit over a year now you've been on.
Yep, January 11th of 2021. That was our first show.
And I'm so happy for you. I'm happy. I'm glad you're back. I think everyone's glad you're back.
Yeah.
It's good to see you again.
I don't know if anybody's happier than me, 'cause I got a job,
Hey, I felt the same way not too long ago. I'm a year with these guys.
Okay. All right. Well, it's all right. OvernightDriveRadio.com. What do we got? We'll get a news break in here, come back. I believe Rambler's going to be checking in. How about that? God bless the Rambler. Back after this, live from Louisville at celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Mid-America Truck Show. It's the Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
The Department of Justice charged 4 Russian government employees Thursday for their part in 2 historical hacking campaigns targeting the global energy sector in 135 countries between 2012 and 2018. The cyber attacks came from Russia's Federal Security Service against the energy sector conglomerates. So says Deputy Attorney General Lisa O. Monaco in a statement. She continues, Russia state-sponsored hackers pose a serious and persistent threat to critical infrastructure, both in the United States and around the world. President Biden, after meeting with NATO allies Thursday, said if Russia were to use chemical weapons in Ukraine, it would trigger a response from NATO.
We would respond. We would respond if he uses it. The nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use.
The European Space Agency has confirmed that it's indefinitely suspending its ExoMars rover mission with Russia's space program. USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And of course, half price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow mattress topper, a MyPillow for the rest of your body. Go to mypillow.com/radio specials. That's mypillow.com/radio specials. Use my promo code USA, or you can call 1-800-951-8175. That's 1-800-951-8175. mypillow.com/radio specials, promo code USA.
One lawmaker says free money is the answer to high gas prices.
Democratic Congressman from Connecticut, John Larson, is proposing a bill that would provide stimulus payments to Americans to offset soaring energy costs. Larson's bill would provide $100 a month per person for tax filers and dependents. It would be issued the same way as the 2020 and 2021 stimulus checks. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
President Trump's people filed a lawsuit Thursday against Hillary Clinton and several Democrats, alleging they tried to rig the 2016 election by tying his campaign to Russia. The lawsuit covers a long list of grievances in a 108-page lawsuit filed in federal court in Florida. A special counsel investigation has documented Hillary Clinton's campaign did create Russiagate. NASCAR racing is in Austin, Texas this weekend. Thanks for listening, and a TGIF to you, my friend. USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donalds was on Newsmax overnight. He's claiming Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson is not answering the questions during her confirmation hearings that must be addressed so that lawmakers will know what they need to know about how she'll serve if she's confirmed.
And if you have somebody who sits on the Supreme Court who literally cannot tell you that a woman is somebody who has an X chromosome, how are they going to rule when it comes to these matters going in front of the highest court in the land? These are serious questions. I understand the frustrations from the Republicans. And for the Democrats, this is the same party that went into yearbooks for Judge Kavanaugh, that questioned Judge Barron's religion relentlessly. They have no problem attacking Republican nominees. We don't need to remember Clarence Thomas's confirmation, or Robert Bork, or Miguel Estrada. They have done this time and time again, but now they want to play with kid gloves. They're disingenuous to me. I don't care what their opinions are. We need to get to the bottom, get to the truth on Judge Brown Jackson's judicial philosophy. It matters for the future of America.
Russian President Vladimir Putin is trying to save his flailing ruble economy. His threat to have unfriendly countries pay for Russian natural gas exports only in rubles from now on got the cold shoulder from the European nations Thursday. Several European leaders also said during the first day of their European Union summit, making such demands would fundamentally change contracts and render them null and void. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, cue the microphone. Look who's in the studio. Boy, welcome to my secret bunker.
This one's not very secret, though.
Hey, Kyle, what's going on?
What's up, Steve? Brought a friend.
How's things going today? Been busy over there?
Busy, very busy. I thought yesterday was pretty good, but man, this is packed today.
And it's not even Saturday yet, which is normally the busiest of days.
And I'll tell you, judging by the product in the booth, we had about 6 stacks high all the way around of cases, and we're down past half. So we might go home with an empty trailer, which I'd love for that.
That's the ultimate goal,
every
right?
Bottle here, I'll be happy.
That would probably make Chris happy, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
And you too. I mean,
Me too.
You're the one that's talking to the princes. I mean, this is off topic, but I mean, I said, well, when we wrap things up, I mean, we got to help Kyle take the booth down and everything.
Oh,
no. It took you 4 days to put all this stuff up.
Anybody who works in events knows it takes 4 days to set up. It takes about 20 seconds to tear down.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. My old booth, that's about all it took, because we had a banner behind us, and out the door you go.
Yep.
Yeah, all right. So who'd you bring over here? We're going to talk some drag racing, some diesel drag racing.
So I got a text just a little bit ago saying, "Hey Kyle, are you at the match show?" And none other than my good friend Michael Dalton from RLC Motorsports. You guys have heard me call in and talk about Michael before. He runs in our Outlaw Diesel Super Series diesel drag racing class and the Hot Shot Secret Pro Street class. So he's got a Pro Street truck. He's from RLC Motorsports, and he's a bad man. So welcome, Michael. I appreciate you jumping on.
Thank you all for having me. So today we're going to talk about some drag racing and what it's like to go drag racing in our world. Or
you name it. I think, especially from Steve's angle, he always gets interested. We had a bracket racer call in once, and he's like, discuss exactly what bracket racing is around a tree.
Yeah.
With this is what they always see on our videos that we show on Hot Shot Secret and everything. These are the big boys that are moving pretty darn fast. So first of all, tell us about the truck and how fast it goes, because this isn't your normal the bracket racing, or this is some serious stuff done with your normal engines that we see out there on extreme platforms. So tell us about the RLC Motorsports truck.
How about, I'll start here. Walking around the show, I've noticed a lot of beautiful trucks out there, and I think they're making some horsepower.
They are.
Talking to these guys, it sounds like the Cat C15, The Cat C18 are very popular engines to make horsepower with. And for you gearheads that are listening, you're running with 15 liters. The engine in my race truck is 6.4 liters.
Right.
Industrial injection builds it. So a C15, from what I gather talking to the guys, they're making 12 to 1,500 horsepower with 15 liters. With 6.4 liters, we're making 2,200 horsepower.
Wow.
So, you know, a little bit different there, but still impressive. The torque, obviously, that the guys in the big trucks are making is crazy compared to us. But we're taking a 4,500-pound truck and 6.4-liter engine, weighs, well, it's 4,500 pounds, 6.4, 2,200 horse. We're running 515 in the eighth at about 146 mile an hour.
That is moving. That is moving. And that's not, you know, our audience knows the Hot Shot Secret S10 Fire Punk diesel one. That's in a Pro Mod class. So, and people try to understand the difference in the classes. The Pro Mod class, they're light. I mean, considerably speaking, you know.
They're about 2,900 pounds.
Right. So
substantially lighter
it's
than us.
not the same vehicle. And the big difference, and sometimes people ask us why, you know, we run 8th mile in this. It's because you don't want to see that much weight running that fast in the quarter mile. You can't, I don't know how you shut it down.
It's a death trap if you try to do that at the mile an hour you're carrying.
Right.
And not only that, but to everybody listening, I'm sure you look at your EGTs as you're going down the highway, and where you're starting to get concerned at, say, 12 to 1,400 degrees, we're turning 2,250. So we are literally pouring fire out the pipe.
Yep.
And so if we tried to go the quarter mile under those, we'd burn the pistons right out of them.
Yep.
And you know, I think that's a big piece of the puzzle is the whole truck. Example, one, we do run a fast fuel system, and Fast has been with us since day one and backed the truck.
And Fast is here. Fast is here.
Fast
at the show.
is here also.
They're in the West Wing.
Absolutely. So
maybe we can get Fast to come over and go.
Oh,
get
that'd
on
be
the air
great.
tomorrow. Let's line that up.
Absolutely. We'll talk to Jeremy and Brad, see if they'll come over and chat. And what I'm leading up to is on the truck, we've been very selective with who we work with. And the reason being is because just like anybody's truck, you want the best of the best. Fast handles all of our fueling system. Industrial injection does our engines. And then obviously Hot Shots, Kyle, will use your product because it's proven itself over and over. And I can't stress it enough that all of these pieces to the puzzle are what make that truck go down the track. It takes an army to make this happen.
Yeah, we talk about that a lot. You know, and even from my perspective at Hot Shots, we work really hard on producing a great lubricant and everything, and we're honored to be partnered with a bunch of great teams out there and a bunch of great trucks, but we're just a component of it. To be really successful in this, you need a team.
It takes everybody.
It takes an army, and it's really fun to work with some of these other manufacturers that are just doing awesome things. And like I say, we always try to stay in our lane. You know, it's like, I'm a lubricant guy. I'm going to help out, give you everything I can from that. But you got different companies supporting the truck for all different facets.
Well, and the more I learn about the heavy-duty world, big trucks, and talking to the owner-operators and telling them what we're doing with our little race truck and making the power we're making, the more entertained they get because they're wanting to make 1,000 horsepower, 1,200 horsepower. And it's like, hey, everything we're applying in the race truck works in the big trucks also. So it's awesome to get to see these trucks and keep learning about it and then go back home. And
well, speaking of big trucks, this guy, you know, they got to get these race trucks around the country.
Right.
You should see the rig that he pulls. I don't know what it is. Maybe you can tell me what your old rig was. Because I loved it because it's a weird-looking, cool thing, and I don't know the big rig that much. But then you got a new one now, too, right?
Yeah, so I have a problem. It's my friends. That's my problem. So my buddies have a YouTube channel called Semi-Casual. And one of my buddies has been building a truck with them, Billy Restwich, and hang around those guys enough, and they make you want to get a truck, a big truck. So I had a Freightliner Sport chassis. That's what we were hauling the trailer with. And then over the course of the winter, I ended up picking up a 389, and we're tinkering with it, trying to get it ready for race season to haul the trailer. And you know, it's just so amazing to see what everybody at this show's done to these trucks.
Yeah. Get you some ideas out here, and also it's expensive to walk around here because then all of a sudden those ideas become reality and you got to pay for them. So
I thought drag racing was expensive. These custom trucks make drag racing look cheap.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So it's extremely impressive.
For sure, absolutely.
You want me to ask a question?
What do you got?
I don't have a question.
Okay.
I was just listening to the conversation. For as much as I know about drag racing, it ain't much.
Yeah, he actually was he watched a lot of circle track stuff.
The dirt track, I like the super late models.
Yeah, we don't like to turn left. If we turn left, we've had a bad day.
Yeah, because you're in the wall, right?
Yeah, we like to go straight. That's where we focus, going straight. Yeah. And, for us, talking about diesel drag racing, it is becoming more popular year after year.
Absolutely.
And I think one of the big things with that is our fan base is growing. Major companies are starting to get behind us and support us from the racing standpoint. And then also the race teams are starting to get more professional as time goes on. And it's being taken serious. I remember 10 years ago, 11 years ago, actually, when I started traveling racing, a lot of people didn't have a very good perception of diesels drag racing. They laughed at us. They're like, "You're an idiot. That's made to pull a trailer around. That's tractor power.
It's my work truck that you drag racing, right?"
And then now you go to the drag strip and people are like, "Wow, I never knew that you could do that." Our race engine, we turned 5,500 RPMs with.
Right.
And people are like, "How are you doing that with a Cummins?"
Well, I can ask this question then, because I know the Fire Punk, they go down and do the diesel versus the gas. Do you race against? Do you do any of that? You race against gas guys?
Yes, sir.
And
Yes, sir.
How do they feel when you beat them?
He ain't scared.
It doesn't bother me a bit. Now they get a little antsy about it.
Well, and that's just the thing that he was just saying. For years, there was such a gap between the two that the diesel side was kind of laughed at, kind of like, "Oh yeah, that's cute. That truck's moving pretty quick." Now it's kind of the point where we're competitive and can beat a lot of the gas applications, where nobody wants to line up against one of these diesel trucks anymore because you don't want to be the guy to lose to it. So it's you'll see them dodge you in the staging lanes and stuff, trying to line up against something that they would rather race.
I can remember in 2013, I went to a big gas race and entered it, and made one lick on the track, and next thing I know, they're kicking me out of the race because they said I was putting soot down on the track and it was unsafe for the other guys.
Right.
I got a laugh out of it and loaded my truck up and also left. So it has changed tremendously. I cannot thank you, Kyle, Hot Shots, Fast, Suncoast, all the guys that have supported my race program for so many years and it believed in us and that, hey, we can go to the next level.
Well, and these relationships grow from this too. Not only do we sponsor Michael and his truck in the series, RLC Motorsports is a dealer of Hot Shot Secrets. So
absolutely,
you can buy your products from RLC Motorsports as well. And RLC gives back with our Outlaw Diesel Super Series. We have 5-6 legs of it.
Yes.
One of those legs you've heard me talk about in the past. I've called in from Rocky Top, the Rocky Top Shootout. Well, we're on our 9th. That's RLC. The RLC is the title sponsor of that leg. And Michael and the crew of RLC put on one of the greatest races. I always tell you when I'm down at Rocky Top,
Right.
Crossville Dragway.
Yep.
And it's one of those races we look forward to every single year. You got the date for this year?
It is July 29th and 30th.
There we go. July 29th and 30th. It's right there off the interstate.
Last weekend of July, and yes, Crossville, Tennessee.
You got room for some big rigs to stop?
Absolutely, and I think this year, talking to a couple of friends here, they're going to be bringing their big rigs to it, actually.
Well, there we go.
I would say you can bank on seeing Restwich Trucking. His new rig will be there.
Nice.
And Semi-Casual will have their new rig there.
Nice.
And who knows who else will decide to pop in.
And I'll tell you, if you ever want to experience some of this diesel drag racing, that's one you want to go to. It's right there. It's centrally located for everybody who's driving across the country. Time it out so that you're passing through Tennessee about at the end of July, right?
Yes, sir. Last weekend of July.
Pull the rig in, park for the weekend. It's always a great time. There's racing going on all day into the evening, and then there may be some fun festivities after the racing shuts down. We always have a good time at Rocky Top there. So I want to give RLC and Michael a shout out for supporting the series and hosting one of the legs, because it's just one of the fun things I look forward to every summer, to go down to Crossville Dragway and get another Rocky Top in.
Absolutely. Well, thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, you mentioned a few minutes ago when you were saying that you're confident Hot Shot Secret plays a role in making your drag racer run better. For the everyday individual out there, the Hot Shot Secret that they're buying here at this show, that they're buying at TA or they're buying at O'Reilly's, it's the same product that he's putting in his race car, right?
Well, yes and no. We have a full line of adrenaline racing oils. So the level of his truck is it's a full-blown race car. So we do, and he's using the same racing oil that we sell off the shelf and everything. So we're not giving him some special blend or anything. So exactly what that high horsepower diesel's running is available to everybody. These big trucks out here, they're not going to be running our racing oil, but we have plenty of our Blue Diamond. And to speak to that real quickly, it's actually the technology that we learned on the over-the-road trucking stuff that was the basis of our formulations for our drag racing, for our racing oils. And that comes down to, you've heard us talk about our Group 4 PAO, or Alpha Olefin base. That was first designed for the big rigs to go long intervals, because with the Group 4 base oil, you cannot shear that oil out of grade. And that's what Chris first started with when he wanted an oil that could go the distance. Now, it takes a combination of using a bypass filter on the big rig to keep the oil clean, doing regular oil analysis, and then a really unique product we have, our TBN booster, which revitalizes that detergent package and keeps these guys on the road. We got big rigs going 100, 150, 200,000 miles on an oil change interval, and it just blows people's mind. But we show oil analysis of why you can run that long on the oil. So when we got into the racing side of things, and we're targeted to say, you know, how are you going to build a racing oil ground up? We were fortunate that we didn't start as some like racing company and we already had a tunnel vision of it. We took a brand new approach and we said, well, what happens to a racing oil? Well, number one, these guys can shear an oil out of grade in one pass. The tight tolerances of these engines, the huge horsepower that they have, can take a 50 weight oil or 40 weight oil, shear it down to a 30, literally in one pass.
Wow.
Which is the equivalent of putting 20,000 miles on that oil and you see it slowly fall out of grade. So we're sitting there going, okay, we start with the base oil. Well, we have this PAO technology that we use in the big rigs that goes 200,000 miles and still sits right in grade. Well, why don't we apply that to the racing oil? So that was the start. Our adrenaline racing oil that Michael uses in his truck is a pure PAO base, which means no matter what Michael does to that oil, no matter how many passes, no matter how tight the tolerance or engine issue, that oil is always going to be a 50 weight. He runs a 50 weight, and that I believe 40, 50 weight. Yep. So it will always hold viscosity. It's always going to stay right in grade. That's big rig technology that we adapted over to the racing side of things. And then from there, we're using a lot of the same components. FR3, we talk about our friction reducer. Right. That's really our nanocarbon technology. We use that in the big rig oil. We use exact same dosage, 5%, everything to protect the engine. The only difference in the two is that with racing oil, we generally don't really beef up the detergent package because they're not going 20, 30, 40,000 miles. They don't need that much detergent. So whereas on the road, you want some extra detergent to fight the acids in your big rig oil. We use that. We pull the detergent out to add extra zinc, we use a lot of antimony, which most companies don't use, and a big calcium package to add extra protection to the engine because of that application. So there's a lot of crossover. There's a lot of the knowledge that we've learned from the big rig side that we use in the application of the formulation on these guys that are just hauling ass down the drag strip, you know, and we're trying to protect those engines.
Pretty cool. That's awesome. So are you here just hanging out at the show? Did you come down just to see Kyle and talk to him? Are you like,
wanted to be famous, see his badge?
You're not just playing or anything. You just came down to check out the show, I guess.
So I did come with my friends that have the truck here from Semi Casual.
Okay.
And Billy.
That's out in the big lot outside, right?
It is. But as soon as I realized that Kyle was going to be here, I cannot not come see Kyle.
That's right.
Like that would be completely wrong of me. So
yeah, and you know the people also from, who was it? FASS or
yep,
what is
they're
it?
Here.
Brad is that FASS?
Correct. Yes, Fast Fuel Systems.
FASS. Okay.
If you need a lift pump for your big truck or light duty truck or any kind of diesel truck, those are the only guys to go to.
And they're in the
Hands
West Wing, I think.
They're in
right?
the West Wing.
Yes. Yeah, West Wing.
Michael knows guys well. Maybe we can get him to come over and jump on air.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get them to come over and chit-chat also.
That'd be cool. Yeah.
All right.
Well,
Well,
all
thanks,
right, guys.
Michael. Appreciate you
Good
joining
to meet
us.
you, man. Thanks
Yes,
for coming
sir.
by.
Steve, thank you for having me on the show.
And I'll look forward to seeing you go down the straight line.
Yes,
no
no
left turns.
No left.
One of these days, live and in person. All right, our final hour is just ahead here. We've hit 4 o'clock Eastern Time, and we'll be back live from Louisville, Kentucky, the Mid-America Truck Show, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
The Department of Justice charged 4 Russian government employees Thursday for their part in 2 historical hacking campaigns targeting the global energy sector in 135 countries between 2012 and 2018. The cyber attacks came from Russia's Federal Security Service against the energy sector conglomerates. So says Deputy Attorney General Lisa O. Monaco in a statement. She continues, Russia state-sponsored hackers pose a serious and persistent threat to critical infrastructure, both in the United States and around the world. President Biden, after meeting with NATO allies Thursday, said if Russia were to use chemical weapons in Ukraine, it would trigger a response from NATO.
We would respond. We would respond if he uses it. The nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use.
The European Space Agency has confirmed that it's indefinitely suspending its ExoMars rover mission with Russia's space program. USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking for over 3 years about MyPillow and the great products they have. There's some great specials right now when you go to mypillow.com/radio specials. You can find Giza Dream Sheets as low as $39.99. 6-piece MyPillow towel sets, deeply discounted, $39.95. And of course, half price My Slippers, which make my feet feel wonderful. All sorts of great products, including the MyPillow mattress topper, a MyPillow for the rest of your body. Go to mypillow.com/radio specials. That's mypillow.com/radio specials. Use my promo code USA, or you can call 1-800-951-8175. That's 1-800-951-8175. mypillow.com/radio specials, promo code USA.
One lawmaker says free money is the answer to high gas prices.
Democratic Congressman from Connecticut, John Larson, is proposing a bill that would provide stimulus payments to Americans to offset soaring energy costs. Larson's bill would provide $100 a month per person for tax filers and dependents. It would be issued the same way as the 2020 and 2021 stimulus checks. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
President Trump's people filed a lawsuit Thursday against Hillary Clinton and several Democrats, alleging they tried to rig the 2016 election by tying his campaign to Russia. The lawsuit covers a long list of grievances in a 108-page lawsuit filed in federal court in Florida. A special counsel investigation has documented Hillary Clinton's campaign did create Russiagate. NASCAR racing is in Austin, Texas this weekend. Thanks for listening, and a TGIF to you, my friend. USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Florida Republican Congressman Byron Donalds was on Newsmax overnight. He's claiming Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson is not answering the questions during her confirmation hearings that must be addressed so that lawmakers will know what they need to know about how she'll serve if she's confirmed.
And if you have somebody who sits on the Supreme Court who literally cannot tell you that a woman is somebody who has an X chromosome, how are they going to rule when it comes to these matters going in front of the highest court in the land? These are serious questions. I understand the frustrations from the Republicans. And for the Democrats, this is the same party that went into yearbooks for Judge Kavanaugh, that questioned Judge Barrett's religion relentlessly. They have no problem attacking Republican nominees. We don't need to remember Clarence Thomas's confirmation. or Robert Bork or Miguel Estrada. They have done this time and time again, but now they want to play with kid gloves. They're disingenuous to me. I don't care what their opinions are. We need to get to the bottom, get to the truth on Judge Brown Jackson's judicial philosophy. It matters for the future of America.
Russian President Vladimir Putin is trying to save his flailing ruble economy. His threat to have unfriendly countries pay for Russian natural gas exports only in rubles from now on got the cold shoulder from the European nations Thursday. Several European leaders also said during the first day of their European Union summit, making such demands would fundamentally change contracts and render them null and void. Lance Pry, USA Radio News.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Back at it. Final hour. Off and rolling. What are we looking at? Hey, we gotta say Friday, day number 2, Louisville, Kentucky, 50th anniversary celebration, Mid-America Truck Show. Yeah, if you were watching on YouTube or Facebook during the break, yes, you saw the wife bring me a barbecue sandwich. That's the Kentucky Pork Producers. Those are good sandwiches. Thank you. Yeah, right now, Princess is where she at? All right. Georgia Peach is over here. She's been working the booth with us all weekend. And she said, I'll let you have the barbecue sandwich in one condition. Gotta say hello to the grandkids, right? Wanda's grand. So I guess they're tuned in on YouTube or something. Is that the idea? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they're watching Mama. You can wave at them there. You got Brock and Sadie, and Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron is her last name.
Oh, Sadie Aaron. And Lily Kate, that's Lily Kate Middlebrooks. The grandkid. Mama's having fun up here. It's a Mid-America Truck Show. And thanks for the sandwich. Hey, what are we looking at? Yeah, let me real quick, before we get to our next guest. Rambler's been hanging in there. I'm going to pull Rambler up for a moment and see what he's got going on out there.
Well, praise God, Steve, and hello, everybody of the daytime driving network this week. Praise God. Whether you're listening to us from Kathmandu to Kalamazoo and all cities in between, broadcasting live, loud, and living color from the Louisville Truck Show in the beautiful state, the bluegrass state of Kentucky. How you doing, partner?
Hey, it's been a busy couple of days. I guess, Saturday's probably going to be gangbusters based on what we've seen so far.
Oh, man, I know. Praise God. I'm glad that they're selling all the Hot Shot Secret and everything like that. And I'm listening to them guys talk about fire coming out of the stacks and drag races. And I'm thinking to myself, as much as Steve would really appreciate the barbecue pulled pork sandwich, I'm pretty sure you would love to be able to drag outside to take the drag off of a Marlboro right now, huh?
I got about an hour to go, and that's what I'll be doing.
It could be God killing you.
Yeah, I know.
Time for you just to put those things down.
You've been smoking 35 years, right? That's.
Well, the Word of God says, "For all of sin to come short of the glory of God, there's no one righteous, no, not one." So, yeah, I know. I figured, the Bible says the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. And the only reason I'm up is because, with age comes older organs, and the bladder and the kidney ain't what it used to be. So you get woke up. You can't just do like a young man used to do, sleep 8 hours, wake up, take care of Mother Nature. No, Mother Nature wakes you up now to tell you, hey, you got to go take care of me. So I woke on up, looked over at me. I got a Siberian Husky in the bed with me. I'm like, well, that's just wonderful. And I figured, you know what? I'm up. I might as well just call Steve Sommers and everything, give a shout out a little bit, and shout out to my son Donovan, who's listening. I think he may be on hold with you.
I think he is. That'd be Little Rambler, right?
Little Rambler, that's right. But listen to them guys talk about drag racing, and I saw Big Moose. He was playing music a while ago, and you could get Monkey Gouge or Big Moose. They'll tell you the same stories I'm about to tell about. The original drag racing, when I got in the trucking industry, was at the Ontario 76 in California, before TA bought them out. And used to have these guys drag race the 18-wheelers in the parking lot all the time. And man, folks would gamble on it too. It was very unique, but that was, good old days of trucking, back when the law books were 10-8, and you could run 3 of them, allegedly. I never, see this. I can either confirm nor deny that I actually done that. Even at that. Let's just say back in them days, I did pretty good for myself, because I had that. Even though I was the only one in the cab, and the Lord Jesus was with me, I had the 3rd and 4th driver also. But and they were just on paper. But anyway, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. I'm glad everyone else is enjoying themselves, and we're missing you at night. We listen to the replays.
Yeah,
but,
you're hearing the replay. It's not like the real thing, though, right? There during the overnight hours. Yeah.
No. And then you get down there and you say, well, you're like, well, okay, that's not the real thing. And you go over there and you listen to the show that talks about Bigfoot, UFOs. You realize, you know what, I'd rather have Steve Sommers listen to Bigfoot, UFOs, and government conspiracies,
Right.
Fifth Dimension and whatever else they talk about. But, well, praise God, brother. I just want to let you know and tell everyone out there we love them. Come visit us over at Determined Ministries Church, live on Facebook every Sunday at 7 o'clock p.m. We'll be bringing a good message this Sunday. And I know everyone's out there is having a great time, and, hope you'll be able to get outside and burn you a cigarette. And before I get off here, 2 more things I want to say. I wouldn't trust any kind of vape juice brings to you, because they make the devil's lettuce in liquid form too, and you don't need to be sitting there chatting with people stoned out of your gourd eating 5 of them barbecue pulled pork sandwiches, But before I get off there, I want to let everyone know that I love them, and the reason why I can love is Christ loves you first. Love just not a 4-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact, Steve. And if you just can love you, and he does, I know I can love you, and I do. And everyone have fun at the truck show, Steve. Have a great time. I hope you are able to go to dinner tonight with a couple of the listeners and maybe your wife and everything like that. And just praise God. We love you. We'll talk to you later, my old
right,
friend.
Rambler. Thank you much. Good to have you. Be safe out there on the road tonight, by the way. Yeah, I think it's Clay Walker tonight. That's what the princess wants to go see, Clay Walker. So got to do what she wants to do. All right, let me see. Flip the page over here next, kind of step it in. You say you go by Trucker Nene, is that correct? Let me turn your microphone on first so people can hear you. Hi there, what's going on?
Oh my gosh, I'm here at Matt's, my very first show, and I am loving everything about it.
All right, what do you think? You drive a truck for a living, or?
I do. I'm an owner-op, so I'm here serving three different hats, if you will. I'm an owner-op, so selfishly here I'm as a truck driver, right? But I'm also on the board of directors for Real Women in Trucking, and I'm on Road Pro's Professional Driver Council.
Okay.
So I'm sort of serving all three of us, if you will.
Yeah, but that's a lot of shoes to fill for one job for Friday and one job for Saturday.
Or all three jobs every day, right? Yeah.
So what brings you back here to chat with us? You're here to talk about the real women in trucking?
Right.
Is that what you're here to talk about?
Absolutely. So I just wanted to get the word out further. You know, we went sort of dormant during COVID, as a lot of people did, and we're getting our momentum back, and we are a driver-led advocacy group. And we really support truckers and the issues facing truckers, because we're all truckers, right? So we completely understand the issues facing our industry, and we understand the issues facing women in the industry as well. So we are having phone calls and Zoom meetings with the White House. And I was just on a Zoom meeting last week with the new FMCSA director, Robin Hutchison. We are getting a seat at the table, and they are listening to us. And will continue to support the drivers and fight for the rights of the drivers. And that's really where we want you to know the real difference, because there are other organizations out here that support women truck drivers, and they use women in their marketing, but they're not women drivers. And they lean more towards support of corporate sponsors, where we stay consistent with the drivers. And that's really about, like the t-shirt I have on right now says, know the difference. You really have to know who you're supporting. And
Okay.
that's why we're here.
And you've been, how long's Real Women in Trucking been around? Is that a new group or, a couple years? Or?
It's close to a decade.
Really?
Desiree Woods is the founder. And, it's a really sort of a grassroots effort. We're all trying to get involved and do more and see where we have passions behind the issues and address those with the appropriate parties and see what we can do to change the industry.
The topic of women, and the FMCSA just announced they're looking for some advisory board or something along that line, and they're looking for some drivers, some owner-operators, and various groups. Are you going to try to have a seat at the table for that with the FMCSA? Or?
Yes, I am applying. There's probably 25 people so far from Real Women in Trucking that have applied. I think that they're going to see a pretty big turnout for applications, because there's so many women interested in having that seat at the table.
When I mentioned that story, because I don't know where I came across it, about a week ago when they first announced that, I had one woman driver that said it really kind of bothers her. Why do we have to separate things by sex? Why does it have to be women in trucking or men in trucking? We're all doing the same business. If it's good for truckers, it's good for truckers. Whether you're a woman or a man, why do you think there needs to be a separation as far as women in trucking?
Well, from the fact that we are in a male-dominated field. There is no dispute about that. And there's different issues facing the women drivers, right? Much of that is we need to really prove ourselves more for the same job that the guy who's driving the same truck down the same road that we are, but we're not necessarily in that same group, or we're not seen as a driver, we're seen as steering holders or something like that. It's women have to do more to prove ourselves, and there's bigger safety risks for women drivers potentially, right? And there's a lot of things that happen in training to students, sometimes women, sometimes men. Majority happens to women, right? So there's bigger concerns for the women that are coming in, because there's a smaller number of us right now. And we're just trying to make sure that all women know what they're getting into when they come into the industry, and we all work together to make things better.
Are you looking to try to help bring more women into the trucking industry? Or?
Absolutely. Yeah, we partner with other, some similar trucking organizations. So those that are properly training students, that's when somebody says, hey, where should I go to school? We lead them to that, instead of some of the push the numbers out. I'm talking about the mega carrier training schools. A lot of times it's a number-based program. I can't fault them, that's where I went, but I'm much smarter now, so I know where there's really good schools and where they're really going to get the attention they need and where they're really going to learn.
I had asked the question before to some other women. There is a lot less women, number-wise, women in trucking. Do you recommend it as an occupation that more women should be interested in? Or, there's a lot of time away from home, and it's not the kind of thing that you want to do if you've got kids at home, is it?
Well, it's interesting you should ask that. So I was corporate management for 35 years, and then I decided I wanted to become a truck driver in 2017. And that's what I did, and I was completely supported by my family. And once I got out here and started doing social media, so many other women contacted me and said, oh my gosh, I didn't believe that I could do this career change. I've always wanted to be a truck driver, and you're inspiring me. And those women have taken the leap. I also know other women that are raising their very young children on the truck with them, and I think it's becoming more acceptable because we all went through the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
We all realized what it's like to homeschool our own children, and that's what she said, is she wants to be around her daughter as long as she can, provide her with an education, and still drive the truck. It's amazing.
So I would assume most companies probably wouldn't allow someone to have a child on the truck with them, but is it an owner-operator or just someone that's driving a truck for a small company kind of thing?
I think it's a discussion you have to have with the company that you're with. Some companies, the kids have to be 12 and older.
Okay.
But this little girl, I think she's turning 5.
Wow.
And she's been on the truck since day one.
That's young to be out there on the road. And I know sometimes dads want to take their little boys out there summer,
Sure.
spring break, summertime, take them out on the road for a couple weeks. Some companies will allow it, and some will not allow them to be in the truck.
That is
I
true.
guess that's a liability thing. Maybe it's the insurance companies.
Yeah, I'm not sure, who's saying no if they are or who's granting permission, but you cannot beat the experiential learning that's happening on the road. This little girl is seeing her mom. She's a flatbedder now, and she's driving oversized. Like, her daughter is seeing that day in and day out. It's amazing.
So if you had to lay out your platform of what do you think some of the biggest issues that are facing women in trucking right now, what would kind of top your list?
Sexual assault training.
CRST?
That would certainly make the big news.
I say that because that was the story, last week in the industry headlines that, they're talking about CRST had this and that and ignoring accusations. They had the woman that had sued them, and I think they had a settlement of like millions of dollars last year. For turning a blind eye to a woman that was sexually assaulted during training, I guess it was.
Yes.
How do you address that? Should women only train with other women trainers, or how could you fix it?
Well, that may help, but you still have same-sex on sex sexual assault. Men
Okay.
on men,
Yeah.
women. It happens. And there's also women predators that seek out men as their victim. You know what I mean? There is no stopgap as far as who will be the offender and who will be the victim, which is unfortunate. But we find that we have to have stronger avenues for victims to get immediate support. And that's one of the things that Real Women in Trucking is working on, is a specialized hotline that you call and they line you up with, because if you report it to your dispatcher, okay, we'll bring you in.
We'll get back with you or whatever. I hear that, and that I guess, do you think it's more widespread among some of the big companies and whatnot, that they don't want to address it because it gives them a black eye?
Yeah.
So they act like it doesn't exist.
Yeah, I know it's huge. I would hear stories from females themselves, and the biggest problem is they do not want to report it widely because they don't want to be re-victimized by people not believing them or making fun of them, or them, it's an embarrassing thing, or that they don't get to complete their training. That's the big thing. They've left everything they have behind to become a trucker, and then...
You mean they feel like if they say something that they may not be able to get the job,
the
kind of
company
thing?
will let them go, and then they have to start over again. So it's a real moral dilemma for them. Do I say something or do I not say something? And we're trying to create that vehicle, pun intended, for them to report and also get immediate support.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And advocacy. They need it. they need to understand what their rights are and where to go to get immediate support.
And you guys are trying to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. That's number one on our list right now.
So sexual assault number one. Anything else?
Well, we're working on truck parking.
Everyone's concerned with that.
Yep.
Across the board. Yeah.
Yep. I just had a interview with TTI, who's doing a study on truck parking. They're I forget what their titles are, but they have PhDs. They're analysts on data for traffic transportation. So they're really trying to get involved and find something that works. And the things that we would say, like, for an example, I said rest areas. There is no reason why a car with a little U-Haul trailer has to park and take up a truck parking spot. They can fit on the car side, and the car side is never full. I mean, come on, how many times have you seen the car side full?
Absolutely.
I said, but because you have a sign pointing them to the truck side, that's where they park, and then a trucker comes in and really needs to take their rest, and you got a car with a little U-Haul because you have a sign. I mean, they're really obedient to the sign, so change the sign and repaint your lines on the car side to allow the RV parking.
A little more, yeah.
Yeah, so it's simple things like that. They're like, oh, wow, it's really good to hear from truckers because we don't think that way. And I said, well, that's what we're here for. We'll voice our opinion to anyone that'll listen, right? We love to talk.
So if you're looking for other women, how can they find out more and become a part of your group or whatever and support?
Absolutely. Our web address is realwomenintrucking.org. We're a nonprofit. So you can go out there, find out our mission, what we're all about. You can become a member, which helps support all of these efforts that we're doing. We're on Facebook, TikTok, I mean, all the socials, right? We're big on Twitter. If you're a Twitter person, you can find us anywhere.
Okay.
We'd love to have more
Real
support.
Women in Trucking,
Yep.
but it's .org.
Yep, and you can be male, female. We just need the support. If you believe in women in trucking, if you want to support our efforts, please come by and check the website out. And we're at the booth across from the FMCSA here, this weekend.
Yeah, I'll give somebody. We got a couple hours left today, but then all day Saturday for people maybe heading this direction.
Right.
Yeah, where can they find you? In the North Wing, South Wing? Where you at?
The North Wing, right in the lobby area.
Oh,
where you
North
walk
Wing
in.
lobby. Okay, that's where my booth was up there for years and years. It's
Yeah.
First time I've ever actually been back here, so
That's where we're
it's a little
at.
different,
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, we're giving away cash prize at 5 o'clock today. You got to be present to win, but $1,000 to somebody.
Really? So get by that booth and get registered.
That's right.
That's like 30 minutes from now.
I know. That's why I'm looking at my clock going, I'm
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well, it's great to meet you. Thank you for stopping by, spend some time with us. Yeah. RealWomenInTrucking.org. And
Yes.
you'll find them here at the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky. And we'll come back following a news break. We've got about 30 minutes yet to go before we wrap things up on a Friday afternoon. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Lance Pry.
The Department of Justice charged 4 Russian government employees Thursday for their part in 2 historical hacking campaigns targeting the global energy sector in 135 countries between 2012 and 2018. The cyber attacks came from Russia's Federal Security Service against the energy sector conglomerates. So says Deputy Attorney General Lisa O. Monaco in a statement. She continues, Russia state-sponsored hackers pose a serious and persistent threat to critical infrastructure, both in the United States and around the world. President Biden, after meeting with NATO allies Thursday, said if Russia were to use chemical weapons in Ukraine, it would trigger a response from NATO.
We would respond. We would respond if he uses it. The nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use.
The European Space Agency has confirmed that it's indefinitely suspending its ExoMars rover mission with Russia's space program. USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I really love this product. I really do. I do a lot of kayaking and hiking and skydiving and stuff like that. I'm very active, but I did notice that, hey, time was catching up. And, I wasn't at the stamina where I used to. But ever since I've taken this stuff, I feel great. I've been hiking a lot and even longer than I was usually hiking before I started taking Balance of Nature. I feel like I can go on all day long. It's a great feeling. It's just stuff like out of the Jetsons, you know what I mean? Here's the pill, boom, there you go. You got all the nutrients you need.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature right now. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com for more information or to place your order. Shipping is always free. And don't forget to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At -10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to -65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA Foam or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Let's see, what are we looking at here? Our number, 844-844-3388. Gotta begin heading down the home stretch here on a Friday afternoon. Hey, Double R, are you on your way to Louisville yet?
I am on my way, Steve. We gotta stop and get Mama some chicken
chicken and French fries, and we'll be.
You mean Anita, Mom Anita?
Just done sent me a text, want me to know if I wanted to go, and I said, yeah, only if you guys are going. So apparently we're going because you said that she wants to go see them.
I think Wanda wants to see him as well, yeah.
Oh, okay. So that'll work. But, yeah, we're on our way. I'm just a little bit south of you there. I'm Cave City, Kentucky, so it should be up there probably within an hour, something like that.
Okay. Yeah, because I think the show starts at 7, I believe, tonight.
Okay,
Clay
all righty.
I do believe.
Okie dokie. Well, we're on our, I just wanted to call and let you know we are on our way.
Are you
Horse feathers make it?
Yeah, he's standing right over here. Are you in the RV, by the way?
No. We're in Nita's Cadillac.
Oh, okay.
We didn't bring the RV.
You changed your mind.
Yeah, we didn't bring the RV because,
you changed your mind.
Do what?
I thought you a couple days
Well,
ago.
no, it ain't so much that. The parking for the RV was crazy. So, you had to have your camper there by the 12th of, I think that's what it was, the 12th, yeah. And, anyhow, we're just going to drive up there, I guess. So,
okay.
And then we're going to, I guess we're going to spend the night up with our sisters over there by Fort Knox. So, that'll work.
All righty. Well, we'll see you here in a couple hours. I guess that would be then.
Well, yeah, probably in about an hour and a half, something like that.
Okay.
So yeah, that'll work.
All right. Well,
So,
looking
I'll
forward
find
to it.
you.
All right. Be safe on the rest of your journey. Tell Anita we said hi.
I have you on speaker, Steve.
Is she being your backseat driver?
Yes, she is.
Yeah, she ain't as bad as my backseat driver. I guarantee you that. All right, we'll see you guys in a bit. Thank you so much. All right, what are we looking at? Little Rambler, is he still hanging in there? Let's see, up here. That's hello, Little Rambler. How the heck are you?
Oh, I'm doing good, Steve. How you doing?
I'm having a good time here at the big show.
Yes, I wish my dad could have took a few days off so that way I could have came.
Yeah. Have you ever made it up to the Mid-America Truck Show or no?
No, I've never been to one.
Never been? Okay. It's a lot of fun, trust me. Yeah, one of these days, Dad's going to take a few days off. I know it's a long drive from... Where are you guys based out of? Mobile. Okay, yeah, Mobile. All the way on the Gulf
Mobile,
Coast.
Alabama.
It's a long drive to Louisville from there.
Yeah.
But...
Yeah.
So am I correct that you were kind of watching us yesterday when you were what were you on lunch break at school or something?
Yes, sir. I was on lunch break.
Okay, that's it. Kind of figured that. Well, hey, it's good to hear from you. Obviously, you were hanging on when we were talking to your dad, so I guess you're not at the house where Dad is, huh?
Yeah. I'm not at the house where he is. I just got picked up.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, thanks for chiming in, Little Rambler. Be safe out there. And what do you got? All right, here, let me get the breakdown. Over here, we can look at some of our travelers' weather. Forecasters talking about another tornado outbreak. Could be in the offing, could develop across the south here in the final day of March. Impacted some cities and towns anywhere from Texas to Louisiana that are actually still cleaning up from the storms this week. Earlier this week, the deadly outbreak, we had more than 50 confirmed tornadoes across the south this week. Widespread, destructive storms that tore through the region over multiple days. Now, at least 2 dead, catastrophic damage in parts of Texas and around New Orleans, which apparently they've actually been out there. The National Weather Service confirmed that was an EF3 tornado that tore through the New Orleans area. It looks like this weekend's weather Should be relatively quiet across the south. Plenty of sunshine, low humidity, allowing folks, friends, and family to get out there and clean up, kind of pick up the pieces. But at the same time, you're going to be bracing for another round of potentially dangerous and damaging storms as the warmer air is going to gradually build into the region over the weekend. And as we head into early next week, Monday, temperatures, Dallas is going to be in the mid-80s, believe it or not. Further to the east, mid to upper 70s on Saturday should give way to lower 80s by Sunday in New Orleans. By Tuesday, here's where things get interesting. A potent storm is going to be racing from California to Kansas before slowing down its forward speed and then making that turn toward the northeast across the central states on Wednesday. This is first going to bring some beneficial rain to California Sunday into Monday, so they won't be complaining about this. But as the storm pushes east of the Rockies, going to be pulling all that moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico into that zone of warmth over to the south central states, and at the same time, high above the ground, the winds are going to be increasing. Those are the three ingredients that will likely lead to a significant outbreak of severe weather once again. So we're getting plenty of advance warning, just as we did for the storms earlier this week. It's going to bring beneficial rains to California, as we mentioned. Severe storms could occur maybe Tuesday night, with the biggest threat being hail and high winds. According to AccuWeather, storms Tuesday night could generally remain to the west of I-35. Places from, say, Abilene to San Angelo, Texas. However, storms could approach the metro area of Dallas and Oklahoma City toward daybreak. I'm looking at a zone which encompasses much of the south central states in that time frame for Tuesday into Wednesday of next week. The severe weather risk is all going to increase pretty significantly as it progresses eastward as we look ahead toward Wednesday. The highest risk of severe storms next week, Wednesday night, shifting east of the I-35 corridor in Oklahoma and Texas through Arkansas, Louisiana, in some areas that were just impacted by storms this past week. Areas from near or, say, just east of Oklahoma City and Dallas and on to Tulsa, Oklahoma, Austin and San Antonio, likely to be affected by intense storms occurring east of these areas late in the day or into the evening. Main severe threat by Wednesday be the winds, as the storm forms into a big-time squall line, but could still see a few isolated tornadoes and hail-producing storms at that point in time. But already looking ahead, I mean, here we are. It's Friday, and they're already looking ahead toward by late next week. Another round of storms from Alabama to the Florida Panhandle, Georgia, parts of South Carolina, areas again that were just hit earlier this week. Okay, back to the phones here. Who we got on the line? Kyle, I believe it is. Hello, Kyle.
Hey, Steve. How's it going?
I'm doing well. Having a good time here in Louisville. What's going on?
Oh, man, I was on hold like 45 minutes earlier waiting to talk to you, so I hung up and called back.
Well, what's happening out there, Kyle?
Nothing much, just working on cars. I emailed you a couple of months back. I live out in Idaho. I'm a day walker. I listen to the podcast the day after, so it's really cool to get an opportunity to call when you're live.
How about that, to actually be here during the daytime hours? Yeah, it's a little different for me, too.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it. I've never watched on YouTube or anything like that, and I've been watching it. It's way cool.
So you're out there, you actually working today, or you just...
Yeah, I work for myself. I own my own auto repair business.
Oh, okay. Good times.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
So you're a first-time caller. Actually, we're in Louisville, so you know what happens for those first-time callers, right? That's why you're liking the fact that we're on during the day, because, hey, I can get one of those $60 codes for being a first-time caller, right?
Absolutely.
Aha! All right, so
you know how it works, right?
I absolutely, yes. You answered the question. You're familiar with Hot Shot Secret products, especially being a mechanic. Hopefully you recommend the product.
Oh yeah, I love this stuff. It is Honestly, it's cured so many problems for vehicles I've had, and I have a bunch of power strokes. I've run the stiction eliminator in to clean them up. I have a 6-liter that it doesn't run unless that stiction eliminator ran in it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's great stuff.
Good deal. Well, I got your number down here, and I'll pass that on to Chad, and he'll get you that code for $60 off your
All right.
purchase.
Cool. Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks for listening in. Thanks for being a supporter of the program, and you have a great day. There you go. First-time caller, Kyle. Hey, what are we looking at? About 16 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, Clay Walker tonight. Let's see. Friday night concert, Mid-America Truck Show. And here's the details. 7 o'clock. I was correct. 7 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. Of course, it's almost 5 o'clock now. And if you want to get those tickets, head on over to the DAT Freight and Analytics booth, which is booth number 65216. DAT Freight and Analytics. So they're obviously the sponsor of this 50th anniversary Mid-America Truck Show Friday night concert. So you got Tony Justice, of course, opening things up, followed by Clay Walker. What else we got coming up? Oh, yeah, we'll get an NTPA update here, and that's, of course, for our truck and tractor pooling. Tomorrow night, Saturday night, for the first time in like 30 years, when things wrap up here in Louisville at 4 o'clock Saturday afternoon, come 6 o'clock in the evening, truck and tractor pool taking place in Freedom Hall. We're going to be, I think $25 a ticket price is the best I saw this past day. And it looks like plenty of tickets still available. Trying to scroll down and get the very latest here. All right, here's the deal. It's actually Saturday, it's 5 p.m. Truck and Tractor Pools gets underway 1 hour after the show ends Saturday afternoon. Tickets on sale to Mid-America Truck Show attendees only. That was earlier. Okay, public sale started here a few weeks ago. But there you go. Hot rod semis, not your average over-the-road truck. Pulling with DOT-approved tires. The hot rod semis, a fan favorite all over the country. Many of the competitors running multiple turbochargers. Yeah, they say that particular class is known for thrilling performances. And we got the mini rods, a mini rod tractor. They call them pocket rockets. The pocket rocket of the pooling world, where you got a small chassis paired up with a huge amount of horsepower. These 2,050-pound machines piloted by elite drivers who will attempt to harness over 2,500 horsepower from their supercharged Hemi engines, looking for that first place distance. Pro Stocks, that's some of the big boys there. The unlimited Super Stocks, strap into 8,000 pounds of high-flying fun. The unlimited Super Stocks. They've got a 650 cubic inch max. These guys can boast up to 4 turbochargers all staged together. Then you got the methanol pumping through the engines. Ground pounding power. So you kind of got to put your fingers in your ears so you don't go deaf when these guys put the pedal to the metal. So it's the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals coming up Saturday night, 5 o'clock at Freedom Hall here in Louisville, Kentucky. We'll be back right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, Kentucky.
The Hot Farms got off to a hot start. A co-champion takes command of the Supers, and an experienced lawyer stands in for his client and wins the challenge. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The third annual Wakarusa Ag Deutzfahr NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals, presented by Grog Martin Auctioneers and Realty, brought forth pullers from Indiana, Iowa, Kentucky, Michigan, New York, Ohio, and Wisconsin for a smorgasbord of 5 championship divisions over 2 nights. As usual, the track was bitey, the gorgeous machines a feast for the eyes, the competition spicy, and the winning runs savored by both the grateful competitors and the appreciative fans. Also, the soft pretzels were amazing. But where was I? Oh yes, the fans were kept entertained with this delicious foretaste of the summer to come on the NTPA Championship pulling circuit. That regular season is actually heading into its second week of point-earning contests in the southeastern corner of the United States. Friday and Saturday, March 25th and 26th, the South Carolina Multiplex in Neces, South Carolina, will host the Orangeburg Truck and Tractor Pull with 3 NTPA national classes on the roster: Super Farm tractors, 2-wheel drive trucks, and modified minis, as well as several Mid-Florida Tractor Pullers Association state classes. Details may be found at ntpapull.com. Back home in Indiana, it was Kevin Smith of Rochester and Mike Robbins of Greensburg winning their hot farm classes from the test hooks. Smith was victorious with his buckshot-reloaded John Deere on Friday, while Robbins' Fire in the Hole International held the lead all class long on Saturday. In light pro stock, the Harvesters dominated as Al Cook of Wilton, Wisconsin, rumbled to a W with Black Thunder in Session 1, while Travis Tilton's Always Something won everything in Session 2. Eric Huckey and John Humpy IV were the winners of the Stainless Diesel Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 truck classes. Huckey's slightly overworked Dodge got the job done on Friday, while Humpy's Causing Trouble Chevrolet gave the rest a headache on Saturday. In Grand National Light Superstock, the alcohol burners were in a blue mood as Rex Kuhn, along with Jason Hootman, the 2021 division champions, swept the event aboard the Ford 6000 Commander. Kuhn edged GN runner-up and past champ Adam Spiegelberg's Detonator Black in the first session, then put 6 feet on Spiegelberg in the second session.
In the sand he goes. Felt really good. It felt fast, and when they feel fast, it's a pretty good run.
And Mark Lawyer of Newcastle, Indiana, took both Pro Stock hooks to claim the $5,000 first prize in the Yoder Popcorn Mack Trailer Pro Stock Challenge Weekend Championship.
One more time down the road again. Yes.
He did so with a John Deere 5020 he owned for many years, but sold in the offseason to Jason Ruin of Farley, Iowa.
These guys have been doing a lot of work on it. I'm just holding the stick.
You don't have to worry about stuffing it back in the truck. You don't have to worry about driving it home. You don't even have to worry about it tomorrow morning, do you?
No, but I'd help them if they needed.
Announcer Denver Getchy with the call, and Doc Riley with the interview on ntpa.tv. Congratulations to all the Shipshawana winners and participants. You can still watch the replay at ntpa.tv, and don't forget the NTPA pulls into Neces, South Carolina for live regional and state action this Friday. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All righty, one final guest here on our Friday edition live from the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville. Hey, I don't think we ever actually met in person, did we? We just talked on the radio back in the day.
That's right.
But I remember the name, and I remember the discussions, and still these days talking about sleep apnea. There was a time where we had a Phoenix Sleep Solutions was the name of the group back then. Greg McDermott, I remember Greg. He used to be here on a regular basis here in Louisville. But is Greg not here this year? You'll have to get real close to the mic. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, well, no, Greg and Team CME, we're still involved, but Greg right now is going through some problems with a foot, and he was supposed to have some surgery done. Otherwise, he'd have been here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, we used to have, Greg would be on one line, you'd be on the other. And back in those days, we were talking about is the FMCSA going to mandate sleep studies and whatnot as far as apnea? That never did really come to fruition, did it?
Well, there was some changes that were made. Unfortunately, the changes were, I think, misunderstood by a lot of the medical examiners. I think they're getting better at that. But there's just some really good news that's going to be coming out this year for drivers, and we like helping drivers. That's
okay.
What Team CME does.
So you're with? Did Greg start his own group or whatever? So is it now Interstate Sleep Apnea Solutions?
That's right, and he is really the driver's source, or he should be the driver's source for all of the sleep apnea stuff. He cares about drivers. He works with drivers. He does everything that is possible to get a solution for them to be able to manage their sleep apnea, be able to sleep with that equipment, and help drivers. Yeah, and he's got all the help that he needs. He's got the sleep specialist to be able to give clearance to the drivers. He just makes it. He knows how to make it easy for a medical examiner to get them back on the road.
Is he doing kind of like they used to do? Is he doing like helping out with like home sleep studies, or is this something totally different?
No, he is using the home sleep studies, but that has really advanced a lot. It's less expensive now. The home sleep study units that he's using are actually disposable. So they have very simple instructions on how to use them. The driver puts them on, and then after the test, they throw them away. So it's very cost effective. I don't think that there's a program anywhere that can be any better for drivers, who are faced with, needing to have a sleep apnea test. So it's a great way to go.
So it's kind of the same things that they'd been doing back then. Now, Greg, then once you do the study, if they say, yep, okay, you come back, you do have some apnea issues with her. Can he help you with the mask and fitting and all that kind of stuff?
Oh, yeah.
As far as
he's got over 400 different kinds of masks, and he is unrelenting until he finds the mask that'll work for a driver. He really is a one kind of guy, for sleep apnea, and we're proud to be associated with him. And he makes it easiest. We've got 1,000 clinics across the nation. He makes it easy for our medical examiners to be able to get the driver back on the road, and we love that.
Is there still an issue with? I mean, some companies try to say, all right, you got to go here, you got to go there. Are you guys accepted by most or no?
I don't know how many don't accept us, but we have a good reputation of providing what we call driver helpful exams. In other words, what we try to concentrate on is sometimes there's more than one way to get the driver back on the road, and still maintain safety. And so we try to teach our medical examiners, how to use determination pending to be able to get the driver back on the roads faster, or at least to avoid them having to have another medical exam done somewhere. So we kind of concentrate on some of those kinds of things. Of course, we train them all ourselves, and we keep them updated with the newest stuff. And part of the new stuff is just so exciting is that there's going to be a new medical examiner handbook come out this year. It's getting close to its final review, and there's just really great news in there for drivers, especially for the number one reason for why they're not getting a medical certificate, which is hypertension.
Hypertension.
So the new stuff that we're seeing that we expect to be in there is going to make it so that drivers that before would have only gotten a 1-month certificate, they'll get a 1 year right out of the gate. And they will actually be able to continue getting a 1 year every year, even though they do have an elevated high blood pressure.
Okay.
But there's other great news too. If the drivers have been paying attention about, the ending of the exemption programs that FMCSA has, that's been a great thing. That's been a wonderful thing because drivers weren't having to wait for 2 or 3 months for FMCSA to go through and get their exemption. Now the medical examiners are going to be doing that, and it can be done in just a couple of days rather than 2 months. So there's just really, really great news that for drivers, and we like that.
That's good. Well, it's great to see. I mean, we kind of just threw you in here at the last minute because I only had a few minutes left, and we'll close things out at 5 o'clock here. So maybe if you're going to be here tomorrow, maybe we could get you over here and talk more in depth about some of what's going on if we get an opportunity, or if you'd have the time to come back over and join us.
I'd love to come and share this information.
Well, I've got
with
your
drivers.
card and whatnot, so I can get a hold of you probably through the TMC, Team CME.
Yeah, but I'm going to give you a direct
There
line
you
number.
Great, that'll work. All right, well, thanks for helping us fill up that final segment. And for the listening friends out there, we'll close things out here, day number 2. We got 1 day to go. Now, tomorrow, things a little different. Saturday, final day of the show. We'll be firing things up here live from the show 10 a.m. 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. Then we'll be broadcasting live. The show itself runs 9 a.m. till 4 p.m., but that'll be our 5-hour slot. Hope you'll come back and join us once again. OvernightDriveRadio.com, TNCRadio.live, and we'll see you then. Have a great night. Be safe. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from Louisville, the Mid-America Truck Show.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.